This took place 2 years ago, and I can still recall every moment in almost perfect detail. It was nearing the end of school. Everyone was on their way to their last period, which for me was history, a class that I not only wasn't good at, but I also disliked the teacher, and at that point, I honestly had no motivation for even showing up. So ultimately, I decided to ditch and hide out in one of the bathroom stalls located near the very back of the school. Almost no one went back there, so I figured no one would find out anyway. I was in the furthest back stall playing some game on my phone when the ear-deafening sound of the principal coming over the intercom made me jump. Lockdown, lockdown, this is an emergency alert. Please follow lockdown procedures. Go into the nearest room or building, lock the door, and turn off all light. It was a lockdown announcement, though I honestly didn't pay any attention considering they were all practice, and so I just continued to sit there in the stall and wait. But just then, all the lights to the building seemingly shut off all at once. The hum of the light faded along with the buzzing of the AC unit, which meant all the power to the school had been cut off. The bathroom had gone pitch black, and that's when I was actually starting to get worried. Power was never cut off during practice lockdown drills. I texted my friend asking him what was going on, and literally right away he answered back with the text saying, "Dude, where are you? It's a real lockdown, everyone's asking where you are." I told him I was in the bathroom, and he responds saying I should hide, but where else could I go? I wasn't just going to run out into the hallway to find a better spot, so ultimately, I decided to stay and hide in the stall I was in. I turned my phone's brightness down and texted my friend again. I asked him what the reason was for the lockdown, and after 5 long minutes of waiting, he replied saying that apparently there was a kid armed with a knife banging on classroom doors and asking to be let in. Both my classroom and the bathroom I was in were on the same floor, so I turned off my phone and tried my best to see if I could hear anything. There were running footsteps, and that was shortly followed by the sound of the bathroom door opening. I was absolutely horrified at what I was hearing. Whoever entered walked towards the stall next to me, went inside, and shut the door. I held my breath for what seemed like forever. Then, to break the silence in a shaky voice, I said, "Who's in here?" It was silent for a second, and then I heard a voice reply with, "I'm just looking for a place to hide." I heard there was a lockdown over the speakers. That didn't really answer my question, but the guy sounded around my age, and so I decided I'd just let it go. We sat in silence for what seemed like forever when finally we got another announcement telling all students to exit the school in an orderly fashion through the front doors where cops would be waiting outside. I exited the stall but was surprised to see the guy next to me didn't. I asked him if he was coming, and he replied saying, "Yeah man, just give me a couple minutes." I thought that was weird, but regardless, I left the bathroom and started heading towards the front exit of the school. As I was walking, my phone went off. My friend had texted me. He said that apparently a kid who was maybe a couple years older than us tried to rob a nearby gas station at knife point. The guy actually stabbed a couple people, and when he was unsuccessful in getting any money, he ran to hide in our school to blend in as one of the students. But what horrified me the most was the last sentence. My friend said that the cops outside were saying that the kid was still inside and that he was hiding somewhere in the back of the school. Reading this changed my walk to the front doors into a full-on sprint. Right as I got outside, I would frantically inform one of the police officers of what I had experienced, and after they searched the bathroom, they found it was empty, but that the window inside was broken. The kid had broken and escaped through the window. Needless to say, for the next few school days, I'd gotten a lot of unwanted attention because of what I had experienced. As far as I know, the kid still hasn't been caught, and it's still just difficult for me to come to terms with the fact that I was unknowingly hiding in a stall right next to the guy I was trying to hide from. I somewhat recently got my first real job as a teacher at a public elementary school in a nearby neighborhood. It was the first school year I was teaching, and at this point, it was only September, so needless to say, I was still learning the ropes. It was honestly pretty stressful. I teach a first grade class of around 20 kids, so you can imagine how chaotic it would get at times, especially with my lack of experience. I remember one day I was in the middle of assigning the kids a worksheet for spelling simple words when the principal's voice came over the school's loudspeaker and ordered a lockdown. Now, being a new teacher, I wasn't yet informed of when the school had practiced lockdown drills around the year. Therefore, I had no idea if this was a drill or not. But I knew either way I had to follow protocol. I turned off the room's lights, locked the doors and windows, and had the kids sit against the walls out of sight. I'd say maybe 5 minutes passed in complete silence when I could faintly start to hear doors being banged on down the hall. I could feel my heart start to race as the sounds got louder, as whoever was banging on the doors got closer. At this point, I still had no idea whether it was just the principal checking all the classroom locks or an actual intruder in the school. But my thoughts were interrupted by one of my students bursting out crying. It was too loud. There's no doubt whoever was outside would have been able to hear it. I could tell the banging outside stopped in response to the noise, shortly after followed by a single pair of footsteps walking up to the door. It was silent for a few seconds, but the silence was quickly broken by a male's voice yelling out, "Hey guys, I think there's kids in this one," and that confirmed this lockdown was real. More footsteps could be heard running up to the door, and that's when genuine attempts to break down the door were made by multiple people. At that point, not a single kid in the class wasn't crying or screaming in fear. I didn't know what to do. I was never trained for this kind of situation. And that's when 2 gunshots could be heard, but they didn't come from the intruders. Police were now inside the building. Right after the shots were fired, the intruders could be heard running down the hall. 30 minutes later, we were given the all clear. It turns out the intruders were 3 local high school students. They were eventually caught, but when asked why they did it, they would say close to nothing, although one of the kids claimed it was a bet. But personally, I don't believe that for a second. No bet is worth going to court over and even possibly losing your freedom. I firmly believe they had much worse intentions. Although most likely traumatized, luckily, no one was physically hurt. The shots that were fired by the police were claimed to have been warning shots and were aimed directly into the ground. It's been 2 years since this all happened, and I still teach first grade at the same school and even in the same classroom. To this day, those bullet holes can still be seen in the school's hallway. This happened back when I was in middle school. Technically, it was actually my last day in middle school. It was late May, and for our last day, our school would do a sort of field day where the whole school would play a bunch of games to celebrate the end of the school year. Now, back then, I used to be a pretty active kid, but unfortunately, due to a recent concussion, I was unable to participate in any games the whole day. I was pretty disappointed. Yeah, though I did bring my DS and quickly opted to just sit inside one of the classrooms and play that, there wasn't really anything else I could do. None of the teachers seemed to mind, so there I was, all by myself in the classroom for my science class, playing my DS all the while the other kids got to play games in the school's gymnasium. It was a weird feeling being in that classroom alone. I don't really know how to explain it. Up until that point, I don't think I'd ever been in a classroom completely alone. Something that needs to be mentioned is that the teachers that weren't watching the kids in the gymnasium were in a room across the hall having meetings. I'd say I was playing on my DS for not even an hour when my English teacher, Miss Allen, rushed up to the classroom's door and closed it from the outside. She didn't say anything to me, so I figured she just wanted to make sure I couldn't hear whatever the teachers were talking about across the hall. Forgetting about it, I went back to playing my DS. A couple of minutes later, the classroom's door swung open. I expected to see one of the teachers coming in to check on me, but no, a man I'd never seen before walked into the room and closed the door behind him. The guy had to have at least been in his 50s, and so I just assumed it was some kid's dad. It wasn't unusual for parents to come into the school to bring a student their lunch, so I asked if he was looking for someone. He replied with no in a tone that seemed almost offended that I would even ask that question. Before I could say anything else, the guy started walking towards me. I asked him what he was doing, and that's when he lifted up his shirt, revealing a handgun on his waistband. He followed it up by saying, "Look, kid, I'm gonna need you to come with me, or I'm gonna kill you." The guy said it in the most carefree tone I had ever heard, and that, along with the fact that I'd never seen a gun in person before, instantly overwhelmed me with pure fear. Before I could fully comprehend the danger of the situation I was in, the guy firmly grabbed my wrist and started pulling me towards the classroom door. But before we got into the hallway, the deafening sound of our school's lockdown alarm started going off. This was followed by the guy instantly letting go of my wrist and making a run for it down the hall and through a back exit. I stood there in shock for a second, but ultimately went back inside the classroom. I'm not sure how much time had passed when Miss Allen came back into the room and told me that she didn't want to scare me, but that there had been an intruder inside the building and a lockdown, which now was over, had taken place. I would tell her about the man, and instantly she brought me to a police officer who was already on the premises to explain what I had experienced. It turns out the man was the whole reason the school went into lockdown in the first place. The man was reported to have been scoping out the school all morning, and when he was seen getting close to the building itself, someone would call the police, which resulted in the lockdown. The guy was later caught and would openly admit that he had been trying to scare kids into getting into his car so he could kidnap them, and this reality still horrifies me to this day. Not a day goes by where I'm not thankful for the school's alarm going off when it did. I'm a teacher, and this is something that happened a couple of years ago. It was during my 4th year teaching at the high school that I still currently teach at. I teach math and had 4 different classes throughout the day that semester. It kept me very busy between teaching, preparing lessons, and grading assignments. One day, about a month into the school year, I was teaching like any other. It was the first hour of the day, and I was in the middle of going through a problem on the whiteboard. That's when the phone rang in my classroom. I paused what I was doing and walked over to answer it. I was told the school was being locked down, but I wasn't told why. After that, the announcement came over the entire school intercom. Some of the kids in class started to talk and asked me what the cause of the lockdown was. I honestly didn't know, and I told them that. I did what I was supposed to do and turned out the lights and locked the doors. I instructed the students to the back of the classroom. There were 20 kids in my class, and they all did what I said but still wanted to know why we were in a lockdown. I knew this was not a drill, and I was pretty curious myself. I went to my desk and sat down in the chair. Then we all just waited. Minutes went by, which felt like forever. After about 10 minutes, my cell phone started vibrating. It was on top of my desk, and I picked it up to see who was calling me. It was a number that I didn't recognize. I was about to let it ring, but I thought it was possibly information about the lockdown. It may have been from another teacher whose number I didn't have yet. It could have been from another staff member as well. That's what was going through my mind in the moment. At the last minute, I accepted the call. I held the phone up to my ear and listened as I heard a man start to speak. I didn't really recognize his voice. He spoke professionally and told me that I was needed in the principal's office immediately. I asked why, and I was told that it would be discussed when I got there. I was very confused. I said I couldn't leave my class, and I was told that I needed to go anyway. Then he hung up. I saw my students looking at me, no doubt wondering what I was told on the phone. Then one of them spoke up and asked. I told them the truth and said somebody asked me to the principal's office, and I really didn't know why. I was debating whether I should go or not. I got up from my desk and walked over to the door. Then I looked out the window and into the hallway. It was very empty, but then I saw someone. It was sort of far to the left, just barely in my view. There was a man standing there wearing all black, including a ski mask. I quickly moved back after seeing him. One of the students asked me if I was going to go, and I said no, I wasn't. I told everyone to stay at the back of the class, and I joined them. I had no clue who the person in the hallway was, but the fact that they were wearing a ski mask could not be good. They were likely the reason for the lockdown. I didn't want my students to know that the person was so close. Though, things were very silent for a few minutes. We couldn't hear anything from out in the hallways. It felt like forever, and the more time that went by, the more worried I became. I got another phone call on my phone from the same number, but I ignored it. They called back again, and at that point, I turned off my phone entirely. We all waited in the classroom for almost an hour. Finally, I got another call on my phone in the classroom. I walked over and picked it up. I was told that the lockdown was over, and then there was an announcement over the intercom letting us know class was over, and I let the students out. When I found out more details from the lockdown, I couldn't believe it. The person in the ski mask was a former student of our high school. He was also a former student of mine, who I had failed. He came back to the school, and he was the one who called me on my cell phone as well. I'm not sure how he got my number, but he did. He was trying to get me out of my classroom. I'm not sure what he was planning to do then, possibly attack me. I don't want to think about that. Luckily, he was spotted by a faculty member, which sent the school into a lockdown. Eventually, the police came and were able to locate the suspect and catch him, although he was able to evade them for quite a while. I still can't believe it even to this day. I can't imagine what would have happened had I left the classroom. It was too strange, though, and I never really seriously considered it. I could tell that something was really suspicious. Still, I will never forget seeing him in the hallway. It was one of the scariest sights of my life. This happened when I was in high school. For some details, I'm a female and was a junior at the time this took place. I used to walk to school and back every day because I lived pretty close to the school, so it would usually take me around 10 to 15 minutes to walk there, and I would take sidewalks basically the entire way. One morning, I left when I usually did at about 7:30 a.m. because school started at 7:50. After walking out the front door and leaving my house with my backpack, I saw a car on the side of the street. It was right in front of the sidewalk where I would normally walk past. I had never seen it before, so I didn't know who it was. I planned to just go right past it, but when I did, I saw the passenger side window rolling down. Somebody said something, and I looked over. The car was an older dark gray BMW, and the driver was a young-looking guy but seemed to be a little bit older than me. He then asked me if I needed a ride to school. I had never seen this guy before and didn't think that he even went to my school. He told me his name was, I think, Ryan, but I can't remember exactly. He said which school he went to, which happened to be a school in the next city over. Then he said that he was good friends with Erica, who happened to be one of my best friends. Apparently, he was going to pick her up, and she asked him to pick me up as well and give us both rides to school. I said no thanks. I had never heard Erica talk about this guy before, and it just seemed really weird. The guy asked me why not, and I said maybe some other time. I wanted to confirm with Erica if she knew this guy at all. I figured there was a chance that she was friends with him, but she hadn't said anything to me about this. Obviously, it was a little bit suspicious. The guy seemed disappointed but ultimately said okay. I kept walking down the street as he pulled away in his car and drove past me. But right when he got past me, he stopped his car on the road. He rolled down his window again and said, "Last chance." I said no again. And then he finally drove off. I walked the rest of the way to school and got there at basically my normal time. As I was walking, I texted Erica about it. In that semester of high school, my first hour class was English. By the time I got to class, I had gotten a response from Erica. I usually didn't get to see her before school because our first hour classes were on the opposite ends of the school from each other. She said that she didn't even know who I was talking about. I had a feeling that's what she was going to say. This was a mystery to me, who this guy really was and why he tried to pick me up in his car. He knew that I had a friend named Erica, and he also knew where I went to school, but I didn't know him at all. During that same first hour English class, probably about 30 minutes in, the school went into a lockdown. I had no clue what it was for at the time. We had never had a lockdown before in my entire time at the school, just a few drills. We were all told to sit at the back of the class. The classroom lights were turned off, and the door was locked by our teacher. We all sat in mostly silence for what felt like a really long time. It didn't really last that long though. It was probably about 20 minutes. Eventually, the lockdown was lifted. By that time, we were all very curious as to what was going on. By the end of the day, I had found out a man apparently walked into the school after class had started and right past the receptionist. The only door that was open after class started was the front door. He was then spotted by a hall monitor who asked him for a pass. The guy walked past him without saying anything and went to the locker commons. Then he hid there, and the school was locked down. Unfortunately, the guy ran out from the locker commons to the nearest exit and was able to get out. The school and property were searched, but he had gotten away. It was good that he was gone, but it was also bad that he wasn't caught. Some of us were wondering where he went, but it could have been anywhere. There was large woods behind our school, and I think they pretty much gave up on the search when they found out he wasn't on the school property anymore. Still, I had no clue who the guy was who had been inside the school. I didn't even connect the dots at all. After school that day, I walked home like I always did. I was less than halfway there when I once again saw the car that was at my house earlier. I got a bad feeling. This guy was not who he claimed to be, and I knew that. The car was parked on the side of the road again, on the side that I had to walk past. I sped up and started walking faster, but when I got even with the car once again, I heard him say something. His window was already down, and the guy said hi. I looked over and said hi, all while continuing to walk. He then told me to stop. I didn't and ignored him. Then he said, "You know, I was in your school earlier." I stopped and couldn't believe what I was hearing. He then started to laugh, and it was really creepy. He basically bragged about how they had locked the school down and he managed to escape. As he was saying this, he opened his car door and got out. I walked even faster until the guys started to run. Then, at that point, I had to start running too. Unfortunately, it seemed as though he was a little bit faster than I was. I could tell that he was gaining on me. I left the sidewalk and ran out into the middle of the road. Then came possibly one of the luckiest moments of my entire life. A car started driving down that otherwise quiet road. I ran straight for the car and, when I got close, noticed that it was somebody that I actually knew. It was one of my classmates, a guy named Matt. He saw me and stopped his car. I ran for the passenger side while the man chasing me continued to come after me and was about 20 feet back. I got inside of Matt's car and told him to lock the doors. The guy chasing reached the car moments later. The doors locked, and the guy tried getting in and then began pounding on the door. When he couldn't, Matt asked me who this guy was, and I told him to just get out of there. He drove away with the guy standing in the street. I explained to Matt as I got out my phone to call the police. I told them everything, and Matt dropped me off at my house. A short time later, the police came out and talked with me and my parents and said that they would look out for the car that I described. That same day, the man was located by the police. He had been stalking me for several days without me even knowing. I'm not sure exactly why he went into our school. Maybe he was waiting for me to get back to my locker. He could have honestly passed for a student because he looked young, but he was actually in his mid-20s and not a student at all. All this was years ago now, but I still remember it all the time. I'm really glad Matt was driving by when he did. I don't know what would have happened to me if not. One day, I was in school for a seemingly average Thursday. I was a senior in high school and in my third-hour history class. This was one of my favorite classes because the teacher was really cool. For the story, I'll just call him Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith was very laid back and would give us a lot of time to do homework in class. We would rarely have any actual homework because we could get it all done before we left. He would teach for a bit in the beginning, and then the end of class would pretty much be like study hall. We could talk and get work done. He would even let us go on our phones or listen to music as we worked. So on this day, it was a normal class period. I often had my headphones in as I studied, and I did on this day. We were working on our assignment, and I got done early. I would joke around with Mr. Smith sometimes, as did other students. I remember that I went up to him to turn in my assignment, and he asked me if I wanted to do him a favor. He said that he had to give back some iPads to another teacher. We had used them the previous day for a group assignment. There were about 10 iPads in this carrying case. I was happy to do this because it was something to do to get out of class. He wrote me a pass, and I took the iPad case. It was supposed to go to a teacher's classroom that was a little ways away. I left the classroom with my headphones still in, and I unpaused my music. Then, I started walking through the empty hallways to the other teacher's classroom. At this point, there were probably about 15 minutes left of class. Soon, I reached the classroom that I was supposed to go to. I tried opening the door, but it was locked. I could see in the window as well that all of the lights were off. I found this a bit odd, but quickly figured that the teacher wasn't there. She probably didn't teach a class during this hour or something. I turned around and started to head back to my classroom. I walked about halfway back when I saw something up ahead. There was a spot where two hallways intersected a ways up. I saw a man up ahead who I didn't recognize. He clearly wasn't a teacher, and I didn't think he worked at the school either. It struck me as suspicious right away. I only saw him for about a second or two because he passed by one hallway and into the other. He didn't look in my direction at all. The problem was that he was walking in the direction that my classroom was in. I kept walking up ahead, and when I got to where the man had walked past, I stopped and looked down the hallway first. When I did, I saw the guy again. He was a long ways down near where my classroom was. It appeared as though he was looking for something. I didn't want to go down there, and I started walking in the opposite direction. I took out my headphones at that point. Everything was silent. I didn't really know where I was going anymore, and I was trying to figure out what exactly was going on. After walking around the empty hallways for like 5 minutes, I thought maybe the man was gone by then, and I started heading back for my class. When I got back to the hallway where I had last seen him, he was gone. I was just glad to see this, and I started walking down the hallway for my class. Just a few steps later, though, I heard footsteps coming from behind me and around the corner. They were going towards me, and there were some bathrooms right there, so I just went inside. I didn't know who the person was, but I really didn't want them to see me. By now, I figured that they weren't supposed to be in the school. After going inside of the bathroom, at first, I just waited inside, but when the footsteps got closer, I moved into one of the stalls. The guy passed by and did not go inside. I waited a little while longer before looking out of the bathroom. When I did, I saw that the person was a ways down the hallway once again near where my class was. I left the bathroom and quickly tried to walk to the other hallway away from this guy. I must have been loud or something when I did, because as I was walking, I heard movement behind me. I looked and saw the guy looking right at me. He turned and started walking in my direction. The guy was really far behind me, at least over 100 feet. I walked as quickly as possible out of that hallway and took another one. By this point, I just wanted to get out of the school or far away from the guy. I walked down that hallway for a while and then took a left to another one. I was going to the stairs to go down to the first floor. As I approached the stairs, though, I heard somebody coming up the stairs. I stopped and didn't know who this person could be. When they came into view, I saw that it was a police officer. He asked me what I was doing, and I asked him what was going on. He told me that the school was under a lockdown, and they were searching for a suspicious man. I pointed him in the direction that I had last seen him. Then I went downstairs and saw several more officers. I showed them my student ID, and we found a nearby classroom, and I had to wait inside there until the lockdown was over. It lasted for probably about 15 more minutes, and then it ended. We were let out, and by then, it was time for the next class period. I'm not sure who that guy was or what he was even doing. I also don't know how he got into our school either. I hadn't been able to hear that we were going into lockdown, though, because my headphones were in and I couldn't hear anything. Looking back, if I would have known, I would have tried to go into any classroom. I don't know what would have happened to me if that guy caught up with me either, but I'm glad I didn't have to find out. All right, so picture this. I'm called in as a substitute teacher for a class that missed out on a field trip. The regular teacher and most of the students were out on the field trip while I was left in charge of 4 students who didn't have their parent permission slip signed. To set the scene, I had just finished subbing for another class. Afterwards, I was asked to sub for this class, and the instructions were pretty straightforward. Play a Mythbusters video for the students and hand out worksheets to keep them occupied. Sounds easy, right? Well, here's where things took an unexpected turn. Barely a few minutes into class with the video playing, the Fab Four, who seemed to be inseparable buddies, all raised their hands and requested to go to the bathroom. Now, being the laid-back sub that I am, I granted their wish with a friendly reminder to return soon so we could finish the video together. They nodded eagerly, promising to be back in a jiffy, and headed out to the hallway as I paused the video. As I waited for them to return, a couple of minutes went by, then I heard a noise come over the intercom. There was an announcement that the school was now going into lockdown, and this was not a drill. This put me in a little bit of an odd situation. Panic started to settle in as I realized that these 4 kids were nowhere to be seen. Should I go out and search for them, or should I stick to the lockdown protocols and secure the classroom by locking the doors and turning off the lights? I figured my students should be back any second, and I stood there in my classroom doorway for about another minute or so. In a moment of concern for their well-being, I chose to go find them. I figured they must be hanging out in the nearest bathroom, right? Easy to find, or so I thought. I hurriedly made my way to the hallway, fueled by a mix of worry and determination. I walked to the bathroom as quickly as I could, and I got winded because I'm severely not in shape like I used to be. I pushed open the bathroom door and knocked, hoping to find them and usher them back to the classroom. "Hey guys, we're on lockdown. You need to come back to the classroom," I called out, my voice echoing through the empty bathroom. But to my surprise, there was no response, not a peep. As confusion grew, I cautiously pushed the bathroom door open wider, half expecting them to jump out, but that wasn't the case. The bathroom was empty, not a single person in sight. My heart sank. Where on earth did these students go? I couldn't dwell on it for long, though, because my priority was to get back to my classroom. If the students had wandered off, then that was their fault. They would likely be found by another faculty member. With a mix of anxiety and haste, I retraced my steps, making my way back to the classroom that I was in charge of. I went inside and remained by the door. 10 long minutes went by, which felt like a whole hour, and still there was no sign of my students. Just when I was about to lose my cool from all the suspense, I heard this weird noise coming from inside the classroom. I quickly scanned the room, hoping to figure out where it was coming from, but there was nothing there, just an empty and super quiet classroom. I tried to tell myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but then I heard it again. This time, my eyes locked onto this person crouched behind a desk at the back of the room. I cautiously approached, my voice trembling when I asked, "Who's there?" I was praying it was just a student playing an elaborate prank, but to my dismay, the figure that rose up from beyond the desk was no student. It was a man, a complete stranger, and certainly not a student. I freaked out and sprinted out of the classroom immediately, desperate to find help. Now, as a grown adult, you're probably wondering why I bolted and didn't stay in the room and fight him. Well, like I said, I'm not as young as I used to be, and I'm not in shape, so the odds of me winning a fight protecting myself are like 4 out of 10. I pounded on the door of the nearest classroom, and thankfully, the teacher opened the door. Their expression quickly turned to concern as they listened to my explanation of what had happened. Without wasting a second, they dialed the school principal and alerted her about the new situation. Soon enough, the school became filled with activity as police officers were everywhere in the hallways. It turned out that the stranger I had encountered was the very person the school had been locked down for. He must have snuck into my classroom when I was down the hall looking for my students. This realization made my mind go blank as I thought about all the possibilities that could have happened if I didn't run away from my classroom. It turned out that the missing students had taken refuge in another teacher's classroom. Nobody had thought to inform me, though. Rumors began to circulate that this intruder had ulterior motives, with whispers of him searching for someone specific or possibly carrying a weapon. The details remained vague, and the school kept the information tightly under wraps. Looking back on that day, I'm just grateful that everybody was okay. After that crazy incident, I needed some serious time off. When I finally went back to teaching, I had a whole new perspective. I will certainly never forget that day. This happened when I was 15 years old and a sophomore in high school. I was hanging out with a couple of friends before school started. We were just standing around talking about dumb stuff that 15-year-olds do. Soon the warning bell rang, and we had to go our separate ways to attend our classes. I took my time heading to my class because my teacher, Coach Thompson, was pretty laid back and didn't mind if I was a bit late. He usually started class a few minutes late anyways because he was also a sports coach and was always busy with that stuff. As I made my way to class, the school bell rang again. School was now starting, and I would be late, but I didn't think much of it and kept walking. The hallways were now empty. The intercom came back on, and there was an announcement that the school was going under a lockdown. I couldn't understand why and was pretty confused. Everything seemed fine to me. I kept walking towards my classroom, thinking it might be a false alarm or a drill. When I entered the hallway where my classroom was located, I stopped and froze. At the far end of the hallway, there was a large man wearing a ski mask and all black. He also had combat boots on and a huge black duffel bag around his shoulder. It took me a few seconds to process what was happening. The man in the ski mask hadn't noticed me yet, but then he turned his head and looked in my direction. I quickly ducked back around the corner, scared out of my mind. He had been standing right where my classroom was, so I couldn't go there now. The hallways were completely empty, and I started to panic. I knew the school pretty well as I'd been there plenty of times prior to my sophomore year, so I went to the nearest place I knew, a nearby bathroom, hoping to stay safe until everything was over. I sat in a bathroom stall, trying to listen for any sounds, praying that the man wouldn't come inside. During the time in there, I was terrified and didn't dare make a noise. I stayed in the bathroom, trying to calm myself down from hyperventilating for maybe around 30 minutes. It was completely quiet, and I couldn't hear much, but at one point, I did hear footsteps, which really freaked me out. I really don't know who it was, but luckily they moved past where I was, and then things went back to being silent. I just hoped whoever that guy I had seen would not enter the bathroom. Finally, I decided that I would leave. I hadn't heard anything in the longest time, and I thought it might be safer to get out of there. When I stepped out, I noticed the hallways were still empty and quiet. The lockdown was still in effect, and I had no idea what was happening. I cautiously started speed walking back towards my classroom, being very careful and looking all around. I had made it about halfway back when I suddenly heard a noise that made me freeze. It was the sound of footsteps getting closer from the next hallway around the corner. It was happening all over again. I could feel the sinking feeling of fear and shock once more. I quickly turned around and went back down another hallway, trying to avoid whoever was coming my way. I glanced back for a split second and saw the man in the ski mask starting to come around the corner. At this point in time, I swear I could have run a 4.3 flat in the 40-yard dash. For once in my life, I was genuinely running for my life, and nothing else mattered besides that. It was a weird feeling. I didn't care about anything, not girls I had crushes on, not my homework, not even my job. All I cared about was staying alive for myself. I kept on running and eventually stopped, unable to hear the man behind me anymore. I gathered myself and started walking towards the exit, hoping to find a way out. When I reached the exit, a sense of relief flooded over me as I saw multiple police officers outside of the school. I ran for the door, and when they saw me, they waved me over. I was able to leave and breathe a sigh of relief. The man inside the school was later caught, but we never found out what his intentions were. The memory of that day haunted me, and my parents ended up putting me in therapy to help me out. Number 15-year-old or anybody should have to experience anything like that. It's been about 7 years now, and I'm way better. We returned to our normal routines at school shortly after, and our school had a 24-hour cop for the next year that made everyone feel a lot safer. I'm happy nobody got hurt, and I was able to make it out alive. I wouldn't wish that experience upon my worst enemy. Before being taken on as a full-time teacher at a high school a little outside of Austin, Texas, I was a substitute. I would sub in for a multitude of classes with my main subject area being math classes. Being a sub, I would most days have a lot more off periods, of course, since I would work more on an as-needed basis. This was on a day that started like any other. I had 4 classes I would be subbing for that day. They were all the math classes that a specific teacher would teach, including geometry and algebra. I would usually enjoy subbing for science classes, as the teachers would usually just have me show the class an educational documentary and then hand out a question sheet, which would be handed in at the end of the class to be graded. With math, though, you'd actually have to teach the material as a sub. I arrived at school and picked up the keys from the front office to the 2 classrooms I'd be subbing in that day. Both classes were in the math hallway, which was downstairs to the far left of the school. The periods I was teaching that day were something like 2, 3, 7, and 9. I had already taught the first 2 classes, so I had about an hour and a half before the 7th period class I'd be teaching. During most of this time, I stayed in the classroom of the last class I just subbed for, since it was empty for the next 2 periods. I was doing a mix of work-related and non-work-related things on my laptop. Period 6, there would be another class here, so I'd migrate to the teacher's lounge by the back of the school. After the second bell rang and period 6 began, I was walking the empty halls to the teacher's lounge. I'd been in the lounge multiple times, and honestly, it would usually be subs sitting in there, if anyone. The teacher's lounge is pretty much in the back corner of the school by a separate back entrance that's only unlocked from the outside by teachers' ID cards. I set my belongings down on a table in the empty teacher's lounge, and this was when I heard knocks at the back exit door. I went out to the hall and to the doors, where I saw a clean-cut looking man with gray short hair and a button-down shirt tucked into khakis with a black jacket over all of it. He looked like a teacher, saw me through the glass, and smiled and asked me to open the door. I asked if he were a teacher here. He said, "Yes, my name's Mr. Abrams. I don't have my ID on me today." I opened the door for him, and he thanked me and quickly walked past me. I noticed that now he had his hand in his right pocket. He had some serious movement in his step. He seemed to know where he was going. Actually, he was going in the direction of the math hallway. I suddenly felt like I may have made a mistake letting him in without ID. I rushed to my laptop and pulled up the staff directory, which was accessible to all employees of the school. I looked up Mr. Abrams. There was not a single teacher at any of the schools, elementary to high school, with the last name Abrams. I had no choice but to call the front office and let them know that I think someone pretending to be a teacher had entered the building. This was taken seriously, as the school issued a lockdown immediately, sending every classroom an automatic distress call to lock all doors and turn off all lights immediately. I heard a commotion from out in the math hallway. I walked out into the hall a little closer, and I could hear bangs or kicks on a door and a man screaming at the top of his lungs, "Maria, open up, I know you're in there." Maria was the first name of the teacher I was subbing for that day, and I couldn't tell for sure, but I believe the door he was kicking on was one of the classrooms I subbed in that day. Police had surrounded the school in literally minutes and had entered from multiple entrances and detained the man. I didn't witness it happen. It was down in the intersecting hallway, and I wasn't allowed past the police. The teacher I subbed for, who I changed the name for her privacy, had called out of work that week, originally alleging she was very sick. The man who came to the school banging on the door was apparently her ex-husband. And as far as rumor has it, Maria did something horrible to him. Not much of a rumor, because clearly, that would be the case if he came to the school with a gun. Everyone's guess is he came to kill her and then himself. No one knew where Maria went to hide from her ex or what the full story was, but she didn't return to work for months. I pray to God all the time, thanking him that no one was hurt or killed because I was the one to let him in, and I would have forever sat on my conscience. The story is told from the perspective of a college-aged female. I attend university in Massachusetts. I currently live off campus in my final year here, but this took place when I was a freshman living in the dorms. Freshmen are on the first floor of every building on campus. This was the winter semester, and it was a freezing cold day. I just finished up my last class around 5 p.m. Our professor let us out really early. It was already dark out as I was walking back to my dorm. On my walk back, I got a text from the university. The text started in all capitals saying, "Attention all faculty and staff, get to a safe building immediately," as a suspicious man was walking around campus approaching women with crude, threatening comments and telling them he had a gun. The text mentioned that university police were aware of the issue and were on full alert looking to find the man. I picked up the pace in my step to get back to my dorm building. I started looking behind me every few seconds and suddenly noticed someone walking not that far behind me. It was a black man in a huge winter coat. I couldn't gauge his age from this distance, but also, he could have just been a student. At that point, I was being paranoid, plus the text didn't specify the person's race. I rushed to my building, and when I got there, I let myself in. To get into any dorm buildings on campus, you need to use your student ID cards. I entered the building, the first door shut, then I opened the second door. That's when a loud bang at the first door made me jump. It was that man from behind me before. He was asking if I could open the door. I was about to ignore him, but then he said, "Please, I'm cold." I turned to look at him, and he had this pleading kind of expression on his face. I asked, "Do you live here? What's your room number?" He said yes, he's on the 3rd floor, but he ignored my asking his room number twice. I said, "Sorry, I can't let you in." This is when he started saying vulgar, horrible things that I don't want to repeat. He started licking the glass and commenting about what he's gonna do to me as soon as he gets into the building. In disgust, I ran to my room and slammed the door behind me. I turned on the lights as it was pitch black inside, and my roommate wasn't back yet. I texted my dorm group chat saying I think the creepy man the school sent a warning about was at the front door of the dorm building. Don't come anywhere near. Everyone replied the same thing, OMG, call university police. That's what I did. I got the number off the website and called them, told them right away the creepy man with a gun was at our dorm building. When they asked if he was still there, naturally, I walked to the window to look outside. I screamed at the top of my lungs for 3 seconds when I saw the man on the other side of the glass smiling, shaking his head, doing this disgusting motion with his tongue. I pleaded with the officer on the line to send the police there now. The man on the other side of the glass took off running, and he disappeared into the darkness as soon as he was beyond the light of the light posts. I still cried for the police to hurry. And as soon as one of them got to my dorm room, I let him in and described what the man looked like. He told me to stay in my room and don't leave again for the night. He advised I tell all my friends in the building to do the same. An additional text was sent out to all residents of my building. The hunt for that man went all night. Apparently, they never found him. The things he said to me were beyond disturbing. I didn't see a gun on him, but honestly, anything could have been in his massive coat pockets. The campus had extra police on duty the rest of the week. When I was in second grade, each day of the week we have a different extracurricular activity at some point in the day. I think it went, Mondays was art class, Tuesdays was music class, Wednesday was library day, and so on. By second grade, kids were allowed to walk to the bathroom unattended as long as they got permission and took the special hall pass item chosen by the teacher of the class. For the art class, it was this big green plastic crayon that was meant as the bathroom pass. I remember this memory almost vividly, which makes it all the more disturbing when I think about it. Honestly, I was kind of a weird kid when I was in elementary school. I did have some social issues that I don't think ever got diagnosed, but I would sometimes just do weird things. Case in point, we were never supposed to just take the bathroom pass and leave the classroom without asking first. But during art class, as our teacher was going around the class helping the students out with our little creations, I got up and took the plastic crayon and walked out the classroom door to go to the bathroom. The bathroom was all the way down the hall. I go inside, and as a kid, I was the type to pee sitting down, so I went to the stall and sat on the toilet seat. This was when I heard the loudspeaker outside the bathroom announce that the school was going into lockdown. My heart started to race. I was outside of the classroom during the lockdown. I was terrified. I don't remember if I finished peeing or not, but I know I got right off the toilet seat and went outside back into the hall. I was scared I was going to get in trouble. I saw all the classroom doors were shut with their blinds down and lights off already. I was too late. I saw a man walking down the hallway. I assumed it was a teacher, even though he wasn't dressed like one. I had the wits of a second grader, so I said, "Excuse me," unlocked out of my classroom. I remember vividly he said back, "Oh, that's all right, come with me. I know where to go." He grabbed my hand, and we started walking in what seemed to be the direction of the back exit. That's when I heard a familiar woman's voice keep screaming my name, "Troy," from behind us. It was my art teacher, Miss Green. She screamed at the man to get off me and grabbed me by the arm and tugged me back to the art classroom. Once inside, she locked the door and scolded me quietly. I remember seeing the worry in her eyes. She might have even been crying. The lockdown continued for another half hour at least. The whole time I was confused, scared, and most of all, embarrassed by all the stares my classmates were giving me. The principal came on the loudspeaker eventually and said the lockdown was over. When my art teacher got on the phone with, I assumed, the front office, I think whatever she said was what prompted the faculty to end the school day early. I'm so grateful for Miss Green. She really put herself in danger and saved me from something horrible, whether it be from kidnapping to any amount of emotional trauma. This happened to me when I was a junior in high school around April or May of 2019. I live on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, but for privacy reasons, I'll leave out the school name. I played the double bass in our school wind ensemble, and every morning we had rehearsal in the band hall. We were about halfway through rehearsal when I heard a knock on the band hall door, which opened to the outside. I don't think anyone else heard the knock because we were in the middle of performing a song, and I was standing with my double bass on the perimeter of the ensemble along with the percussionists, so I was closer to the door. Before anyone could say anything or react, one of the percussionists who I knew just blindly went over to the door and opened it for the person outside. We had been repeatedly told by the band directors to never open that door for anyone on the outside unless it was a student, and even the students had to show their student ID badges through the window before being let in. However, we still have to open that door a lot for other students as it locks on its own, so he probably just opened it without thinking and didn't look through the window. As soon as he opened the door, the person forcefully came in and walked to within 15 to 20 feet from where I was standing. It was a middle-aged Latino man, about 5 feet 6 inches, wearing a gray hoodie and cargo shorts. I immediately noticed that the guy had both of his hands in his hoodie with what appeared to be a heavy object. The band director saw him first and immediately stopped conducting, and the rest of the band turned their heads around to see what was going on. The band director asked with a nervous but forceful tone, "Can I help you?" The man replied in broken English, "Yes, I came to check out my daughter." The band director asserted, "This is not where you check out students. You shouldn't be here." The man then asked where he should go to check out his daughter, and to my surprise, the band director directed him to go out the band hall double doors and make a right down the school's main hallway to the front office. The man thanked the director and quickly walked out of the band hall into the school. During this whole conversation, I had my double bass turned in the man's direction and stood behind it so that it would maybe somewhat shield me from any bullets. After the man had disappeared down the hallway, the entire orchestra was speechless for a minute or so, processing what just happened. The director immediately called the school security, and within a minute or so, the school was on lockdown. The director turned off all the lights in the band hall, and we all crammed inside whatever tuba lockers we could find. A whole 5 minutes passed until 2 armed security guards came running full speed through the band hall in the direction that the man had gone. Another 10 or so minutes passed, and the lockdown was over. The school never came out with an official statement of the event, nor could I even find any local news articles about it. I suppose the school was trying to keep the whole thing a secret, for such a stupid breach of security would certainly damage its reputation. But I later heard from multiple other students that the man had just committed an armed robbery somewhere near the school and was fleeing on foot from the police when he decided to take refuge in the school, pretending to pick up his daughter. I also heard that he was found with a gun on him, which explains the heavy object I noticed in his hoodie pocket. The fact that I was standing literally 15 or so feet from an armed intruder inside of a school for a whole 2 minutes still terrifies me to this day. Although I know the band director was probably trying to keep his cool so as not to piss the guy off and cause him to shoot all of us or something, I still think he made a huge mistake by directing the man to go further into the school instead of telling him to go back outside and enter the school through the front door like every other parent or visitor has to. Had that man had worse intentions, that situation could have ended tragically. I'm glad I'm not in high school anymore because now I know firsthand how easily such things could happen at the hands of a careless mistake. This experience was short and to the point. I was a very young child in Catholic private school. I was in the 4th grade. Our school would routinely practice lockdown drills. I think once every couple of weeks we have one. All of us in the class were always excited for them for some reason. As kids, we just found it to be fun. It's all a joke when you're that young. Half the kids don't even realize what you're practicing for, and the other half who do don't ever expect a real lockdown to happen. One day it did, though. Over the intercom came a voice from the front office saying, "We're going into lockdown. This is not a drill." I remember some kids still laughed at the announcement as if it were cool to hear that we're going into lockdown. No one could have prepared for what came next, as our teacher seemed concerned and rushed to shut the door and the lights and yelled at us to get in the corner. I think that's when everyone realized this wasn't just a regular lockdown drill. Something serious was going on. We all huddled in the corner of the room. Each door had a narrow glass window which could be looked through. Suddenly, the silence was broken by crazed screaming from the halls, one lone male's voice. It was just incoherent screaming. The man was chanting something. Screams got closer, and I remember how scared we all started to get. The screams got closer until they were right outside our classroom door. Then bangs on the door made a bunch of us scream and cry. The man on the other side of the door screamed, "Your God is dead. Jesus didn't die for your sins. You're all gonna burn." Our teacher tried his best to calm us down as the screams intensified, and the man started to yell, "I hear you in there. I see you. Open up the door." The man screamed words I didn't understand at the time, but I believe looking back he was screaming Islamic phrases and shaming our religion. I was too young to put it all together immediately. The bangs on our door stopped, and the screams continued further down the hall. Away from the door, but they could still be heard. The crazed man continued through the halls. The man's screams were overpowered eventually by the yells of other men. There was a huge commotion in the halls during what I presume to be the moment he was taken down by police or security. We had to stay in the lockdown position for a long time even after this. After a while, the lockdown was over, and the school day was cut short. Parents were called to pick up their children. Luckily, my mom didn't work, so she was able to come pick me up right away. It was a bit of a scarring experience. We were all so young that we didn't even understand the gravity and freakishness of the situation. I'm just glad no one got hurt. Before getting into today's stories, I want to talk about today's sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. When my dad was a bit younger, he got into a serious car accident that left him with a few injuries. The other driver was at fault completely, and while the other driver's insurance covered the damages, my dad still suffered major pain and suffering. At the time, he never considered hiring a lawyer because the prospect of it was daunting. But little did he know, he could have had a lawyer fighting for him without getting off his couch. Morgan & Morgan has modernized the injury law process so you can submit a claim and communicate with your legal team all from the convenience of your phone. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm, having over 100 offices nationwide and more than 800 lawyers, with over $15 billion recovered for clients. Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. Submitting an injury claim with them is so easy that it's more like using an app rather than hiring a lawyer. In fact, it could even be compared more to ordering takeout than hiring a lawyer. In just 8 clicks or less, you can submit a claim without ever having to leave your couch. If you're ever injured in an accident, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. For more information, go to 4thepeople.com or dial #law, which is 529 pound from your cell phone. My friend Kyle has a 27-footer center console boat. In the summer, he's the go-to friend to have for boat days since none of our other friends have a boat. I'm not a boat expert by any means, but my friend has some kind of radar on his boat that warns of any kinds of land masses, shallow waters, and other boats. So with that, we're able to stay out on the boat past dark sometimes. The boat can fit like 8 people comfortably. This was on a hot summer day in mid-July. Kyle took 5 of us out on the boat just to drink in the bay. Then, hours later, he took us to some waterfront bar restaurant where we docked the boat, ate, drank, and chilled out for another few hours. We had an abundance of spiked seltzers in the cooler still, and it was a Friday night, so after leaving the restaurant, Kyle took us back to the middle of the lagoon where we cruised slowly with music blasting the whole time. Kyle doesn't really drink, so it works out that he's the one with the boat, and he just enjoys boating us around without having to drink. We passed by the lighthouse on the barrier island. We all had this conversation about how there's something so liminal and creepy about lighthouses at night. Kyle cut the engine, and we just floated in place for a while with the music still playing as everyone talked. I was kind of mesmerized by the lighthouse, finding myself looking at it over and over. I think because I was so drawn away from the conversation that was being had that I was the one to pick up on a screaming voice from the distance. I said, "Yo, cut the music," a bunch of times before whoever was on AUX paused it. I said I heard a scream from the distance. We were currently floating next to an island that sat in the middle of the mainland and the barrier islands. We sat in silence for a few seconds as we bopped around, and sure enough, I was right. There was a woman screaming for help coming from that island. We all looked at each other, and I could see the horror on my friends' faces. The screams were absolutely coming from the island. We were too far from both the mainland and the barrier island for it to be coming from there. We yelled back as loud as we could, and the woman's voice called back, "Help." We all screamed, "Where are you?" and the woman's voice called back, "I'm being followed." Communicating like this was hard as we could barely hear each other. One more time, we called, "Are you on the island?" and she screamed back, "Yes." Kyle started the engine without hesitation and started bringing us over to the island. He anchored us when we were close enough to the shore of the little island. All 6 of us got off the boat and started looking around and calling for the woman. This matter became a lot more concerning when she said, "I'm being followed." The island wasn't that big. And with 6 of us walking around with flashlights calling for her, surely we would have found her. On the opposite side of the island, suddenly we heard a blood-curdling woman scream, sounding like it was partially muffled. My friends and I all yelled at each other to meet on that side of the island. We all ran as fast as we could. I ran through painful brush barefoot, and by the time I got to the other side of the island, my feet were bleeding, but there was no one here. I met my friend Kyle and Jake, who were already there, and they said they heard the sound of a boat motor driving away. There was also a fresh wake in the water, clearly from a boat that just left, but it was too dark to see anything deeper into the water. I called 911 and reported this so that Bait Patrol could be on the lookout for any mysterious boats with its lights off. A Bay Patrol boat came to Kyle's boat where we anchored, and we all frantically told the 2 officers aboard what just happened. They walkie-talkied too. I'm sure every other boat on duty, and it became a whole manhunt. I don't think the boat was ever found, though, because it didn't end up on the news or anything. All I know is there was no one on that island by the time we searched it. We were all so freaked out about this that Kyle brought the boat back to the marina, and we all just ended up chilling in his backyard, talking about what happened. To this day, we still don't know what that was about. There were no news articles of missing women as far as we knew. Was it some kind of kidnapping, or was it a group playing some prank? I don't think we'll ever know. This is a story about my uncle and my dad that they've told countless times at family gatherings, and it still creeps us all out. It was the 80s, and my dad and Uncle Jack have always been avid fishermen. They'd go out deep-sea fishing at least a few times a year in my uncle's boat. He had a 70s 2-cabin cruiser. I've seen pictures, and the thing was huge. My uncle used to live in Cape Cod, Massachusetts, where he'd dock his boat. My dad would go up there for a weekend once in a while to go out to sea for a night with my uncle. I've never been into fishing. My dad tried to get me into it, but it's not my thing. I'm also not going to pretend to know much about fishing, but I know the fish you catch will be bigger and more abundant the deeper into the ocean you go. I think they primarily go for striped bass, tuna, and cod. They'd go about 20 miles out to sea and just catch whatever they could fit on the boat. They used to be so obsessed that my uncle's walls in his house to this day are still covered 90% in pictures of him and my dad holding fish. This one time, though, it was a very unexpectedly cloudy night, and it was a new moon. They were currently in the cabin having a beer together, playing cards after supper, when something went wrong with the boat and the lights died. My Uncle Jack had to check the circuit panel, but doing so in the dark with nothing but a crappy flashlight was difficult. Upon checking the circuit panel, my uncle learned that something caused two of the fuses to blow, conveniently eliminating almost all the lights on the boat, including the running lights. They didn't really have much of a choice other than to call it a night early and wait till dawn to head back to the shore. But within an hour was around the time they started to hear a humming-type sound coming from around 20 meters in the horizon. They went out onto the deck of the boat. My dad always says it was nearly impossible to tell if his eyes were open or closed. That's how dark it was outside. There was a strange humming sound coming from behind the boat. Both my dad and uncle stepped to the stern of the boat, and they realized the humming sound didn't sound like any kind of fish. They said it sounded like a person groaning, but even with the flashlight, they couldn't see beyond maybe 5 meters in front of them. It was starting to rain, so the two of them went inside the cabin. It would have been a horrible idea to try to drive the boat in pitch blackness in the rain, so they went to sleep. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, my uncle woke up my dad and told him to come outside to the deck. Through the thick fog, they could see another boat floating in the near distance. My Uncle Jack drove the boat closer to the vessel and then blew the whistle he had on board to try to get anyone's attention who may have been in the cabin. The boat looked like it could have been abandoned, though, so attaching a rope from one boat to another, my uncle jumped onto the boat. The cabin door was unlocked. He stepped down into the cabin and smelled the disgusting, sickening smell of death. He saw a man hanging by a rope in the cabin. He ran back out and back onto his boat and tried to throw up into the water. My dad says he didn't even dare go down and see the body after his brother told him what he saw. My dad and Uncle Jack marked their current coordinates and contacted the nearest Coast Guard station through the VHF radio. The Coast Guard was there within an hour, and only then did my dad and uncle head back to the shore. They still don't know what the humming sound they heard was. This story really still haunts my uncle the most because he's the one who actually saw the dead body. They definitely together hold the scariest fisherman story I've ever heard. I live on a private canal in Florida with my family. I'll keep the rest of my location private. Basically, it's a 15-minute ride out of the canal into the ocean. We have a couple of jet skis and a boat, a 35-footer 2007 Proline Express, my dad's baby. He's the boat guy. The jet skis are for my sister and me. So, there are 4 of us in the house. My mom, dad, sister, and I. I'm 23, she's 26. Nothing I say in the story will be me bragging at all. I'm just stating facts to help put the story into perspective. We have a few houses around the country, one in California, one in New York, and one in Florida, our main house. I guess you could say our Florida house is our main house because it's where my sister and I grew up and went to school. It's a gated community. Our parents are gone a lot of the time, out of state, leaving the house to my sister and me and our dog. We have a nice house, and when we're alone, we sometimes have parties and large gatherings in the backyard because our house is the last house on the canal. Next to the house is a little marsh. The canal keeps going a little bit beyond the house, then cuts off in the marsh. So, in one direction, we have complete privacy from any neighbors. One really hot day, my sister and I took our jet skis out. Like I said, it's a 15-minute ride out of the canal where it opens up into a bay. Then we either ride in the bay or sometimes take it under the bridge and out into the ocean. Sometimes the ocean will be too choppy, though, so we usually ride in the bay. Depending on the tide, there's always a lot of boats hanging out in the bay area. After a while of riding around, we stopped in the middle of the bay to just chill out. Only minutes later, a medium-sized boat came over to us, and an older man driving it started making conversation with us. He had to be in his late 50s or early 60s. He was on the heavier side, had a bit of a gut, and had a beer in his hand as he's driving a boat. For the record, he basically opened up with asking about our jet skis and telling us about his jet skis and his huge house on the water. He invited us to come swim in his pool, and when we said no thanks, we have to head back soon, he asked where we're from. Like I said, I'm not bragging, but my sister and I are good looking, so we do get the occasional creepers talking to us. We were vague in answering his question and just said we were from the area. My sister did the honors of turning her jet ski on first, indicating we were leaving. We waved goodbye in as friendly a way as possible and started riding around again. We looked at each other and laughed when we got away from his boat. He was mildly creepy for inviting two girls who could be his daughters to swim in his pool, but we've seen worse. Not long after, we decided to call it a day and bring the skis in. We idled through the canal, and we were about 80% of the way there. We came to the part of the canal where it intersects with our canal, kind of like a T intersection, and we were now in our part of the canal when we noticed a boat not far behind us in the intersecting part we just passed. It looked like the boat of the man who stopped us before. He was just very slowly drifting forward, passing our canal. We didn't know if he followed us or if he lived down the intersecting canal, but we continued home and docked our jet skis. What happened next was where things got really weird. We were washing our jet skis, and we noticed the man's boat approaching our house in the canal. He stopped his boat right in front of our dock and started talking to us again, with his creepy smile, complimenting our house and backyard. My sister came out and said what was on both of our minds: "Why did you follow us here? That's really creepy." He replied that he lives in the community as well and just wanted to check our canal out. I think he got the hint that we weren't comfortable and didn't want to talk to him. He turned his boat around in the marshy area and waved goodbye to us. Neither of us waved back. There's a certain point where you cut the friendly act when people are so outwardly creepy and weird. That was one of those times. We called our dad and told him about the creep. He wasn't happy with us for not getting the registration on his boat, which neither of us thought to do. Sadly, things didn't end there. It was later that night that our dog started barking downstairs in the middle of the night. Both my sister and I woke up to it. I looked out my bedroom window to the backyard, and I swear to God, I saw a large person running across the yard towards the dock, then jumping into something in the water. I lifted the window and looked out, but I couldn't see anything. My sister and I ran downstairs to look out the back door with the lights on. Whoever it was gone, but we'd be kidding ourselves if we said we didn't know who it was. It had to be that creepy man who followed us home. I think having a big dog in the house was the only reason he didn't break into the house. We asked the neighbors on our canal if any of them had cameras that could see the boat from earlier, or perhaps anyone coming down the canal in the middle of the night. Our luck, no one in this gated community really has cameras, not in their backyards at least. Anytime we go out on the boat or jet skis now, I feel like in the back of our heads, we're always looking for that man and his boat. When I was around 13, my auntie and uncle used to have a seasonal campsite at a small lake about 3 hours away from our town. It was nothing fancy, but it was a cheap summer vacation spot, and my whole family used to go up there a lot. I often brought my friend, let's call her Kay, to stay with us. As I'm an only child, I valued the company. Since the campground was so small, especially the seasonal sites, it really felt like home. We knew many people at the lake by name, and they knew us too. Most of the campground staff had grown accustomed to Kay and me riding our bikes around, eating ice cream, and even terrorizing the frogs down by the water, and they were all very friendly to us. Like I said, it felt like home. It's also probably worth mentioning that both Kay and I grew up in a very small Canadian town, one where everyone waves when you drive by on the street, no one locks their doors, and everyone is your friend. But moving on, one day we were down by the water around sunset. We were sitting on the dock, dipping our toes in the water, and just about to head back to our campsite for supper. We were tired from a day of roasting in the sun, biking, and catching frogs when a disheveled man, maybe 40 or 50 years old, approached the dock behind us. Being the friendly young rural girls we were, we both waved hello and exchanged some small talk with him. He continued to approach us, chatting politely about the weather and other small talk topics. He was wearing a stained beer t-shirt, one of those ones you used to get for free in a box of beer in the early 2000s, and dirty jeans. He had straggly, greasy hair and was missing a tooth. For a lot of people, this might immediately set off red flags for you, but again, we were from a small town, and this dude looked like half of my dad's side of the family, so neither of us was fazed. During the course of our conversation, he sat down beside me on the dock, dipping his feet in the water alongside ours. He continued to chat with us, asking what we had been doing that day, where our campsite was, and who our parents were, that kind of thing. He said he knew my parents and that they were friends. I probably should have been smarter than to continue to talk with him, but being an only child, I had always felt comfortable chatting with adults, and I didn't bat an eye at the conversation. Plus, he knew my parents, so what could go wrong? Eventually, he started asking us about boating. He pointed to a boat off the dock, a fancy one with a gold glittery finish, and he asked if we liked it. We did. He told us that it was his boat and that it was the fastest and coolest boat on the lake. He asked us if we'd ever been to any of the secret islands on the lake. We said no. I remember thinking how odd this was, as the lake was truly not that large or impressive, so a secret island seemed strange but also hella enticing. He told us he owned one of the islands and its name was Zeke. He asked us if we wanted to go to see Zeke with him. We hesitated slightly, but ultimately, we wanted to go for a boat ride. By now, the sun was nothing but an orange glow slipping into the horizon. We were just standing up to go towards the boat and my uncle came down the hill to the lake in his truck. He honked the horn and yelled at us to get our asses in the truck. We were supposed to be home by dark, and now we were in deep trouble. He threw our bikes in the box, and we got in the truck. My uncle quizzically asked us who the man we were talking to was, and we told him he was some guy that my parents knew, and we also told him that he was going to take us to his secret island in his cool boat. When Kay pointed out the boat to my uncle, he told us that the boat belonged to Phil, the owner of the convenience store at the lake. He then began to lecture us about why agreeing to go on a boat ride with a perfect stranger is not a good idea. He confirmed my suspicion that there were no islands on the small lake. We both began to feel kind of freaked out, which only continued when my parents told me about the man and they were sure they didn't know him. My mom lectured the heck out of us and told us he probably wanted to wear our skin like a mask. In the summer of 2007, I was 13, and my mother decided to take me and my brother, who was 18 at the time, on a cruise to the Bahamas and Key West. With this being my first cruise, I was very excited but also nervous. At that age, I was very shy, a bit overweight, and I mostly kept my hair in front of my eyes. I had always seemed to get unwanted attention growing up, considering my body matured much quicker than everyone else my age. I was 13 and barely 5 feet tall. We flew to Florida and stayed in a hotel near the ocean because the ship was leaving in the morning. My mother was a severe alcoholic at the time, which made this trip all the more unpleasant. She got smashed that night and didn't come back until really late, leaving my brother and me at the hotel alone. My brother was also suffering in his own ways from my mother's abusive tendencies, so we basically left each other alone and took care of ourselves. Anyhow, we got on the ship the next morning, and I was in complete amazement. There was a pool on the deck and tons of kids my age, though I was too shy to introduce myself. My mother signed us up to go snorkeling off the coast of Key West in the morning, and I was really excited. Nothing bad happened that night, and I had a hard time sleeping because I was so excited. In the morning, my family climbed onto this little boat that drove us into the middle of the reef. Before we went in, a man sat next to me. He was really tall with blonde, curly hair, and he introduced himself, holding out his hand for me to shake. "Hello, my name is Paul." I smiled nervously and shook his hand to be polite. "Hi, my name is Malin." He smiled, and I could tell he was staring at my breasts, which made me very uncomfortable, but I was just so shy that I didn't say anything. I could also see my brother watching from a few seats away. "How old are you?" Paul asked. "I'm 13. "No way," he said skeptically, looking me up and down. I smiled and nodded. "I am." He smiled back and said, "Cool. Well, I'm 18. "That's cool," I said nervously, obviously uncomfortable that a man my brother's age would approach me and not my brother. The guy for the snorkeling then said we could get in the ocean, so my family hopped up and dove in. It was really cool. I saw a lot of exotic fish, and we got the chance to be in the middle of a fish cyclone. I even got to see an octopus. When I would surface every now and then, I always noticed Paul in close proximity to me, watching me and smiling. I didn't understand what he wanted, but that night, I understood. Once we got back onto the main ship, Paul caught up to me and asked if I wanted to hang out with him later. Being the naive 13-year-old who didn't know how to say no to people, I agreed. He said he would meet me at my room at 8 o'clock. I showered and got ready, trying to wear my most reclusive and conservative clothing which, unfortunately, wasn't very covering of my body. I wore a swimsuit under a pair of shorts since I had brought no pants, and a big baggy t-shirt. Paul soon arrived, and he took me to the main deck. He grabbed my hand, and I had a horrible gut feeling that something bad was going to happen. Once we made it to the deck, we ran into my mother, who, of course, was sloppy drunk. She greeted us happily, noticing us holding hands and smiled, sending us on our merry way. I gave her the most terrified look I could muster up without him noticing, but she was too drunk. Paul soon led me to the hot tubs. There were two, and he told me to slip into one with him. I took off my shorts, but I wanted to keep my shirt on. As I started climbing into the hot tub, he protested, "Hey, take off the shirt, silly." I hesitated but did as he told me. He splashed me a few times, and I noticed something in his eyes that I had never seen before. As he looked at me, he said, "You look hot when you're wet." This statement made me extremely uncomfortable, and I didn't say anything. I then saw a group of young boys heading towards the hot tub, and I just prayed that they would get into ours. But they didn't, and they got into the other one. I was really starting to panic. I was shocked that no one was helping me when it was so obvious how distressed and uncomfortable I was. "Hey, come with me. I want to show you something cool," he said as he stood up, grabbing my hand. He led me up some stairs and across a walkway until we came up to a door that said for 18 and older and no one past 7 p.m., but it was 10 o'clock now, and he opened the door and pulled me in. The deck was completely deserted, and the stars were shining bright. If it weren't for Paul being there, I probably would have loved the sight. I realized he had 2 towels, and he laid them out, sitting down and then motioning me to sit with him, and I obeyed. We lay looking at the stars for a bit when he started asking me some personal questions. "Have you kissed anybody on this cruise yet?" "No," I replied. "Why not?" He laughed at me. I shrugged and said, "Well, I don't know. I'm not really interested in that." He smiled and laughed. "Well, I've tried to get as many girls as I can from this trip." At this point, I froze. I didn't know what to do or say. Suddenly, he rolled on top of me and started to kiss me. I was petrified, and I didn't move or object. I was that scared. His hand started to touch my sides, and I suddenly could move again, jumping back. "What time is it?" "I've got to go," I managed to stutter. I got up and started walking away fast, but he managed to catch up to me by now. I was in the elevator on my way back to the room. "Wait," he shouted. "Can I see you tomorrow?" "No," I answered just before the door closed. I made it back to the room, and my brother was watching TV. My mother still wasn't back. I took a 3-hour shower and then went to bed. The next day, yes, there's more. We finally reached the Bahamas. As my family and I were exiting the boat, guess who we ran into? That's right, Paul. My mom greeted him as if she'd been friends with him her entire life, and he ended up spending the whole day with us. With my mom not picking up on my discomfort and fear. He followed me uncomfortably close everywhere we went. My mom even paid for his fresh crab dinner as if rewarding him for nearly molesting me. Once the long day was finally over, we headed back to the boat at about 7 o'clock. Paul, of course, asked if I wanted to go to the casino with him later, and I politely declined, telling him that I was too tired and sleepy. The next day was the trip back to Florida, and I didn't leave my room all day. I was relieved not to run into him once we reached the mainland again, but the memory of him will forever haunt me. So this happened yesterday. My family, wife, kids, in-laws, and I had just returned from a pontoon cruise for the evening. It was later than usual, so I sent my wife up on the golf cart with the kids and in-laws to get them some dinner while I covered up the boat. About halfway through covering up the boat, I noticed someone halfway across the cove in the water, and she appeared to be maybe in distress. She wasn't making progress swimming one way or the other and was occasionally going underwater. There were people on the opposite shoreline yelling at her, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. So I yelled, asking if she needed help, and she said yes. I called my wife and told her to come down on the cart because someone was in the water and needed help and that I was going in. I put on a life jacket and grabbed the throw cushion from the boat. I swam out to the person and passed off the throw cushion. She appeared to be out of breath. The first thing she said to me was, "I'm topless." I responded with, Okay, but are you all right?" I also immediately thought to myself, 1, my friends are never going to believe this, and 2, what is my wife going to think with a topless woman swimming to the shore with me? She then said that she was running from her boyfriend, who was messed up. She also asked if it was shallow enough to touch yet, and it definitely wasn't, so I helped her to the dock where my wife met us. She told my wife, "I'm sorry, but I don't have a shirt on." Again, my wife just asked if she was okay, and she told us the boyfriend story again. Fair enough. As she got out of the water, she was topless but was carrying a white t-shirt that she quickly threw on. She then immediately began running to shore. At the same time, we noticed a pontoon cruising towards our dock, yelling at us. At first, I thought this must be her boyfriend chasing her and that we were in the middle of some domestic dispute. They quickly got closer, and I realized it was 2 sheriff's deputies who had flagged a pontoon down to carry them across the lake. As they were jumping onto the dock, we noticed the girl had just jumped into our golf cart and was riding away on it. Apparently, she was allegedly involved in a string of burglaries, and the boyfriend she was running from was the cops. I had unknowingly aided her swim across the lake to escape, and she used our golf cart as a getaway. The cops chased her for a while through the night, tracking her down once more, but she escaped again. We looked all day for the golf cart today, but had no luck. I notified insurance and reported the theft around lunch, and about an hour ago, someone notified us through social media that it was parked behind a house in a neighborhood over. So we recovered the cart, and it seems okay. They put more warrants out for the suspect and are still looking for her. My family is very religious. I have a wife and a daughter named Cassie. We attend church every Sunday and say our prayers before bed every night. That's just how I grew up. My entire family is like that, even my cousins, aunts, and uncles. Every weekend, we would all get together and pray for each other and for what was going on around us. We didn't think about it too much, it's just what we did. Everyone in each of our households was raised the same, and it's how I was raising my daughter. All the parents in the family would enroll their kids in Catholic schools, and I did the same. I pushed Cassie to go to the local priest classes just like everyone else in the family. We were very big on tradition. I did what my parents did, and they did what their parents did. I didn't think about it too much, and the priest always seemed very friendly. Everyone in the church was pretty chill, honestly. I would take my daughter and a few of the other kids in the family to the priest classes twice a week. It started out fine, but before long, something unusual started to happen. Every time I dropped Cassie off, she would start to cry. The other students would do the same. I just figured it was because they'd rather be playing outside. Something about the way they cried seemed strange. It was like they were scared as hell in the church. I didn't think too much of it at first. This was around the time The Conjuring came out, so the older folks assumed it was due to the film and all the scary nuns in the movie that all the kids were freaking out from. Honestly, I would have just let my daughter stop going to the classes, but I knew how the rest of my family would react. I just followed the traditions and figured Cassie would grow out of this scared phase she was in. The problem was, she was also having nightmares every night about some monster. She wouldn't really tell me what they were about, but I could tell they were always the same. That probably wasn't helping with the situation. For the longest time, it kept being the same thing. Each time I dropped Cassie off, she would be scared out of her mind. There was nothing I could do to console her. She acted like I was dropping her off to see Pennywise. That's how bad it was. Then, after I picked her up, she would be so quiet and stay in her room drawing all day. She barely responded when I spoke to her, and every night she would have nightmares about the same monster. This went on for a while. One day later on, I picked up Cassie from the church, and she was even worse than usual. "Hey, how was class? Did you learn anything new?" She didn't say 2 words to me on the way home, and when we got there, she practically sprinted up to her room. Once again, she drew pictures for the rest of the day. She would never show me what she was drawing either. I asked her about it once, and she told me, "They're not for you." I was really starting to think that something strange was going on. I knew I had to do something. One night, while Cassie was at class along with the other students, I decided to see what she had been drawing. She always hid the drawings after she finished them, so I never had the chance to see them before, but this time I was determined to find them. I looked in the usual hiding places. I looked under her bed, in her drawers, and under the mattress, but I couldn't find the drawings anywhere. I searched her room for a good 15 minutes until I found a huge stack of papers inside a big book on her shelf. They were all drawings. There must have been 100 of them. When I started looking through them, they creeped me the hell out. They were all of a monster-like figure hovering and creeping over a lying figure. The pictures varied slightly in the colors and surroundings, but they were all basically the same. Every single one had the same large stooping figure with a strange flowing body. It reminded me of a huge vulture staring down at its next meal. I figured these must all be the pictures of the monster from her nightmares, and I didn't blame her for being scared. They drew chills. I couldn't believe that they were my daughters. I kept looking through the pile of papers until I noticed something that scared me even more. There was a familiar-looking shape in the upper right corner of one of the drawings. When I looked at it more closely, I realized it was a cross. I had no idea what a cross would be doing in all of these drawings of a monster, but then I noticed there was a cross in every single one of the drawings. I couldn't believe it. The cross obviously symbolized the church, and it was all over Cassie's drawings of a monster. I didn't know what to think, but once I saw the cross, then everything else in the picture started to make sense, and the monster looked like it was wearing the robes of a priest. After the initial shock, I called the police. "I'm calling about a priest in my church." The priest was arrested soon after. Since then, no one has heard anything about it. I think the church tried to cover it up, but I'll tell you this much. No one in my family enrolls in the classes conducted at that church anymore. This story was inspired by an incident that happened in 2016. A victim had repeatedly expressed that they no longer wanted to be a part of attending a priest's classes after constantly displaying the same behavior. The victim was removed from the classes, but what makes the story more disturbing was the discovery of 6 bizarre drawings hidden amongst the victim's books. Here's an image of the first one. Here's an image of the second one. The drawings are pretty bizarre and downright terrifying, as it looks like a monster-like figure hovering over someone. After disclosing the drawings to law enforcement, it later led to the arrest of the 54-year-old priest. Yeah, I used to attend a high school in a really small town. Everybody in our grade knew each other and was friendly with one another for the most part, but there was this one kid in particular that was always causing problems. I'll just say his name was Colin. He was a really tall and skinny guy with long greasy hair, like he was trying to look like Ash from Pokemon or something. His facial structure was super long and weird too, and he always had an expression that made him look angry and on edge all the time. He was one of those kids that had severe anger management problems and would snap if provoked in the slightest or throw a massive temper tantrum. Colin was frightening and easy to provoke too. Sometimes, all it took was somebody looking him in the eye in a slightly wrong way. That's why most people wouldn't even look at him at all, because they were all too afraid that he would take it personally. The guy had a long history of acting inappropriately, as he was known for cursing at his classmates and school employees. At one point, he even urinated outside the school. I managed to avoid any serious interactions with Colin for the longest time, but eventually, I had a couple of close calls. In the last few weeks before summer, our school would always have an ice cream truck parked outside right after class let out. They called it a sweet treat to beat the heat, and unsurprisingly, it was really popular with everyone, especially since all the ice cream was offered at a discount for the students. Right after class, everyone would rush to get in line, or they'd be stuck waiting in the heat for a long time. I always made sure I was one of the first to line up just in case the truck ran out of ice cream before I got a chance to get any. One day I ran out and got to be second in line on account of being a pretty fast runner. I was psyched because I only had to wait for one other person to get through, and then I would get mine. Unfortunately, after a few seconds, something really disturbing happened. I heard heavy breathing right behind me, with warm, moist breath all over my neck. It was like a slobbering bulldog drooling on me. When I turned around, my heart skipped a beat as I saw Colin. I remember seeing him stand right there, glaring at me with the meanest face ever. It was so enraged, with his eyebrows so pointed it almost looked ridiculous, like he was a little kid upset about not getting the toy he wanted. It wouldn't have been so unsettling if we were in elementary school, but we were in high school, and it was Colin, somebody who would actually act on that emotion. It's everything. I was here first. Calm down, dude, we're both at the front of the line. Don't tell me to calm down. All right, man, you can have my spot now. People who cut you go to the back of the line. Okay, dude, fine, I'm going. He would then point towards the back of the line like I was a dog. Of course, this was extremely embarrassing, but I didn't want to get on Colin's bad side. I might be a fast runner, but I'd never gotten into a fight. And I didn't want my first one to be with an unhinged psycho. By the time I got to the back, I had gone from second to 32nd. However, after waiting there for a while in the beating sun with no shade, I finally got back up to the truck, only for them to be all out of ice cream for the day. I was pretty ticked off, as I knew I'd barely gotten there before almost everyone else, and I just got muscled out by Colin because he couldn't accept the fact that he'd rightfully lost to me in a foot race. But then I saw Colin sitting on a bench, finishing up his ice cream while looking at me with an infuriating smug expression on his face. I got more upset and said something under my breath which totally sent Colin off. Freaking jerk. Wow, what did you say to me? Get off of me. Hey, on that day, I was lucky there was a teacher to stop Colin before he did anything more. I knew he was going to have more issues with me because of it. I casually exited and began making my way home. The weird thing was that the whole next day, in all the classes I had with him, Colin didn't say a thing. He just glared at me all day with rage in his eyes. I did everything I could not to run into him, and luckily, I went through all of my classes without him getting on my case. When it came time to get in line for ice cream, I didn't bother racing to the front. I took my time and got in near the back, but at least this time I was sure I'd get something and not get turned away. Despite being in the back of the line, something ended up happening that would haunt me for the rest of my life. I heard something and turned to look, only to see Colin sprinting towards me. He charged right into me, tackling me to the concrete. I managed to keep my footing, but Colin still had me by the collar. Before Colin could knock my teeth out, I pushed him off and ran the hell out of there. His hyper-aggressive, unhinged mentality made me more scared of him than ever. Moments later, Colin was reported to the office. But the most disturbing thing of all was what they found in his backpack when they searched him. There were 2 drawings he had made in a psychotic chicken scratch style with a bunch of stick figures in it. There was one that was supposed to be him sawing the heads off all the others who had X's for eyes. It doesn't take a genius to figure out the intention behind the drawing. Colin was immediately suspended for 10 days over it. I'm glad he had that time to cool down over the whole thing, otherwise, I'm sure things would have been much worse. This story was inspired by an incident that happened in 2020. A student was suspended for a total of 10 days for drawing 2 pictures of several stick figures with X's for eyes. The student's mother had once instructed him to draw comic strips when he was angry instead of getting physical with anyone. The school later sent the student to the office after shoving another student who had earlier cut him in line while participating in a class activity. The student's drawings are shown below and were reportedly drawings he alluded to his classmates. I have to share something that's been happening to me. I am a single mother raising a 10-year-old boy. We live in a small 2-story townhome, making ends meet off child support payments and my retail job. For the most part, my son goes with me wherever I go, as I can't afford to put him in daycare or hire a babysitter. The father, of course, is a deadbeat who isn't around and is usually late on his payments. Unfortunately, I'm also not close with anyone in my family, so I've basically been raising my child entirely on my own. That, along with work and everything else, makes me a very busy person, so I'm always in need of ways to keep my son entertained when I can't give him attention. Out of what's available to him, he would always talk to his imaginary friends. I always found it bizarre but assumed that's what all kids did. Aside from him talking to himself, he really likes to draw. I don't have the money laying around to get him any video games, but paper and crayons are cheap. During the summer, when he's home from school, he spends a lot of time drawing. Most of his drawings were just stick figures and a bunch of legible scribbles at best. I constantly find them around the house whenever I clean. I found this all normal, except for his obsessive fixation with a particular subject. He started to exclusively draw the same 3 stick figures over and over again. If I had to describe them, all I could say is that there's a giraffe-looking thing, a walrus, and some kind of masked person. It looked like all 3 of them were dressed like businessmen with red ties. When I saw this repetition in the beginning, I brushed it off, thinking it was just a summertime fixation that he would get bored with eventually. However, he only seemed to get more interested in doing this one thing repeatedly, so I decided to ask him about it. "Hey Jason, who are those people you're drawing?" "These are my friends, long neck, big tooth, and no face." When I realized he was drawing his imaginary friends all the time, I was a little creeped out. It was something he did every night, and considering he didn't have any real friends outside of school, I wasn't willing to acknowledge how serious he was about it. I was just too busy and overworked, but I wish I'd paid more attention to him because things only got worse. One night, I was feeling very overwhelmed with my circumstances, but I wanted to hide my depression from my son. So, I locked myself in my room and cried quietly into my pillow while curled into a ball. I even played some music so that if any sounds managed to escape the pillow, they would be drowned out. When I had cried myself out and dried my tears, I went downstairs to make some sad, cheap comfort food. My son was sitting at the kitchen table as usual, drawing endlessly, but when I came in, He stopped, then looked at me and said something that genuinely shook me. "Are you okay, Mommy?" "What do you mean, Jason? Why are you crying?" "What? How did you know?" "My friend Longneck told me he was watching you through the window." I fell silent. A chill ran through my whole body, and suddenly I felt like I couldn't stand on my own 2 feet. I sat down and watched my son continue to draw his pictures, trying as hard as I could to figure out some other way that he could have found out. But I knew there was no way he could have heard me or seen me. Only that Longneck could see through my bedroom window. For better or worse, I denied it anyway. I couldn't admit the existence of that thing because then I would be admitting that I was crazy. I told myself that my son was just heavily invested in the narrative of his imaginary friends. Over time, I forgot about it. But then, months later, something even more baffling happened. I was making dinner, and my son waited at the table. In the middle of me cooking, he asked me to make another plate for his friend. I refused, of course, as I was only serving 1 plate, and I couldn't afford to make more food for nobody. Still, he insisted, so I shut him down and said he could have his imaginary friend. But I wasn't going to waste food feeding someone who didn't exist. A few awkwardly silent minutes later, I had made my son his plate and set it down for him. Then I turned around for a few seconds to fix my own plate, and when I returned to the table to sit down, I was once again floored by what I saw. All the food I had given him was gone. Not only that, the plate was cracked, and the edges of the dining table were so chewed up that it looked like a dog had gone at it for hours without anyone stopping it. Yet it happened in just a few seconds. I was done. There was no logical explanation for it. What happened? What did you do, Jason? Wasn't me, Mom. It was my friend Big Tooth. You wouldn't feed him, so I wanted to share. The entire experience had shaken me up. Honestly, I don't think I've ever been able to relax ever since. I still can't catch a break from work, and now, for some ungodly reason, I have to come to terms with the fact that my son's imaginary friends are real. I don't even have the luxury of pretending they're real just to placate my son. I'm afraid of my son now. I have to actually believe in the existence of whatever he says, while something I can't even see might gnaw the flesh right off my bones in a matter of seconds. It's been a few years since this all started, and I'm almost at my breaking point. I can't go on not talking about this with anyone, so I've decided to share my story on the internet to see if anyone believes me, to see if anyone can help me. If anyone out there can do something for my situation, I beg of you, please help me. I swear I see no face in the mirror sometimes. This story was inspired by a viral incident online that happened to a Reddit user. It was alleged that the user was a mother who had a son who claimed to have imaginary friends. The mother would then play along with it like any mother would, but things took a dark turn when she began to hear noises at night and experience strange paranormal-like things around the household with no other explanation. She turned to her son and discovered that he had drawings of these so-called imaginary friends called Long Neck, Big Tooth, and No Face. The mother's story has since remained a disturbing tale on the internet. This story was inspired by a disturbing drawing submitted by a viewer. Here, you can clearly see there's something extremely bizarre going on. The picture appears to showcase what looks like one big happy family. Over by the left, you can clearly see what looks to be the parents looking over their 8 children. You can see a pet dog and cat, but over by the right is a mysterious giant black figure. More context will be explained during and at the end of the story. Here's what the story looked like. My wife and I used to have this running joke about our kids. We'd say we lose track of how many people were in the house if we kept having so many children. That's definitely in the category of dad jokes, but it started to get old even for me around the time we had our 8th kid. By then, the house was in such a constant state of disorder that it wasn't even funny anymore. It got to the point that it was a little embarrassing, maybe even a fire hazard. I guess we were lucky that it wasn't a fire that made us come to our senses about keeping the house a little more organized. But I'd argue what actually happened could have been just as bad, if not worse. It's one of those things you would struggle to believe on TV, but when you see it happen to your own family, you aren't afforded the luxury of disbelief. I always thought a house full of kids and animals would be its own security system. I mean, with 10 humans and a dog and some other creatures, you'd think there would always be at least one of them awake to sound the alarm if they noticed something. But if the business as usual state of the household is absolute chaos, nobody ever knows what's going on in it deciphered between normal and not normal. Even now, I can struggle sometimes with telling whether or not something one of my kids is doing is normal. Like a 5-year-old boy's drawings, for instance. They always look kind of deranged and manic just because a 5-year-old only knows how to scribble with crayons. But for the most part, they're harmless. 90% of them are the same thing anyway, just a bunch of stick figures with names and a couple defining features here and there. Maybe a table or a chair, and with boys, sometimes there's a gun or a decapitation or some crude act of violence seen in movies and video games. But that's all normal kid stuff, at least I think so. Every once in a while, though, something a kid of mine does makes me do a double take. Most recently, it was my youngest son, Brandon. I honestly forgot exactly how old he was when this happened, but I think he was around 4 or 5 years old. The first thing I noticed was that he wasn't sleeping right. I wake up at dawn every day to go to work, and usually the only other person who's awake in the house at that time is the dog, waiting for me to let it out. However, one morning, Brandon was sitting at the dining room table lazily scribbling on a piece of paper with a bunch of crayons around. It was like he'd been up all night just layering colors over the same piece of paper with a picture of the family on it. "Hey bud, what you doing there?" I asked. "Drawing." "Well, I can see that. But what are you drawing? Is that mommy and I and your siblings?" "Maybe I'm just a silly old man, but it looks like you drew too many people, buddy. There's only 10 of us, plus the dog and cat." "No, I can count to 10. I'm just drawing my friend too." "Oh, your friend is pretty tall there, buddy. Where'd you meet them?" Here in the house." "When?" I don't really remember. I saw her last night though, Dad." "Is she allowed in the house?" A chill ran down my spine. I froze for a moment while my little boy stared me down the way that only children can when they ask you a question you are not prepared to answer. Don't worry about it, kiddo. You probably just dreamed it up." Okay. I just didn't want to freak him out or tell the family and have them freak out. Every once in a while, a kid will make something up and believe themselves, but I just had a funny feeling about this one. This was one of those cases when a kid sees something they weren't supposed to see. And they weren't even aware it was wrong. I figured I'd let him at least stay calm for the moment. I knew my wife was going to be home all day, so I went ahead and went off to work despite the goosebumps. But for the whole day, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I tried to distract myself with a task, but every time I got into something, I would get distracted with another realization, some new pair of dots that I connected. I knew I had a lot of kids and the house was always a little messy, but recently things had gotten worse. Things had started going missing or showing up in the wrong place, misplaced pieces of sentimental clothing, toys that were fine one evening and broken in the morning, and nobody fessing up to getting out of bed past their bedtime. Little things. My heart was racing by the time I got home, and it sank when I saw my son in the exact same spot when I left 8 hours ago. By then, there were several more drawings in all different colors of crayon. They were all basically the same thing, the classic family portrait where everyone in the family was one color in one drawing and in all different colors in the others. But in every single one, there was a figure in deeply pressed black wax with a distorted face and long messy hair. That's when I knew I had to do something. I left right away and bought a bunch of security cameras along with a whole new set of power tools. I spent the evening drilling holes and mounting cameras in the corners of the hallways, in the living room, and even some of the bedrooms. I tried to hide each one with some out-of-season holiday decorations so they wouldn't be obvious to any potential intruders. Honestly, I was hoping I'd just gone crazy, that I'd gotten so overworked and scatterbrained that I let the imaginations of a kindergartner get to me. But the very next morning, everything came to light. There really had been someone sneaking into the house, a woman digging through my family's laundry and trying on her clothes, rummaging through my children's toy chest and stealing the most valuable items she could find, using my bathrooms to relieve herself, and even eating the food out of the kitchen I worked so hard to keep stocked for my family. She even had the audacity to drink the milk straight out of the jug, spreading her germs to every single person in the house. I don't know how my stupid dog didn't raise hell when it saw this woman, but I guess she was some kind of dog whisperer, or maybe my dog is just a spineless coward because all I saw my dog do was run away and hide. I don't know how, but I guess my youngest son was lying awake one night and caught a glimpse of her, unsure if it was one of his sisters, his imagination, or something else entirely. Of course, I called the cops immediately and had the woman arrested. That night, we made sure she faced the proper punishment of the law, but I still have nightmares about those happenings. I always kick myself, and my wife defends it too. We always think, maybe illogically, maybe reasonably, that if we kept the house a little more tidy, we would have noticed the evidence of that woman's intrusion before it got to that point. This hands down has got to be the creepiest story on the channel. Sometimes kid drawings could look innocent, but when you dive into the true meaning behind the drawing, you can really discover some terrifying things. Here you see an innocent-looking cat, but when you see what happens at the end of the story, you may question your sanity. Here's what it looked like. Most kids develop strange habits at some point during their childhood, imaginary friends, eccentric rituals, or other strange compulsive behaviors. They can be brought on by just about anything, and the only limit is the imagination of the child. So, I'm sure you can imagine my bewilderment when my teenage daughter started seeing the ghost of our recently deceased cat. Now, the teenage years of a kid's life is about the time when they start finding reasons to be mad and indignant with authority as they begin to voice their disagreements with their parents. But all that stuff is usually over things like curfews, bedtimes, and chores, not about a disagreement over whether or not the cat is still alive. I knew that cat was dead for a fact. I was the one who tried to catch it when it broke out of the house and ran out in front of a speeding car, getting itself turned to roadkill. I was the one who scraped it off the street and buried it in the backyard. Despite that, my daughter managed to find a way to blame me for the cat's death because I scared it or something. I didn't care, though. I didn't get mad back or anything like that because on a deeper level, I understood what my daughter was going through, and to some extent, I did agree that some of her stress was my fault. I'd recently taken a new job opportunity that required my family to move to a different city. My daughter detested this because she had been very involved with her old school. I felt bad, so I tried to make it up to her. I bought her a phone and a desktop computer for her room so she could stay in touch with her old friends over that internet thing the kids were all talking about. My wife and I even took her to the pound and let her pick out a cat for us to adopt. These things combined seemed to do the trick with keeping our daughter happy. However, when the cat died, things became worse than ever. At first, it just seemed like she was not properly processing the grief. For a few days, she didn't say anything. She didn't go to school. All she did was draw. I'd go into her room from time to time to remind her to study and stay caught up, but it was like she didn't even notice my presence. She just kept drawing pictures of the cat, like a little kid with a brand new box of crayons. Except her drawings of the cat were actually pretty good. When she finally started talking again, my wife and I wanted to celebrate, but we couldn't because our daughter wasn't talking to us. She was talking to the cat. I'm so glad you came back, precious. You really are precious, aren't you? Yes, you are. Who are you talking to, Sweeney? I'm talking to Precious, obviously. She came back. I guess that means you have to start buying cat food again. Don't forget she's so hungry. My wife and I were taken aback. Our daughter had never had an imaginary friend before, so it was that much stranger to see her develop one now, or at least that's the way things looked. We tolerated the strangeness for the time being. However, as our daughter at least seemed to be happier, she started to go back to school again, which we felt was good. The only problem was that when she came home from school every day, she would start doing her old routine of taking care of the cat, dishing out some food and water, petting it, talking to it, and carrying it around, except there was nothing there. She was just pantomiming. Still, we appeased her and got a few cans of cat food, thinking that she would surely come to her senses at any moment. But that's not what happened. We watched her set the food out, and the next day it would be gone. We didn't have a dog, so to us, there was only one explanation. Wendy, we need to talk. We've noticed that you've been talking to yourself lately, and we're worried. And about the cat food, you haven't been eating it, have you? Oh my God, no. What, do you need glasses? Precious has been eating it, obviously. But Precious isn't here anymore, sweetheart. She's not coming back. What do you mean? She's right here in my arms. You guys are so blind, I can't stand you. My wife and I just didn't have a clue on what to do. That night, I was losing sleep, stuck awake worrying that my daughter had gone crazy. That's when I heard a noise from downstairs that sounded exactly like a cat sharpening its claws, tearing up some fabric. My wife had managed to get to sleep, so I dared not ruin her rest. I jumped up out of bed, threw on my robe, and walked downstairs by myself. I found the back of the living room sofa had been torn to shreds, like a neurotic feline with abandonment issues had been locked in there alone. I was immediately flushed with a mixture of frustration and horror. Then a door upstairs slammed shut. I knew that it was my daughter's room. I rushed upstairs. But instead of barging into the room, I stalled. I saw two shadows shifting, the light spilling out from beneath the door. I heard my daughter talking to herself again, but this time I heard meowing in response. I quietly shuffled up to the door and put my ear against it. I swear I could hear purring. When I thought I'd heard enough, I swung open the door, somehow thinking that I'd see some random stray cat living in my daughter's room. But of course, there was nothing. She was just laying on her bed, acting like she was holding something, petting it, smiling at it, and kissing it. I gasped in complete shock at the sight of my daughter acting like a schizophrenic. Wendy jumped up in surprise when she noticed me. What are you doing? Haven't you heard of knocking? What? But what are you doing? It's a school night. You should be sleeping. At a loss for words to say or actions to take, I very awkwardly retreated back through the doorway and gently closed the door. I listened in again, but she turned the light off and didn't make any more noise. The next day, after I'd gotten home from work and Wendy was back from school, I thought I'd try something. I found a camera I'd gotten from a relative the previous Christmas, a regular old film camera with most of the shots left in it from the first film reel we'd ever loaded into it. So, Wendy, I know we've been having some disagreements about Precious. You believe she's still around, and your mother and I believe that she isn't. I thought of a good way that we could find out once and for all who's really right, with pictures. Okay, let me go get her. She left the room to retrieve the cat, returning with her arms stretched out in a weird position as though she was holding a fully grown house cat. She smiled, and I framed up the camera, then snapped the picture. When the flash went off, along with the click of the mirrors inside the camera, Wendy flinched and dropped her arms. Oh no! That scared her. She ran off in pursuit of the phantom feline. I wasn't able to get Wendy to take any more pictures with the cat. Apparently, it was thoroughly frightened by the sight and sound of the camera. One was all I needed, though. I took the film roll to the photo lab and had it developed as soon as possible. I waited until my wife and my daughter were both home before opening the envelope. We were all sitting on the couch together when it was revealed. Wendy was ecstatic. To this day, I still can't explain it. I've stopped trying. The picture I took, even though I saw that there was no cat when I took that photo, contained a flawless image of Precious sprawled out in my daughter's arms, exactly the way it would have been if it had really been there. This image is allegedly the same image taken by the family of the daughter and her quote-unquote invisible cat. When the family got the picture developed, this is what they found. This is just downright terrifying, as the cat seemingly appears in the girl's hands despite nothing being there when the photo was taken. This story was inspired by a disturbing drawing that had surfaced on the internet for quite some time. It, of course, involves a female named Valerie who discovers a very unsettling drawing upon some kid's nightstand she was looking after. You won't believe what went down that night as Valerie was literally trapped in a house of horrors. Here's what it looked like. I'm currently in college and live on the res. When I come home for the summer break, I take on odd jobs from house sitting to babysitting just to bring in some extra cash to save up for the fall semester. I've been babysitting every summer since I was 15, so the families in my hometown were quite familiar with me. I run an ad on Craigslist for my services, so I was accustomed to getting calls from all sorts of area codes. Unfortunately, business was running a little slower than usual, but through word of mouth, I was recommended to babysit for this new family that had moved into town. They had a son named Lucas who was around the age of 7 and needed to be looked after every Friday. They were posh and elegant folks that lived in a large upscale house. The father was some successful lawyer, and the mother was some young broad that probably reaped all the rewards from that guy. Over the next couple of Fridays, I had gone to babysit Lucas at their home. The job was quite laid back. The kid was well-mannered and easy to watch. He was punctual when it came to his bedtime, and after reading a couple of bedtime stories of his choice, he was out cold. The parents came home, paid me, and off to my house I went. Considering the family paid me an incalculable amount for just a few hours on a Friday night, I usually took any offer they threw in my direction. But one day, the mom called me and pitched an unexpected offer that went against my policy. "Hello, Valerie, it's Mrs. Holloway. I've got another job for you. Mr. Holloway and I will pay you a flat rate of $200, but we need you to stay the weekend with Lucas. Oh no, I'm sorry, Mrs. Holloway, I don't do overnights. Are you sure? What if we offered a flat rate of $400? I was hesitant in taking the offer, but the money she was offering was inconceivable. I'd be an idiot to pass up that opportunity. I agreed to bend my rules for them as Lucas was easy to take care of. The weekend came, and I packed a suitcase to get me through 2 days. Mrs. Holloway gave me a walkthrough on how to use the appliances in the kitchen for when I cook food for Lucas. She was even going to show me the guest room where I was going to settle in. The couple eventually left, and it was just myself and Lucas. I asked him what he wanted to do, and he insisted on spending time in his bedroom drawing. I remember leaving his door open while I went to the guest room across from his and began watching TV. I checked in on Lucas every half hour to an hour or so and found it rather strange that the kid wanted to spend all his time drawing considering all the video game consoles he had in the living room. After a few minutes of prepping our respective plates, I went up to Lucas's room and noticed he was still honed in on his drawings. I could hear him utter some gibberish while simultaneously drawing as I knocked on his door and said, "Lucas, dinner's ready." Hearing this, he replied, "Dinner is ready, bring it up here. Can't you see I'm busy?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I was visibly taken aback and knew he could see it too due to the expression on my face. He then put his markers down and came down to the dining area where I served dinner. We both sat and ate in silence. I couldn't help but feel the awkward tension in the air as I could sense he was itching to head back to his room and draw more. As I tried to spark up some conversation, Lucas didn't say a word. He didn't even acknowledge my existence as he kept his eyes glued to his plate. I couldn't help but feel baffled. It was almost as if I was talking to another kid from the complete 180 he pulled since our first interaction. I began to question if I had done something wrong, but the little brat just kept ignoring me. Lucas then excused himself and headed back to his room. To be honest, I didn't know how to feel or act, so I just kept my mouth shut and played the waiting game until the parents arrived. As I cleaned up after the two of us, I headed upstairs and could see Lucas back at it again with his drawings through the narrow opening of his door. During the rest of my stay there, it had become a daily thing, maybe an hourly thing, or even an every-minute kind of thing where Lucas would completely indulge himself in his drawings. Every time I passed by his room, every time I asked him to come down and eat, he would just shout stuff like, "I'm busy. Leave," and pointed out the door like I was some dog or something. I then came to the realization that the kid I once thought was charming and funny was anything but an obsessed narcissist who was infatuated with his artistic craft and nothing else. I didn't bother to alert his parents and opted to just ride out the rest of the gig until his parents arrived back, as I knew this would be the last time I would ever babysit this kid again. On the last night, just an hour shy before the parents arrived back, I made it my duty to check out his drawings before leaving the house. I couldn't help but feel curious as to what the hell he was drawing that would not make him want to leave his room. I remember curling up in my bed while watching some TV when I heard the little twerp head downstairs. That was my cue to head to his bedroom, so I quickly turned off the TV and darted down the hallway. I could feel my heart racing out of my chest despite my adversary only being 7 years old. I wasn't down to face the noise and certainly wasn't down to deal with an inevitable temper tantrum if I was to get caught red-handed in his room. I could recall seeing the sketch pad sitting on his desk. I picked it up and literally had to bite my tongue as I felt the sudden urge to scream. There lay a picture of a stick figure with its head chopped off. There was an axe hovering over the head with a message above it saying, "Dear Valerie, get out of my life." I froze in disbelief, trembling as I read the message over and over again. I mean literally, I read the message over and over again as the rest of the sketchpad had the same exact drawing with the same message on it. I carefully ripped off one of the pages and slid it inside my back pocket. As I backed off and began to make my way into my room, I could hear loud grunting and thuds coming from somewhere in my bedroom. It sounded like Lucas was there. When I approached the doorway and turned the lights on, I could see Lucas smashing my bed with an axe. I stared in disbelief as I said, "What the hell are you doing, Lucas?" "Sorry, I thought you were sleeping," he replied. I literally yelled from the top of my lungs and ran straight to the foyer and out the front door. I didn't bother to grab my belongings, but was able to grab my sneakers when heading out. Luckily, I had my phone on me and ended up calling an Uber home. While I was on my way back, I ended up calling Lucas's parents but didn't get a response. I decided to leave a few text messages regarding the situation. When I got to my house, I curled up into my bed and couldn't help but stare at Lucas's disturbing drawing. About a minute later, I got a text message from the mom saying, "Where the hell are you? And why did you leave my son home alone?" He was only joking around. I didn't bother to respond back. I just put my phone on Do Not Disturb and tried sleeping the night off. When I woke up the next morning, I checked my phone and could see hundreds of missed calls and texts saying stuff like, "Can you please call me back? We need to talk," and "Val, can you please come back to pick up your money? I also wanted you to babysit Lucas for one more weekend if that's okay." I left her on read and never babysat for her or anyone ever again. Wow. Years ago, I did a somewhat light-hearted video about the creepiest children's drawings. I made jokes about a lot of them, but a few on that list did seem like they might have had some sinister backstories. Over the years, I've gotten a handful of kids' drawings with backstories emailed to me. Today, I'm going to be compiling a few of those into this video. This was the drawing made by a 6-year-old boy in 2012. The picture was found in his room by his older sister, Tracy, who sent this to me. Tracy was 14 at the time, and she showed it to her parents. In the picture, the family is around the dinner table, drawn in a typical 6-year-old skill level. The reason Tracy showed it to her family is that she could recognize all the family members at the dinner table, even the family dog and cat. However, she couldn't recognize the man sitting on the floor kind of behind the table. Tracy said in her emails to me that when she was asking her little brother who that man was, he kept shrugging his shoulders and saying he was not allowed to tell. The man was drawn to be dressed in all black and had reddish-brown curly hair. As you can see, because of her little brother's refusal to explain who that fifth person in the picture was, she showed it to her parents, explaining that he likely had an imaginary friend or was pretending to see ghosts. After the parents confronted the child at dinner, asking who the man in the picture was, the boy made a pouty face and shrugged his shoulders. He did this any time they asked, with the most detailed answer from his mouth being, "I'm not allowed to tell." The parents, specifically the dad, weren't fazed by it, as really a 6-year-old could draw anything and create some kind of crazy story in their head behind it. Tracy would often be responsible for watching her brother when their parents weren't home. One day, when she was left in charge of watching him, she heard her brother talking to someone in his room. Upon getting to his room, she learned he was just playing with his toy car set on the floor, talking to most likely himself as he played. Tracy asked if he was talking to anyone, and he looked at her and shrugged his shoulders again, pouting his face. Tracy then noticed some candies on the floor of her brother's room, a specific kind of green apple-flavored candy that she'd never seen her mother buy before. She asked him where he got this, and he ignored her, going back to playing. Tracy took the candies, and that angered her brother, who yelled for her to give them back. She waited until her parents returned home to ask if either of them had bought the unusual candy. Since the boy was only 6 and it was summer break, receiving the candies at school wasn't even a possibility. The random candies appearing in the boy's room became a concern. Even as the boy was scolded and pressed by his parents as to where he got the candies from, he still just made his pouty, angry face and ignored them. The boy was grounded by his father until he would answer the question, so he wasn't allowed to leave his room. The family checked the closets in his room, under the bed, and even the closets outside of the room. The idea that someone was inside of the house was out the window. On that same night that he was grounded, Tracy sat close to her bedroom door instead of on her bed so that she would easily hear if and when her brother in the next room would start talking. Sure enough, when he did, which, to note, was way past her brother's bedtime, she jumped up and ran to his room. She opened the door and saw her little 6-year-old brother standing at his open window, talking to a man who looked as though he were about to climb into the room. Tracy screamed for her mom and dad, causing the man at the window to flee, and her brother began to cry. Once Tracy told her parents that a man was talking to her brother through his window, the police were called. The boy still refused to talk at first, but with the police there, he eventually said that his friend told him not to tell anyone about him or that he couldn't come and play anymore. When asked his friend's name and age, he said he didn't know. When asked what the two of them would do, the boy said he would come with snacks and candies for him and just play with toys. When asked how they met, he said they met in front of the house one day when the man stopped on his bike and gave him some candy. After offering to come back with more candies and snacks, Tracy's brother told him which bedroom window was his, and that's when this started. Submitted to me all the way back in 2015, this account was sent by a mother of 2 children, a 6-year-old boy and an 8-year-old girl. Almost every night, between the hours of 12 and 5 a.m., the boy would come to the parents' bedroom crying that he was scared because someone or something was in his room at the edge of his bed. The boy would claim that every night, the person or thing would come out from his closet and move to the same spot at the foot of his bed, standing there without moving. The first few times, the parents would check the boy's bedroom just to make him feel better. The closet door would always be open, and when questioned about why it was always open when it was supposed to be shut, he would insist it was because he was telling the truth about the thing in his closet. Every time the parents showed their son that the closet was empty, he would go back to sleep. Their 8-year-old daughter never had any similar issues. For a few nights, the parents allowed him to sleep in their room on the floor with a blanket. Eventually, though, after this had been going on for too long, the parents decided to humor him one more time and asked him to draw what the thing at the foot of his bed looked like. His drawing sent chills down his parents' spines. It depicted a grudge-like figure that seemed terrifying enough to give a grown man nightmares, let alone a 6-year-old boy. There also appeared to be something at the window, and when questioned about this, the boy said that he sometimes saw it at the window too when it wasn't at the foot of his bed. The parents' solution to this was to move their son's bed to the spare bedroom across the hall, which didn't have any big closets. The mother who submitted this couldn't help but feel a little creeped out herself by the drawing, especially every time he came crying to their room in the middle of the night. This is a little different in that it's a mix of drawings and writing, and there are 3 different pages of it. This was found by the new babysitter of an 11-year-old boy named Rocco in Ottawa, Canada. The babysitter, whom I'll refer to as Alyssa, was needed while the parents of Rocco were away for a week. According to Alyssa, Rocco was very quiet and kept to himself most of the time. He would stay in his room for a majority of the day and would only come out to get food from the fridge or to go downstairs to play video games. Alyssa tried to befriend the child on the first day but eventually gave up after realizing Rocco either didn't like her or was just a very unfriendly, creepy kid in general. Alyssa would spend the majority of her shifts doing schoolwork and watching movies. She knew Rocco had an obsession with guns because of the number of toy guns he had. They would lay across the house in varying rooms, ranging from Nerf guns to airsoft guns to various types of toy guns. Alyssa had never been in Rocco's room yet, though. One night, when Alyssa was having trouble sleeping, she heard Rocco sneak into her designated bedroom and just stand by the doorway. She sat up in her bed and asked if Rocco was something wrong, but he quickly closed the door and she heard him running back to his room. The next day, Alyssa went into Rocco's room for the first time. Rocco wasn't in there, and the light was off, which meant he was in the basement playing video games, as those were the only 2 rooms he'd ever be in. According to Alyssa, he didn't even seem to seek hanging out with friends. Sprawled out on Rocco's floor were a bunch of papers. The first piece of paper that caught her attention was a drawing of a handgun. It wasn't anything really alarming, it just further demonstrated his fixation on guns. Alyssa dug through the papers and found 4 pieces of paper stapled together with 3 different staples. They formed what could best be described as a little storybook. The first page looked to be the cover page, titled The Babysitter. Immediately, Alyssa assumed this little book was about her, but not wanting to get caught reading it, she took pictures of each page of the little booklet, as well as a picture of the handgun drawing, and left the room to go read it on her phone elsewhere. This was the second page Rocco wrote on. It was a regular day in the house when Mom and Dad brought over the babysitter for the first time. There's something about her that I hate. I think it's how ugly she is. She's a huge nerd. I don't want her in the house. Not sure why my mom and dad hired her. I think I'm gonna have to kill her. The drawing on the page is what's supposed to be Alyssa sitting on the couch on her phone, and Rocco spying on her through the doorway. This was the next page. It's day 3 and she's still here. Parents think I'm a baby or something that needs an annoying, ugly babysitter that eats all our food and drinks. In this drawing, Rocco appears to be grabbing a kitchen knife while Alyssa's in the fridge. The child's disdain for his babysitter becomes increasingly apparent in a disturbing manner. But the next and last page is by far the worst. It says, "She caught me sneaking into her room. I have to be quieter next time." The picture is quite obviously Rocco holding a knife behind his back while Alyssa lay asleep in her bed. The implications of this picture are beyond transparent. Alyssa returned to Rocco's room while he was still in the basement and, lo and behold, found a small kitchen knife on his bedside nightstand. Alyssa sent the pictures of the drawings and knife to Rocco's parents and then called them. At first, the parents tried to convince her he must be joking around, but they were apparently easily convinced that Rocco could have monstrous intentions. They had Rocco's grandmother take over that same day. Alyssa left the house, never informing the police or any other authorities. She accepted her payment for the 2 weeks that night and accepted the parents' apologies, but not without recommending that they take their son to get some serious help. I rent out my South Carolina house on Airbnb whenever I'm not using it. It's a modest 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom house by the beach. 2 of the bedrooms are guest rooms that are accessible to the renters, while I keep the master bedroom locked, as it contains my clothes and certain belongings. That room is essentially for me, and I have to keep my stuff somewhere instead of lugging it back and forth every time I go down there. I have a regular lock and then a deadbolt on the door, so no one is getting in there unless they chop the door down or break through the window. It's not like I keep anything super expensive in there, mainly just clothing. This was early last spring when it was still chilly up in Massachusetts, where I lived most of the year. I wanted to take a drive down to my South Carolina house for the week. For the most part, I work remotely, so I'm lucky to be able to do this when I want. Ordinarily, I would have my usual cleaning lady come and clean the house after each guest leaves. The cost of her service is baked into the price of the rental on Airbnb, but since I was going down right after the current renter left, I decided to pocket the cleaning lady's money and clean it myself. The last renter was a guy named Ramon. Through our messages, he told me he was renting with his fiancée and asked for good restaurants to eat at in the area. He seemed trustworthy. I always prefer to rent to couples or smaller groups of women as opposed to groups of young men because they're usually the ones who come, get drunk, and potentially damage the place. I started my drive very early in the morning. It was about a 16-hour drive, stopping only for a quick bite to eat and to use the bathroom. By the time I got to the house, it was about 10 o'clock at night. I went to unlock and open the front door first before going back to my car to grab my bags and go inside. I was shot from driving, so I didn't even bother checking the place out for a mess. I just went straight to my bedroom door to unlock it. I collapsed into the bed without brushing my teeth or anything. For those who haven't done it, a 16-hour straight drive will absolutely kill you. I crawled under the covers, and I was out like a baby in a matter of minutes. You'd think I'd have slept through the night, but no. I woke up in a black room, and the clock next to my bed read 11:30 p.m. I had only been asleep for a little more than an hour. Something woke me up. I grabbed my phone to check for any texts out of habit, then turned on the bedside lamp. I looked around the room and then got up and went out to the living room. I took this moment to start analyzing the place. I didn't notice a single thing out of place, not a pillow, not a can of beer, nothing. I went to the bedrooms. Both were void of any people, although the covers on a bed in one of the rooms seemed to have been moved. So yes, they did come. I thought they may have been the cleanest couple to have ever stayed in my place. I have a camera set up on the front porch of the house. I never really think to check it unless a customer is giving me any kind of hard time. But I was curious. I opened the app to the camera system on my phone and went to the movement history. It picked up on a man entering the house via the code lock 3 days earlier. Just a man, though. He had no woman with him. Strange. I checked for any other movement updates from then until the moment I showed up, which it also caught on video, and there was nothing. I checked it over like 5 times and suddenly got the chills. I went to the Airbnb app to message Ramon, asking if he checked out okay. Even though it was late at night, I went to check the bedroom where I presumed he had slept. I started checking under the bed and in the closets. I was yanking the closet doors open as if I were ripping off a Band-Aid. Each time, I was greeted with an empty closet. I moved along to the second guest bedroom, and both twin beds in here were still neat and untouched. As I yanked open the last closet he could have been in, I saw that it was empty. I sat on one of the beds for a second to just stare at the conversation between Ramon and me. That's when I heard the master bedroom door click shut quietly, in a way that a person would have done it, not a draft. I went out to the living room and looked at the master bedroom door. I said, "Ramon, are you still in here?" with a shake in my voice. There was no response, but I could see the light was still on in the room through the bottom crack of the door. I got on all fours to look under the crack of the door, and I fell backwards when I saw 2 feet standing not far behind the door, maybe a couple of feet away. I went to the knife holder in the kitchen, planning to grab the biggest carving knife, but it was already taken. At this point, My only logical option was to leave the house and call 911, and that's what I did. I waited out front until the police showed up. Then, as we went inside, there was Ramon, waiting in the living room, no knife in hand. He spoke in this Portuguese accent, acting all innocent, saying he just needed a place to stay for one more night, which was complete. He denied ever picking up the knife, which was conveniently placed back in the knife holder. After 30 minutes of 2 police officers outside talking to Ramon and 2 inside talking to me, they actually let him go and told me I should contact Airbnb and try to work it out with them. I was just shocked. I felt like the police didn't do their job. After everyone left, I changed the lock code on the door and contacted Airbnb about what happened, though I didn't receive payment for the extra day Ramon squatted in my house. They did apparently ban him from ever using the app again, but it doesn't really feel like proper justice, especially considering he was potentially waiting to stab me in my own house, in my own bedroom. I'm 26 years old, still living with my parents. I'm not content with my job, and I'm in a relationship that I'm not too sure about. To say I've been stressed would be a monumental understatement. My mom and I were not getting along 1 week, and everyone was just bothering me. I wanted to escape for a weekend. I looked into little 1-bedroom Airbnbs up in the mountains and found one for cheap. It was in Troutdale, Virginia, a couple of hours away from us, and based on the pictures, it was this nice, private, and peaceful-looking little place surrounded by woods. It was the fall too, so the foliage was going to be beautiful. I told my parents I was going there for the weekend. My mom seemed overly happy about me leaving, while my girlfriend was more so just confused, finding it weird and suspicious that I was going away to some random cabin in the woods alone for a weekend. When Friday came, I packed a backpack full of clothes, toiletries, and my laptop, and I headed out on the road. It was around a 2.5-hour drive, door to door. The area of Troutville was very quiet and scenic. It was a perfect escape from suburbia back home. I needed a nice weekend just to spend to myself. I was driving up a gravel road when my GPS told me I had arrived. I saw an opening in the trees next to the road. The instructions the owner of the Airbnb gave me were to cut through this opening onto the grass and up the little hill. I did exactly this, and there I saw the cute little house sitting at the top of the hill. The second I stepped out of the car, I inhaled the fresh rural air, instantly feeling happy I did this. The owner told me where to find the key to the front door, so I let myself in and checked the place out. It was a nice, cozy living room, a small kitchen, a bathroom, and 1 loft bedroom that you had to climb a ladder-like stairway to get into. There was a circular window over the bed, and lots of light got into the house, which was nice. I went out to walk some of the trails the owner told me about a 5-minute drive away. On the drive back to the house afterwards, I noticed 2 guys walking down the gravel road. As my car was passing, they literally stopped in their tracks to turn and look at me. I waved and smiled, thinking they were friendly locals, but they didn't wave back. It was completely off-putting. They looked at me as if my driving down the road was a crime. I didn't look back and turned into the entrance of the property and back up the hill. I started reading one of the books I brought with me in the living room with the fireplace going. It was incredibly cozy. The sun was on its way down, and after reading a chapter of my book, I realized I was getting hungry. I went outside to my car, about to drive to the nearest Walmart when I noticed 2 men kind of running into the woods down the hill by the entrance of the property, probably in response to seeing me come outside. I wondered if it was those 2 guys from the road earlier. It was incredibly strange. I suddenly decided to take my laptop and backpack with me in the car while I was gone, just to be safe. On the drive into town, I messaged the owner, letting him know about this. He replied, saying it's nothing to be alarmed about. There are a lot of teams in the area that walk around, so I dismissed it. I drove about 20 minutes to the closest Walmart since there were literally no grocery stores in the area. I picked up a few food items to hold me over, some milk, granola bars, fruit, frozen dinners, bread, and cold cuts. By the time I got back to the Airbnb, it was completely pitch black outside. There were no street lights on these gravel roads, and with no neighboring houses, truly the only light was from my headlights. It was creepy for sure. I pulled up to the hill to the little house. It was almost hard to find in the dark. I grabbed my backpack and the grocery bag and went up to the house in the dark, using my phone's flashlight to see. Once inside, I locked the door immediately. It was creepy out there. I ate real quick and went back to reading my book by the fire. And pretty soon, the lights to the room suddenly cut out. The only light in the entire house was from the fireplace. I tried flicking on anything electric, but the power was gone. I went to message the owner again, who swiftly replied back to check the main breaker in the circuit box outside by the telephone pole near the back of the house. I didn't reply. There was no way in hell I was going out there. I was already paranoid from earlier, and why would the power be randomly cut out anyway? Something was off. I heard a creak in the floorboard from the darkest corner of the room by the bathroom door. I looked over and saw this tall, looming figure in the doorway of the bathroom, lit up only by the fireplace. My worst fear had been realized. This was actually happening. A soft yet deep and disturbing voice told me to remain calm and give him everything I had. I was so scared I could barely speak. I said all I had was my laptop and some clothes. He told me to empty my wallet of all my money, which I did as he stood in the doorway. I still couldn't see his face. He told me to go into the kitchen and stay there. Moments later, I heard the door to the house close. I looked into the living room. My laptop, backpack, and money were all gone. I called 911 quietly to report a robbery. 20 minutes later, an officer arrived. I described the two guys I'd seen walking down the street earlier that day, assuming it was them working together on this. Basically, all the officer could tell me was that they'd be on the lookout for anyone matching those descriptions. I messaged the owner to tell him what happened, and he was sympathetic at first, or so it seemed. He said I could go home the next day, but he didn't want to refund me for my horrible experience. A trip I thought would be a nice detox for a stressful point in my life only made it worse. Luckily, my laptop was only like $400, and I didn't pack any expensive clothing, but it was still the scariest experience of my life. There is a small part of me that believes the Airbnb host may have something to do with it because I still have no idea how that guy got into the house. So, a few years back, after some friends and I graduated high school, we celebrated in the White Mountains National Forest Preserve. We only lived 2 or so hours away, so it wasn't much of a hike. We all packed inside my friend Alexis's car. Also with us was my friend Rob, his girlfriend Stephanie, and our friend Kelly. Alexis's car was a Hyundai Accent, so a very small vehicle. We didn't pack much. We were headed to this Airbnb in Carroll, New Hampshire, at the height of the summer. It was a gorgeous drive. Once we got to the house, it was just as depicted in the photos, only the pictures didn't include the shambling-looking shed next to the house. It seemed like it had seen better years. I probably could have knocked it down myself. Alexis joked around that maybe some old crazy guy lived in there, and that's why the place was so cheap, but we all laughed it off and unpacked our things. I'll be honest, I was really into Alexis, and I think she was into me on account of her saying we should share a bed. More so because the third bedroom had two doors leading to the outside and had a perfect view of that old shed, so she didn't want to sleep there, and she wouldn't let me. We both put our things in the living room and made the pull-out couch our bed. Not much happened the first night. A little later, we all sat in the hot tub in the garage/rec room. Alexis sat next to me, and we faced the woods while Rob and his girlfriend were opposite of us. Rob's girlfriend couldn't step completely into the water on account of the stitches she just got. Stephanie and I were always good friends and carried on with stories and joked about high school, sipping on our potentially illegally acquired booze. Kelly, on the other hand, was changing in not with us. Rob kicked my leg from under the water and winked, seeing how close Alexis was getting to me, but that wasn't too much of a deal. We tried to plan out our next day and talked about hiking to Mount Washington and the Flume Gorge. After a good soak, I eased into bed with Alexis, and we watched Rick and Morty for a while until the clock struck 2 a.m. We sat outside stargazing. The view was supposed to be amazing, and a bit later, Kelly tagged along with us. What happened next was hard to explain. In front of the house was this huge deck that we were sitting on. It was pitch black, and no cars were around. More or less, we were in the middle of nowhere. No one really understands true silence until you're away from cars or planes, for that matter. The sky was brightly lit, purple-blue, full of stars. Kelly hushed me one time, just a few feet away from the porch. She heard some crunching as if something was approaching the deck. There was definitely something walking out there. I waved it off as a raccoon or fox until the steps sounded heavy, and I looked at Alexis. The fear began to set in as I noticed her gaze was looking towards the old shed where the footsteps had begun. Quickly, I ushered the girls into the cabin and locked all the doors. I tried to explain to them that it was still possibly an animal, especially if animals had taken over that old shed. Easily, both of them calmed down. Kelly walked back into her room, and I again laid down beside Alexis. The next morning, I woke up to Rob and his girlfriend cooking breakfast in the kitchen, which was just across the room from Alexis and me. We had a big day planned out, and we did quite a lot of hiking, with most of us forgetting what had transpired last night, other than Alexis. When we came back from hiking, Alexis suggested exploring the old shed that was beside the house. Now that it was daylight, nothing that bad could happen, right? I'll be honest, I didn't want to, but I didn't want Alexis to think I was a wuss. We opened the screen door, investigating the first room. There was an old rickety rocking chair. It seemed it might break if I tried to sit in it. The next door had one of those brass doorknobs, but it was rusted and dented. I looked at Alexis before grabbing the door, and she groaned as she opened it. There wasn't much to the room. The floor was dirt, there were dirt-caked windows, and some trash on the floor. Alexis made a point that it smelled of cigarette smoke. It may have been the designated smoking spot in the Airbnb. We both shrugged it off and joined the others out back. Rob was starting a fire, and some typical conversation was going on. Rob poked fun at Alexis and me during the sunset, and I turned off the floodlight out back to make the ambience of our fire nicer. Some chuckles and stories were passed around, Rob and I boasting about our feats and whatnot. Then, there grew a silence. That same crunching from last night was heard behind us, just against the tree line, except it was faster and headed in our direction. Just like that, there was a flash of green light lighting up the entirety of the backyard for just a moment. Whatever was running towards us halted, but my thoughts were ruptured by Stephanie's screams as she bolted towards the house. Behind us, a blood-curdling cry or yelp was heard, a deafening sound that at first we thought was a siren. I instantly stood up, yelling for everyone to get inside. Stephanie must have seen whatever it was that made that cry. In my bolt, I accidentally knocked over Kelly, who hadn't gathered the entire scene yet. I turned around to help her up. Rob was already halfway to the house. I ran to help Alexis gather our food items. The last thing we wanted, if it was a bear, was for them to stay any longer. After that, I rushed Alexis to the back door where Rob was waiting for us with some kind of bear spray. I already, at this point, had my Bowie knife out. I commanded him to go in, but he yelled at me to go in because he's got the range. The two of us saw this black mess walking along the outskirts of our fire. We didn't stay long enough to find out what it was. After meeting the girls in the living room, we called the police immediately. The officer reported to the house and looked all around with his flashlight. Finding nothing. He clarified to us that the flash was due to lightning striking a nearby power line or transformer. As for the thing, he said it was likely a Fisher cat or something, but Stephanie said that she saw a man hunched over with a cloak or blanket hung over him. Least to say, we didn't stay the next night. The sheer paranoia of someone or something stalking us in the woods was reason enough, to say the least. We haven't returned to the mountains since. Who knows what's crawling around in those woods? I'm keeping some of these details vague because I seriously don't want the host to find out that I published this story. I don't think they would approve. I hope that is all right, and I'll try to make it as comprehensive as possible. I spent a year studying in Mexico recently, and as you do on an exchange, I tried to travel as much as I could between the semesters. There was a big break, and my buddy, with whom I spent the most time during the exchange, decided that we would go on a longer backpacking trip through Mexico together. We had a rough plan on where to go and what we wanted to see, but we hadn't even booked our flight back yet, nor were we sure from where we would take it. We wanted to keep it flexible. We had an amazing time, and a few days before our trip ended, we finally decided we would take our flight from a city that was close and had really cheap flights, but the city itself didn't really have anything to offer. Then, on Airbnb, we found a room very close to the airport in a house with a pool. And we thought we would just treat ourselves to a relaxing pool day at the end of the trip. It turned out that the hosts were a family. The husband was Mexican, and the wife was from Europe and could even speak our native language. So we arranged that we would take a bus to the airport and that they would pick us up from there. When we finally arrived in the city, it was already dark, and the bus driver refused to drive us to the airport since it was not directly on his route. So he just dropped us off on the highway. That was already a pretty bad situation to begin with, standing with our backpacks at the side of the road in the middle of nowhere in a not-so-safe city in Mexico. But I called the host and sent them our GPS location. They said no problem and that they would come get us. So the husband came to pick us up, and it was a very uncomfortable situation getting into the car with a stranger in the night in the middle of nowhere. It also didn't help that the guy looked like Danny Trejo without a mustache. And as I tried to make small talk with him, he only gave monosyllabic answers or straight up ignored me. Well, he's just not a big talker, I thought, and I hoped we would arrive soon. Looking back, I can see a million red flags, but for some reason, at that time, we just didn't see them. Either we were too tired, or to be honest, we didn't really have any other choice than to go along anyway. So, yes, we arrived, and that should have immediately set alarms off. We were in the middle of nowhere. There were fields with sheep and goats around, and all of a sudden, a gravel road branched off from the paved road. Along that gravel road, there were about 6 huge mansions, all with 2-meter walls around them topped with NATO fences, huge gates, and at least 2 gigantic guard dogs per house. When we entered their house, we were greeted by the wife, a bubbly middle-aged woman who was very talkative but pleasant. She had actually cooked dinner for us, and we ate while exchanging small talk. The husband just sat at the table, not saying a single word. After dinner, we more or less went directly to bed because it had gotten late, and we were tired from a long day. The next morning, we saw that the weather was not that good, so we decided to go into town and just see a few touristy things it had to offer instead of spending it at the pool. When we came back, it was already dark, but we decided to jump into the pool anyway to cool off because it was really hot and humid. The wife joined us, and at some point, my friend made the mistake of asking how they were able to afford such a house. It didn't really match the price range of the jobs they were telling us they were doing, and she deflected a bit, adding that her husband was very handy because he had grown up in the streets and basically built a house himself. We realized that it was maybe not the best topic, and we broke off the conversation. That was the last day of our trip, and we had our flight back home early in the morning. We still had some weed left that we had brought on the trip, and we thought it would be nice to smoke some since it was our last night. However, as this was a family home and they had kids around, we thought it would be better to speak to our hosts if they would mind. Later in the evening, we asked the wife if it would be okay if we smoked on the property, which for some reason she found quite amusing and started laughing. She shouted to her husband, who was lying on the couch watching TV, "My love." The boys asked if it would be okay if they smoked some weed. "What do you think?" He just laughed but didn't give an answer. He looked at her with a dumbfounded expression as she told us, "Sure, just go ahead." So we went to the terrace and started smoking our joint. Later, they joined us, and we just had a chat, and this is where things got really messed up. For some reason, they started asking all sorts of questions about the weed, where we got it, how much it was, who we got it from, and how much we would have to pay for that back in Europe. They just seemed way too interested in the weed. And at one point, the wife just nonchalantly revealed to us, "Yes, we thought about doing that as a source of income, selling weed, but too many people die doing that because the cartels don't like that." Actually, my husband used to kill people for doing that. I immediately felt sober. Did she just say that? And as if he read my mind, her husband added, "Yes, when I was about 16, I killed a lot of people for the cartel for money." He said it in a tone as if he had just used to mow lawns when he was a teenager. I still thought I must have misunderstood, so I texted my friend, who was sitting across the table from me, try not to make eye contact, because I knew we would freak each other out. He confirmed that I had indeed understood correctly. We discussed what we should do and agreed that there was no immediate threat and that we should just stay. We didn't have anywhere else to go anyway, and it was already late. But things got even crazier. We tried to keep our composure and not completely freak out while still making conversation with our hosts. A few minutes later, though, the husband got up and went inside to get something. He came back with a literal kilo of weed pressed into a brick. He proceeded to break bits off the brick and roll them into a joint that would probably have knocked out Snoop Dogg. It was about the size of my thumb, and I guess he had about 2 grams of weed in there. Of course, he offered to share it with us, but we politely declined, saying that we were already pretty stoned. He seemed a little offended, but fortunately, he bought our excuse. But it got even worse. A few minutes later, we heard a couple of loud bangs. The wife became a bit uneasy and asked, "What was that?" To which he answered calmly, 9 millimeters, confirming my suspicion that had indeed been shots. I would say it was around 7 or something shots fired pretty quickly after each other. The wife got nervous and asked if we should maybe go inside. What do you think they are shooting at? In the air? At cows? At people? But he just shrugged it off. And we stayed outside. Again, a few minutes later, there were more shots, but this time even closer. The wife got even more upset and asked again, should we go inside? What do you think they are shooting at? We need to go inside. I think I'll never forget when he answered in the calmest way imaginable, no, everything's okay. I didn't hear any screams. I don't know why, but the way he just calmly said that freaked me out, and it still makes my heartbeat race whenever I think about it. After that, we quickly excused ourselves and went to our room. When we could finally talk, we basically both lost it and panicked. What the hell were we supposed to do? We were locked in a house with a contract killer in the middle of absolutely nowhere, and people were shooting outside. We decided it was probably our best bet to stay because we thought, well, we are his guests, and he is not going to harm us. It's better to have walls and dogs and a serial killer between us and the people shooting around. So we barricaded ourselves into the room and didn't sleep a second until the morning when we fled the hell out of there and went to the airport. I was never so happy to be patted down in security in my whole life. The year was 2018 when 3 of my friends and I, all males in our early 20s, decided to travel to Bali for a week. It was cheap, and we had the time, so why not? Our itinerary included sightseeing, trying local foods, mountain climbing, visiting bars at the beach, basically a typical vacation in Indonesia. It was honestly quite a surreal experience. The country is absolutely beautiful, and the food was amazing. The only issue I had with the trip was the locals. Drugs were really prominent there, especially mushrooms. The streets were filled with druggies eager to sell us their products. I'm not exaggerating when I say that one dude even grabbed my arm because I ignored his 2-for-1 deal for a one-way trip to meet Jesus. I shrugged him off while my friends laughed it off, suggesting that I may be passing up the chance to meet our Lord and Savior. He looked rabid and frantic, like he was about to pounce on me like a dog diagnosed with rabies. I didn't feel too afraid, as we were confident that we could handle them. Half of them weren't even sober. However, that was only the tip of the iceberg. The horror began when we went back to our Airbnb for the night. We had an early day the next morning and were exhausted. The place was extremely cheap and didn't even have a proper locking mechanism for the door. It had 2 wooden doors that swung inwards, and the only way to lock them was to wedge a wooden block through the holes mounted on the door. It was quite a primitive lock, but I guess it got the job done. Everything was going well until the last night of our trip when we realized that the wooden block was missing. We looked everywhere for it, but to no avail. I figured that one of us must have misplaced it, and we settled for using a selfie stick. I know it sounds like a horrible idea, but since we didn't have anything that fit the holes to wedge the door closed, we turned in for the night, seemingly not expecting anything since we had already stayed there for 6 days without issues. I woke up to strange clicking sounds in the dead of the night. Getting out of bed, I thought it might be one of the guys, so I nonchalantly approached the noise. My friends were all sleeping, so I decided to investigate the cause of the racket. The noise seemed to be coming from the door, so I headed toward it, feeling extremely confused. Who could be at our doorstep at this time of the night? I noticed the doors were slightly opened, and the selfie stick was horribly deformed. I peeked outside and saw 3 people staring through the gap between the doors. They were really close to the entrance and were attempting to push the doors open. I yelled at them, questioning their intentions as I noticed one of them was holding the wooden block. I was shocked and puzzled by the situation, as I recognized one of the men. He did the overall cleaning for the airbands and pathways during the day, so there was no reason for him to be there at 3 a.m. The other dude asked if the wooden block belonged to us, claiming they found it outside the Airbnb. I definitely smelled something off, as there was absolutely no reason to do that at 3 a.m. I called for my friends, and the three men immediately ran off. I filled my friends in on the situation, and we stayed up until morning in case they tried anything funny. We decided to report it to the reception, but the description I gave them didn't match theirs at all. They told me that the housekeepers they hired consisted of only females in their late 30s and 40s. This sent shivers down our spines as we realized that we had let a complete imposter in and out of our rooms while we were out. Luckily, nothing important was lost, and we got out of the situation safely, but I can't imagine what would have happened if I hadn't woken up on that fateful night, as the doors were close to being opened. I was just grateful that it was our last night. There I was, traveling around the country in my car. I had been driving for over a week from the city I lived in, and so far, I had slept in my car to save money. It wasn't until I got to a big enough city that I decided to treat myself to an actual bed that would be comfortable. I opted to choose Airbnb because it's cheaper than most hotels. I booked this Airbnb the day before I arrived in the city, so there weren't many options left. I had found this apartment on Airbnb that looked very new and modern, and it was in a great location. The price was decent for its location, and it almost seemed too good to be true. The only downfall was that it was listed as a new listing and had 0 reviews. I figured that the price was low because it was a new listing, and I just decided to give it a shot. It must be legit because it's Airbnb, right? When I got to the apartment building, it was older looking than I had expected. I later found out and realized that my Airbnb was most likely the only renovated apartment in the building, which seemed to be in poor condition. It looked more like a dorm hall rather than an apartment building. Anyway, I let it all slide because I wasn't paying too much, so what could I expect? The apartment itself looked like the pictures, so that was good enough for me. Everything went well for the first few days. As a female traveling alone, I always make sure to be safe. I don't go out when it's dark, and I always lock the door, every single lock, including the chain. On the third day, I was out all morning and came back to the apartment to change before heading to the beach. I had again locked the door, including the chain. I was in front of the door, watching TV while changing, when the door suddenly unlocked and someone opened it. I was just beyond lucky that I had put the lock chain on the door, otherwise, it would have opened all the way. I was naked, and no one else was supposed to have the keys. My first reaction was, "Excuse me," and I closed the door right away, locking it again. I came from the back of the door and didn't look or see who was opening it. I sat in front of the door, scared and shocked, realizing that this person could technically still get in since they obviously had the keys to the apartment. At first, I thought maybe it was the owner coming back after I checked out, but I was not supposed to check out until the following day, so that was not possible. After crying for a few minutes, I composed myself and called the owner to tell her what happened. She told me that no one else should have a set of keys other than her and me, and that she was at work and it was not her. I was scared to stay in the apartment because someone could come in, and I didn't want to leave because I had all my valuables there. It was a lose-lose situation. I then called my dad, who told me that it was not okay for someone to have the keys and that she needed to take care of this ASAP. We talked to her, and she told me that she would be there shortly with a locksmith to change the locks and give me a new pair of keys. She then proceeded to tell me that she had only had this apartment for 6 months and that before I stayed there was only one other Airbnb booking. She also mentioned that it had been sitting empty other than those 2 bookings because she had been renovating the apartment, which now made sense why the building looked like absolute __ and didn't match the apartment. She told me that the only possibility for who it could have been was the previous owners or someone related to them. Isn't that illegal? That possibility or theory really messed with me. How was it possible that I was gone all day, every day, and in the 10 minutes I was home during the daytime, someone tried to come in? Did they know I was there, and what were they coming in for? If this apartment had been sitting empty for half a year, maybe they did this frequently, or perhaps they saw me come in and tried to do something to me. These questions constantly raced through my mind. I just know that I am lucky I put the chain on the door, otherwise, I don't even want to know what could have happened. Needless to say, I won't be leaving a good review, and I won't be staying in an Airbnb that has no reviews or seems too good to be true. In the summer of 2019, my partner and I, both in our early 20s, decided to take a road trip to Vancouver, Canada, and stay at Golden Years Provincial Park. We enjoyed camping, had spring break, and wanted to do something different to make the most out of our vacation. My partner had never been out of the US, and it seemed like a crazy new experience. It was a 6-day trip with Airbnbs in each state, and the grand finale was a reserved campsite at Golden Years, which was close to the water of Wet Lake. We packed poorly, bringing a giant tent, a bunch of fruits and veggies to eat healthily, but we stored them in a cooler that was too small. We also brought a cutting board and knife to prepare snacks while driving. We started in California and switched off driving our bright red Ford Fiesta. We drove through Oregon and Washington, finally making it to Vancouver. We spent a day or 2 in each state, drank a little too much, and stayed out late. Canada was the best part, and Wet Lake felt like walking in a painting. We walked barefoot on the rocks with our toes in the freezing cold water and hiked around, where we saw a beautiful waterfall. There was a couple taking pictures of each other for an hour, and we started modeling the same poses from far away. Everything was perfect, and the campsite was mostly empty, except for the other couple who went to bed early that night, making it quiet. I woke up to crackling sounds outside the tent while my partner was still asleep and snoring. I didn't think much of it at first because it was pitch black, and it was probably an animal. However, the crackling continued, getting closer to the tent. I sat up, grabbed my phone, and turned on the brightness, almost blinding myself. In those 2 seconds, I could make out a person right outside our tent. I froze, trying to assess the situation. They weren't moving, but were close enough to unzip the tent. I started poking my partner because I had no idea what to do. They woke up, and I whispered that someone was outside the tent. Then I heard quiet footsteps walking away from our campsite. My partner started to mumble, "What?" repeatedly, still in a sleepy haze. I noticed a car or truck parked right outside our camping area, and to my horror, it started up and drove off. They didn't turn their lights on until they rounded the corner, and we were out of view, so I couldn't make out much, but it looked like a truck. Now I was shaking, and my partner couldn't grasp what was happening. I wanted to leave, but Golden Years locked the gate until 6 o'clock or 7 a.m., and it was only 1 a.m., so we were stuck for now. We decided to move to the Ford Fiesta and slept in the tightly packed car. My partner fell asleep immediately, thinking I was being paranoid, but I wondered if it could have been a park ranger. However, it seemed too strange for a park ranger's behavior. I sat there wide awake for about 2 hours. The car was locked, and I wanted to sleep but couldn't. I was in the passenger seat, while my partner was in the driver's seat asleep. And it was 3 a.m. Suddenly, I heard a car slowly driving up the road with its lights off. As it rounded the corner, I realized it had to be the same truck. My fear escalated, but my adrenaline was pumping. It slowly rounded the corner and pulled up directly in front of our campsite again, in the same spot. I felt like I was going to throw up. With no weapon but the kitchen knife we brought for the fruits and veggies, I grabbed the knife. I tried to make myself look angry, big, and intimidating. Sitting straight up in the passenger seat with the kitchen knife held at eye level, I stared deadpan at the truck in the pitch blackness, just like the father in the American Gothic painting. The truck stopped and turned off, and a light shone directly into my face from inside the truck. Terrified, I stared back from my bright red Ford Fiesta, clutching the large kitchen knife without blinking. The truck then started up, turned on its lights, and blinded me, before pulling out and turning around to go back to where it came from. My heart was pounding as I woke up my partner and insisted that we needed to get out of there. We packed up by hastily throwing things into the car and sat awake until 6 a.m. We drove home without stopping, continuously rehashing and trying to make sense of the bizarre situation. Ultimately, we decided that we both needed some sleep. I think I may die in this Airbnb. I don't know where my friends are, and I don't even know where I am. None of us would have been able to afford this on our own. Even with 5 of us, it was still pricey. But to be fair, it was one hell of a house. It was 3 stories with dark scalloped siding. Paul had grown up in the area and he had found the place. He had heard all sorts of things about the place being haunted and some of the dark history growing up, but it hadn't been open to the public back then. When we chose this town as our friend group destination, he jumped at the chance to stay here. I was intrigued, but the prospect of staying somewhere haunted excited me a lot less than it did my friends. From the moment we walked in, Ida and I seemed to both pick up on the vibes that unnerved us as Katie, Diane, and Paul went room to room looking around excitedly. We both hung back and hovered closer to the front door. The house was beautiful, yes, but in a foreboding sort of way. The dark wood and stained glass meant that very little light truly filtered in, even in the peak daylight hours. The old floorboards protested our friends' steps as they explored the house. A door off to the side of the kitchen caught my attention, and I found myself drawn to it. Inside was a staircase. It was narrow and incredibly steep. You could only see a few steps before it rose out of our sight completely. It looked old and, to be honest, terrifying. Do you want to join the tour?" Paul shouted down to us. Paul got around like an expert and shared trivia about the house, even though he claimed he had never been there before. He talked about the place like it was an old friend. He was the newest one to our friend group, and I had only known him for a few months, but this was the most excited I'd ever seen him. He was almost giddy. The house was large enough for each of us to have our own room. I wasn't excited about that. The last thing I overactive imagination and I needed were a giant room to myself. Just as my eyes began to close that night, I thought I heard something move along the floor above me. It sounded like something large and wet was being dragged along the floor. No, not passively dragged, it was crawling. I could hear a faint mournful sighing sound through the grate on the wall. I turned on my phone and listened to some music to drown it out. It sounded like it was moaning now. I turned the music up louder, covered my head with a blanket, and burrowed my headphones into my ears deep enough to cause future hearing loss. If you can't hear it, it can't hurt you, right? Somehow, I did manage to fall asleep. I asked the others if they had any odd experiences, but it was just me. Paul looked excited. He had lots of questions. He truly was hoping the house was haunted. I just told him I heard footsteps. I felt like that made me sound less crazy than if I said I heard something crying out in the night. He looked at me with a sly smile, almost as if he knew I was lying. We spent the day in town and had an amazing time. Katie asked around about the house we were staying in, and an older man in a little ice cream shop we visited told us that he thought it was irresponsible and dangerous to rent the place out after what had happened there. It turns out a number of tragedies occurred there, from as recent as the owners before our Airbnb host, and then dating back to nearly 200 years earlier. He mentioned how he believed that enough suffering could result in opening a door and letting something in. So do you think it's haunted? Diane asked, her green eyes wide. She had been hanging on to the man's every word. Well, I always thought that haunted implied that a human passed on but never left. He scratched his chin and leaned in for effect. But I don't think that what walks those halls was ever human. His words hovered over me the rest of the day, like a dark cloud. The sounds from upstairs continued on the second night. The wet slaps, followed by slow drags and cries above me, sickened me. I mentally nicknamed whatever was making those sounds the crawler, and immediately regretted it because giving it a name did not quell my fears. I turned the music on again. I woke up around midnight, and the album had ended, but luckily so had the disturbing sounds from upstairs. I heard voices coming from the living room area and figured I'd see if my friends were also being kept up too, but there wasn't anyone there. It wasn't like I had just missed them. In this house, the creaky floor would have indicated their movement. I tried to quietly slide back to my room with my socks gliding across the smooth wooden floors. Not too long after I had closed the door, someone gently rapped their knuckles on my door. It was as if they had been steps behind me the whole time, but why hadn't I heard them? "Can I come in?" Katie whispered. I was so relieved. The house was really getting to me, and I was grateful for the company. Before I could even answer, she repeated herself in a more sing-songy voice. "Can I come in? I want to show you something." She called out my name but struggled to pronounce it, almost like she had never said it before. I froze. Sure, my name may not be all that common here, but we've known each other for a decade. She always pronounced it with ease. At my lack of response, it sounded like she was banging at the door. She let out a sound reminiscent of a wounded animal. I turned all the lights on in the room and spent the rest of my sleepless night trying to figure out how to tell my friends I wasn't going to spend another night here. I would still pay my portion, of course, but I was going to be staying in town tomorrow night. I smiled to myself at the thought. Yep, staying in town tomorrow in a hotel. I'd have to use some of my savings, but it'd be worth it. The next morning, Paul stared at me, transfixed. "Hey," he leaned towards me. "What was up with you last night, HM? You came to my door. You kept trying to get me to come to the basement with you, remember?" I had never gone to Paul's room. I was too busy with my own ordeal. And Diane had similar stories. One of us came to their room and said something along the lines of, "Have you seen the basement yet? Let me show you," and tried to lead them down there. None of us opened the door. Diane because she was too tired and not in the mood to socialize. Paul because he didn't know me that well and thought I was acting strange. AA, like me, had the feeling that the visitor at her door was not one of us. Paul and Diane were accepted by this seeming confirmation that our Airbnb was haunted. AA stared at me, her face grim. As for KK, well, she never came to breakfast at all. We had plans, And when by noon Katie still hadn't come downstairs, I volunteered to check on her. I ascended the stairs, taking in the unique features of the house. Instead of an open space in the atrium on the third floor, there was a beautiful stained glass window placed horizontally on the roof. Parallel was a skylight where the sunlight filtered through. It cast red and purple swatches of light on the floor below. I had never seen anything like it before. I'm sure this won't come as a surprise to you, but Katie wasn't in her room. I heard steps above me on the third floor. I was much braver in the light of day, so I ascended the second flight of stairs and went room through room on the third floor. No one was there, but it was cold, much colder than the second or first floor. I went back to the second floor, trying to fight the urge to glance over my shoulder. I paused in front of the door of the room above mine, where I had heard the crawling and mournful wail the past 2 nights. I considered it for a moment and decided to open it. It was locked. Part of me was relieved. While I was upstairs, our friends had checked around the grounds. The only places they hadn't checked were the basement and whatever was up the stairs in the kitchen. We had regrouped in the kitchen and stared at the dark, steep stairs. Paul said he'd checked the basement. If one of us could please take the kitchen stairs. The tight space made him nervous, he said. It seemed like a fair trade. After a moment of awkward silence, Diane volunteered to my immense relief. She was also the smallest of us, a petite 5 feet 1 inch, and even then, she still had to crawl on her hands and knees to ascend the stairs. We waited. We heard her walk around above us, calling out for Katie. She was up there a while. It sounded like the space was massive. My stomach dropped as I realized I heard 2 pairs of footsteps, one above my head and another further into the kitchen, but moving towards the person above me, Diane. I hissed up the stairs frantically. No answer. I took a deep breath and prepared to ascend after her. Just as I had crawled up about 3 steps, someone moved to stand at the top, blocking the already limited light. I yelled and took a backwards leap, nearly hitting my head on the door frame. I instinctively stood behind the tallest person in the kitchen, who had a couple of inches on me. Diane emerged. She was walking like a normal bipedal person. I must have imagined what I saw in the darkness. Well, Paul asks, was Katie up there? Diane cracked her neck on each side, stared, and smiled at each of us like she was taking in each of our faces for the first time. She shook her head slowly, gave me a smile unlike the one she flashed at Paul, and winked at me. She smelled of old things and looked disheveled, and walked stiffly. We looked around. The thing is, there was no door to the basement that we could find. I sent what we hoped was a nonchalant message that we all crafted together to the host, asking them where the basement was. We received the unsettling reply immediately: there is no basement. Paul laughed at that, and Diane smiled dreamily and stared up at the stained glass skylight, like she was in her own world. Ever since her up the small stairs, Ain and I looked at each other nervously. We went into town to see if anyone had seen Katie and spent the rest of the day searching for her. We sat together in silence. The large living room felt emptier without Katie. We stared at a pizza that none of us felt like eating. It looked like I was spending the night here again after all. I locked my door that night around what had become the usual time. I heard the wet dragging crawling sounds upstairs. I tried not to picture what the thing making the sounds must look like. At home, I always slept with a weighted blanket on me. It made me feel safe. Here, it was just a thin sheet and an old quilt. I couldn't help but feel exposed. Around 3 a.m., I awoke to moaning and scraping outside my door. I need your help. I tried to place the voice. It was low but sounded female. It wasn't Katie. It didn't sound like Diane. "It's me, Diane." I didn't reply. The cadence was also odd. The doorknob turned quickly and aggressively. I tried to remain silent and motionless. "I need your help. My skin, it's too tight, it doesn't fit." I sat up against the headboard with my hands over my mouth, focusing on breathing as quietly as possible. As it pounded at the door, eventually the steps faded away. The next morning, AA looked happy. She was practically beaming. I realized that she looked different. AA always wore her meticulously applied cat eyeliner and her purple lipstick, but this morning, she had no makeup on. Her blue-black hair looked odd. Her bangs, which were usually carefully styled and ended in a delicate point between her brows, were hastily rushed off to one side. I'd always admired how she presented herself and wished I had the skill and patience she did. She didn't look bad this morning, but she didn't look like herself either. Diane and Paul hadn't calmed down. "I'm going to look for the others," I whispered. "You should look up there," Adu whispered in the same husky, foreign voice that I heard last night outside my door. She pointed to the kitchen stairs. I felt my throat tighten and shook my head quickly. She responded with a smile. I half expected her to leap at me or follow me on my search for Paul and Diane, but she didn't. Instead, she crawled back up those narrow, thin nightmare stairs, showing the same oddly proportioned dexterity that Diane had demonstrated the day before. I knocked on Paul's door nervously. It was also locked. I continued to knock until he came to the door, groggy. He seemed mildly annoyed at the intrusion and blocked the view into his room with his body. When I told him I couldn't find Diane, he told me he'd meet me downstairs. Diane was nowhere to be found. AA had yet to come back from the room above the kitchen. I could hear tearing and wet chewing sounds coming from up the stairs. I locked the door wordlessly and tried to fight back the bile rising in my throat. I tried to tell Paul we needed to leave while it was still daylight. I didn't want to leave our friends either, but we needed to come back with more people because something terrible was going on. We were outmatched. We were probably outnumbered. Paul tried to convince me to stay. Surely there was an explanation. We couldn't take the car and leave our friends here. He looked at me accusingly. I loved our friends too, but I wasn't going to spend another night in this place. I thought of the crawler upstairs. Behind this locked door, dragging its heavy body across the floor like wet meat, crying out in the darkness for who knows what. I thought of Diane's odd behavior and subsequent disappearance. I thought of Katie, who had a crush on Paul. If she heard his voice outside her door, I'm sure she would have followed him. I thought of the thing that was likely wearing AA's skin, eating something messy upstairs. I vaguely wondered if Paul and I were the only ones left. I told him I was leaving. As I was packing up, I felt the sharp blow, and everything went dark. I woke up in the basement. Turns out there was a basement after all. Katie was down here too. She seemed to be pinned to the wall by her wrist, with her eyes glassy. She stared ahead, unblinking and pale. "Katie." I gasped at her. She weakly turned her head toward me. She was wearing the same clothes she had on 2 days ago. Mascara streaked down her cheeks. I was just relieved that she was alive. I heard footsteps on the stairs. It was Paul. He was carrying a nice chest and a satchel of tools. I had never been happier to see him. He came to me, squatted by me, and patted me on the head like I was a child. Beaming. "You're awake. Great. You still got more mouths to feed." He rubbed his hands together excitedly, and there was a kind of madness in his eyes. Despite all the terrifying things I experienced in this house, realizing that Paul was a part of whatever was happening was 10 times worse. The small remaining hope I had flickered out in that moment. While he fiddled with the tools, selecting something long and sharp-looking, I shifted and positioned my legs beneath him. As Paul approached me, I sprung up and ran towards him, hitting him hard with my shoulder. I seemed to take him by surprise, and I took advantage of his momentary confusion to pick up the chest, the only way I could with my hands bound by one handle, and swung it at him. It connected with a dull thud, and he fell backwards. I turned towards Katie. Now I could see her legs. It was as if something had been gnawing at them. I could see bone peeking through her torn jeans. I knew I'd have to come back for her later. There was no way I could move her in her current state. I ran up the stairs, and my heart sank when I found I was in a part of the house I had never seen before. It looked older, and lacked meticulous care applied to restoring and cleaning the rest of the place. I wondered which of the many doors led out, but the fact that one door was nailed shut served to both further dash my hopes and answer that question. I limped. My leg was asleep through the dusty hallway. I found a room where light seeped through 2 small windows and locked the door. I called the police. All I can do now is wait for help. I can either get one of the sealed windows open or the police find me here before Paul or one of the other residents. This happened in July of last year. My house was having some pretty big problems, and I was left without any power for several days while it was getting repaired. I worked from home, so this was a major issue, and I ultimately had to rent out an Airbnb to stay at for a few days until the power was back on in my home. I don't live in the biggest city, so there weren't too many options for Airbnbs near me. The closest one that was at a reasonable price was about a 45-minute drive from my home. It was in an even smaller and more secluded area of the city, which was often referred to as not the best section to live in. I was only staying for a few days though, so the amount I was saving was worth it. When I arrived, I went right inside and basically straight to bed, exhausted from everything going on with my house. In the morning, I got up early and started setting up my laptop in workspace. Just before I had to start work, though, there was a knock at the door. I debated whether or not to open it because it wasn't even my house. But thinking it might be the host or something, I went up and checked who it was. On the porch was a man, maybe in his early 30s and covered in tattoos. He didn't look like an Airbnb host or even like a salesperson. Unsure why he was here and not really wanting to know, I figured I'd leave it. I walked away from the door and back to the desk, finishing getting ready and starting work. I had some meetings and a lot of work to catch up on from my absence the last few days. I don't think I left the desk until 8 p.m., and even then, I was considering going back to work after going out and picking up dinner. Only a couple of minutes after I got back and started eating, though, another knock came at the door. I immediately got up and went to check who it was, and I wasn't surprised to see it was that same guy from before. What could he possibly want from me this late in the day? I was actually more bothered than I was concerned. But again, I just walked away from the door and went back to eat my dinner. After 30 minutes, around 1 p.m., I decided to work for at least another hour. I was tired, but the work had to get done, and I knew putting it off until tomorrow would just make me more stressed. I put my headphones in and tried to focus for the next hour. I got a lot done, and once I was satisfied, I finally closed my laptop for the night. I hadn't realized how dark it had gotten. I guess my laptop screen was the only light I had on. I went to the front and flicked on the light, and a chill instantly rushed through me. Going down the front hallway were faint but unmistakable shoe prints. Looking around, They were all over the place, even going right up behind the desk I was working at. Terrified, I slowly followed them down to the back door, which was cracked open. I don't even know how to describe what I was feeling. It was just pure horror. Moments after this, footsteps started coming down the stairs. They were slow and careful, but when they got to the bottom, a man peered out into the hallway and looked directly at me. It was that same man, easily distinguishable with all the tattoos and everything. He looked surprised to see me walking around, but that surprise quickly turned into rage. His face had no emotions other than irritation and anger. I was going to try to say something, but no words came out. As my heart started pounding in my chest, I turned right back around and sprinted out the back door. I ran through the backyard and into some trees far behind the houses. I sat behind a tree and pulled my phone out, starting to dial 911, but I quickly closed it when I heard footsteps running toward me. I didn't expect them to follow me, but luckily, they passed by without seeing me and continued to run out into the dark. Once I got in contact with the police, I went back to the Airbnb and waited for them. I gave a detailed description of the man, and they actually found him the next day. It was confirmed to be him by the tattoos I had noticed, and he had actually broken into several homes in the days leading up to this, doing horrible things to those who lived in them. I don't know what he was planning to do to me or why he seemed to have left me alone at first, but I can rest easy knowing he won't be able to do anything anymore. I had booked an Airbnb several weeks in advance in a town I had never been to. A client I was meeting for work lived in the area, so I was only staying there for a day before driving back home afterward. The drive was 3 hours, and when I pulled into the driveway and got out, I noticed the neighborhood was very quiet. Most of the houses had their lights off, and trees covered the lawns, blocking out most of the view. The only thing I really saw was a person walking down the road. They were far down, and nothing really looked off about it, but for some reason, it just gave me a strange feeling. I went up and unlocked the door, going inside and situating myself. It was a very average house, nothing really special about it, but it was great for what I needed. After making my rounds and checking the place out, I opened the front door to get my other bag from my car. As I stepped onto the porch, though, I noticed someone standing in the road. It was the person I had seen walking a few minutes ago. But they weren't walking anymore. They were just standing in the road, facing the Airbnb. As I started walking toward my car, they noticed me and started walking away. I kept my eye on them while I was outside, getting suspicious about whatever that was. They seemed to just keep walking, continuing down the street. I went back inside and made sure everything was locked up, then opened the garage and pulled my car in, just to be safe. Throughout the next couple of hours, I did a few checks outside to see if that guy was still walking around. I didn't see him anymore, though, and having to get up early the next morning, I went to bed. I slept decently, waking up a few times during the night, but my alarm went off at 4 a.m. for me to finally get up. The sun was still down, so it was still dark outside. Groggily, I sat up in my bed and right away saw a light coming under the bedroom door. I didn't remember leaving any lights on, though, and thought I must have overlooked a kitchen light or something. I got out of bed and walked up to the door, but just before I opened it, I heard something on the other side. It sounded like something moving around at the end of the hallway. I opened the door, seeing it was the living room light that was on, which I immediately knew I definitely would have turned off. The sound continued, though, as I walked down the hallway and looked into the living room. A guy was in the corner searching through one of my bags. He had a black hoodie and ripped up jeans, which was exactly what the person I had seen walking around was wearing. I only looked at him for a second before he turned around and faced me. He didn't look startled at all. It was almost like he was expecting me. He dropped the bag on the ground and yelled at me to stay where I was. He began making his way over, and I only had a split second to decide what to do. I turned and ran back to the room, slamming the door shut just before he caught up to me. He rammed into it and tried to kick the door down, then started messing with the lock on the other side. I thought quickly and opened a window, jumping out and running away. By the time I was able to get the police there, the man wasn't in the house anymore, and my bags were gone, too. Of course, to make things more terrifying, the bedroom door was open. He had picked the lock and gotten in. If I had just stayed and hidden in the bathroom or something, who knows what would have happened. The police seemed to think there was more intent behind this man's actions aside from just robbing me, so I pray he doesn't find me again. I was on a road trip from Portland to Chicago. It's nearly a 3-day drive, so I had some places booked to sleep along the route. I didn't get too particular with what places I chose, but I went with Airbnbs so I could at least enjoy the road trip a bit more rather than staying in a crowded hotel. My first Airbnb was in Wyoming, and the route through the state doesn't pass through any big cities really, so it was in a really small town. It was probably no bigger than 2 or 3 miles long. As I passed the border into Wyoming, it started snowing heavily, only dragging on the long day of driving. By the time I got into town, the roads were covered in snow, and the sun had already set. It was pretty dead, though. I mean, I don't know much about small towns, but this seemed exactly how I thought it would be, especially in a low-population state like Wyoming. I was hoping there would be a McDonald's or something that I could get a quick dinner from, but it was very clear that there wasn't going to be. So, I drove through the town and turned down the road to my Airbnb. It was a long driveway leading up to a small home in the middle of a field, with tall, snow-covered pine trees lined up in the front yard. I parked on the side and got out with my bag, then walked around to the front. I put in the code, got inside, closed the door behind me, and turned on the lights. It was small, probably 500 square feet, with just a living room and bedroom. I took my shoes off and dropped my bag next to the bed, then sat on the couch. When I did, a thump came from the bedroom. I looked back at the doorway I had just come from. It was pretty loud, but I had no idea what it could have been. I got up and walked back, looking into the room and turning on the light. It was all the same. I went and checked the small bathroom that was in there as well, but it all looked good. The only other door in the house was the bedroom closet. I walked over and tugged on the door handle, but it didn't budge. It seemed like it was locked from the other side. At first, I was pretty weirded out that a bedroom closet would be kept shut, but then I thought it could have been a maintenance closet where the owner was storing stuff. There were no other places to put anything, so that was the final conclusion I came to. I went back to the living room and rested my eyes on the couch while thinking through my plan for the next day. After 15 minutes, I got back up and went over to the window, looking out to see if the snow was still coming down and if the roads were even going to be drivable tomorrow. It was eerily dark outside, with no lights from the town showing behind the tall pine trees, and it was still snowing heavily. I shut the blinds and turned back to the couch, but I saw a shadow move in the bedroom. It was slow and smooth, like the shadow of a door opening or closing. I started walking over, listening as I approached the doorway, and looked inside the room. Everything was in place, and nothing looked to have caused the shadow I saw, but I knew I saw something moving there. I continued looking around until my eyes fell back on the closet. It was still closed, but something gave me an unsettling feeling about it. I stepped up and grabbed the handle, and it opened with ease. It wasn't locked anymore, but inside, there wasn't anything. It was just a small and empty walk-in closet. Before I could fully process everything and try to put the pieces together, I heard someone behind me. When I turned around, a large man was standing in the doorway to the bathroom. He looked beaten and tired, having scratches and cuts all over his face. As I stared at him, he didn't even seem to care. He stepped into the bedroom and kneeled down, grabbing a dirty and worn duffel bag from under the bed. The man then stood back up and didn't even look at me as he slowly walked out of the room and out the front door. I ran up and saw him trailing through the snow until he was beyond the lights from the house. I tried to get police involved, but after giving my description, they really only talked to the Airbnb host. After leaving town, I didn't get any more information. I think it's most likely that he was just using the place to sleep or something, but the way he looked makes me second-guess that. I just can't even think of what could have happened if I had gone right to bed that night with the man hiding in the closet, just inches away from me. This is only a short story, but one I really want to share. There was this girl who I'd been seeing for a few months that I was 21, and she was 24 and had a boy about 2 years old. She was basically normal, had a good job, and took care of her kid, okay. She was kind of a dim bulb, though, not very bright, that I was bored in the relationship and really didn't want to become a stepdad to the kid. So I ended it in a no problem, right? I run into her about a month or so later at a bar, and we end up going back to her place for a night of XX. The next morning, she makes coffee and breakfast that I go to school, and she goes to work that I get incredibly sick on my way to school and vomit multiple times that I make it to school, and I'm still puking. So I find the nurse or medical office and vaguely recall being loaded into an ambulance that it's all blank after that I come to in the hospital. And a doctor tells me that I OD'd on a huge amount of meth and had about 5 minutes left to live before they figured it out. And by the way, he tells me there are some federal agents here to talk to you. It turns out she planned this whole thing and decided that if she couldn't have me, then no one could. She went to jail but got a reduced sentence for turning on the family member who was making and distributing the meth. In my late teens, I began a serious relationship with my first ever boyfriend. When I was young, I had zero confidence and no self-esteem, along with a warped idea of what a relationship should be. This distorted view was influenced by witnessing the relationships of the adults around me, which were often shy and innocent, that I fell madly in love. But from the beginning, the relationship was controlling and abusive on his part. That it still makes me angry now, even more so that I put up with it for 5 years. That he hated my friends and family for no apparent reason, and I had to really fight to keep those relationships alive. As I got older, I became sick of his behavior. One weekend, when my family was away, I found the perfect opportunity to invite all my friends over for the evening. He tried to put a stop to it with threats and abuse, but I didn't let up. My friends arrived around 7 p.m., and we were sitting in the living room, drinking and chatting with snacks and music playing in the background all night. My boyfriend was calling my phone, demanding that I make my friends leave and walk to his house to bring him alcohol. My friends soon caught wind of his antics and were already unhappy about my relationship with him. After a few drinks, I began to ignore his calls. The conversation turned to my boyfriend, and my friends expressed their anger and dislike for him, saying things like, "You can do better," and "You need to get rid of him. He doesn't deserve you." Generally, we enjoyed the evening, but as my friends began to leave around 1 a.m., I wasn't afraid to be alone in the house. I had a Rottweiler. She was friendly as hell, but I was sure she'd protect me if needed. Just as one of my male friends was about to leave, he stayed behind and gave me a serious talk about how he felt about my boyfriend. I agreed with him and said goodbye, watching from the front door as my friends hurried into the dark, pouring rain, to their cars. Afterward, I went to the kitchen where I had left my phone to charge a little while earlier. As I picked it up, something in the kitchen window caught my eye. Standing directly outside in the dark and pouring rain, hooded and angry, was my boyfriend. He was scowling at me from the darkness, looking ready to kill that I screamed, and we stared at each other for a while that I could see he was mortally drunk, as the whites of his eyes had gone pink, which made him look incredibly freaky with his blue eyes that he turned away and disappeared that I knew I had to face him that I went out the back door onto the patio into the rain, where he was standing just a few feet away, breathing heavily and crying out of anger that he bent down and picked up a broken wooden broom handle that I asked him, "Are you gonna use that on me?" He replied, "I'm gonna hurt you so badly." My heart was racing, and I felt frozen in place, as I was quite drunk that he growled and swung the handle into a flower basket above my head, spilling soil and flowers down my right shoulder. Then he slammed it on the ground and ran at me, grabbing me around the throat. Damn, my dog must have heard him throw the handle because she came bounding out the back door, making an angry snorting sound that she's always friendly and was familiar with him, so I didn't think she'd do anything. But as he started to strangle me, she leapt up and grabbed his arm by the sleeve, shaking him. Seeing the fear in his face was priceless. He backed off, and she calmed down. My boyfriend started to cry, telling me that he had walked to my house a few hours earlier, sneaking in through the back door and hiding in the cupboard under the stairs to listen to every word my friends and I had said about him. That I took my dog back inside and locked the door. When I looked out the window, he was lying on the sun lounger in the rain, crying. When he realized I wasn't coming back out, he left. The thought of him still makes my stomach turn. My mom dated a guy called Jim between the years of 2001 and 2003. That he was a seemingly nice guy, clean cut, had a gut, but was easily over 6 foot and fairly built. That he had no children and owned a property in a city in the Midwest. That I remember being disappointed when she broke up with him, as he was lots of fun to be around. However, she claimed that she didn't want to be with him anymore because he was a smoker. Fast forward about a year later, it was around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and my 13-year-old self was playing video games in my room while my mom was at work. That I heard our garage door open, and given that we lived in a cozy townhouse, the sound of the door opening was relatively pronounced. That I thought it was weird, as my mom never came home from work until about 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, and she would have called to let me know if she was getting off work early. So I peered out of my window, which directly overlooks the driveway, only to see a silver Audi parked outside Jim's car. After a few minutes of wondering why he was at our house, I realized that my mom hadn't been communicating with him at all since they broke up. I don't think he got out of his car, as he eventually closed the door and pulled out of the driveway. This led me to believe that he still had our door code programmed into his car. In the past, he would stay over a lot, so the fact that he had our code wasn't alarming. What was concerning was that he still had it in his car. If he had come in, it would have been easy for him to hear me upstairs. Given the size of our house, that I ended up calling my mom and telling her that he had come by and opened the garage, presumably to see if she was home. She mentioned that he had recently been bugging her about some bottles of wine that he wanted back from our house. Anyway, she said that she would change the garage code when she got home, but that never actually happened. Fast forward about 5 or 6 years. During the summer, I was staying with my dad. One day, I received a call from my mom asking if I had been to the house at some point during the day. She was somewhat grilling me because some obvious things, like chairs in the kitchen, had been moved out of place. My mom is a very particular person and likes to keep everything neat and organized. That I kind of laughed and said no because I hadn't been to the house in a few days. That I wasn't expecting her follow-up question. She asked me, "Did you put the dog in the bathroom and then pull the chair in front of the door?" This was incredibly odd, and she started to freak out after I still said no. That I later found out that her ex never stopped emailing, texting, or calling her since they broke up. There were never actually any wine bottles. He just kept badgering and harassing her for money, given that nobody else had our garage code except for my dad, who was out of town at the time. All signs pointed towards the ex-boyfriend Jim. It's creepy to think that he still had our garage code after so many years of being Broken up and not communicating that IT makes me wonder how many other times he might have come by besides these two notable occurrences. Change your garage code after you get out of a relationship. You never know who may come by. Growing up, my parents were incredibly strict and overprotective. No sleepovers, no boys, and no going anywhere without their explicit approval. They kept tabs on who I was with, their phone numbers, their parents' phone numbers, and exactly what time I was expected back. Definitely no dates. That I rarely even went out with friends. Going to see a movie on a Saturday was a special occasion. The only place I could get around my parents' rigid rules was online, where, because they didn't know how to use the computer, they never monitored me. That's why in high school I rebelled in the only way I knew how. I started a blog. Yep, I was 17 and I ran an erotic blog. No, not porn. More like photos of myself wearing very little clothing in bed. Everything was just so covered for the purpose of anonymity because, as incredibly dumb and naive as I was back then, I had at least an iota of common sense. None of the photos showed my entire face, just my mouth or jawline, the arch of my neck, never mind. Eyes interspersed with the photos were blog entries, the life of my amorously blessed alter ego, Claire. Claire was completely fictional and therefore she was a lot of things I wasn't, primarily social and sexually active. I would fabricate stories of dates, affairs, and sexual experimentation. Just dumb, romance novel type stuff. That I was living vicariously through this confident, beautiful, made-up girl. That I fancied myself an alright writer back then. But looking back, it's pretty funny now. That IT was probably mostly just drivel, but I enjoyed running it, and my readers seemed to like it. You'd think it would have just been dirty old men, but I had quite a few women readers too, who told me how I was helping them become more confident. There was something just so exhilarating about having people be drawn to you online when you're so lonely and cloistered in real life. Anyway, fast forward 3 years. By now I was halfway across the country in college, out from under my parents' rule. That I had a few good friends, and I was doing pretty well. That I still had trouble being very social, because I was so unused to it, but at least I wasn't so lonely anymore. I hadn't updated the blog in over 2 years, and honestly, I had mostly forgotten all about it. That I also had a boyfriend. His name was David, and we met in the history seminar in the fall of my sophomore year. He was tall, lovely, kind, and had quite an outgoing personality, probably in contrast to our awkward first date when I, shy and still mostly petrified of social interaction, could barely string together 10 complete sentences. But he seemed to like my shyness. That he was outgoing and forward, making friends wherever we went. That he'd constantly tell me it was cute that I blushed when people talked to me and say how I should be glad that he was with me to facilitate conversation with other people. One time he told me I was lucky that he had stuck around. That he said no other guy would have bothered. That I was so affection starved that I was convinced he was right. One day, about 3 months into the relationship, over Christmas break, I got a call from him at home. When I picked up, the first thing he said was, "Who's Claire?" It took a second, but when I realized what he must have been referring to, my entire body went cold. How was this possible? How could he have found out about what I said? Claire, www.claireblog.com. Is this you? My heart pounded, and my mind raced. That I had no idea how he had found the blog. Could I possibly deny it? There was nothing on the entire website that linked back to my real name or my real email address. That I had made sure of that. None of the photos showed my face, but they showed enough that if you knew me in real life, you could probably tell it was me. Feeling cornered, I told him I would talk to him later and hung up. That I spent that whole day on the verge of a panic attack. Finally, I realized I had to just admit it. For some reason, at the time, it seemed like the end of the world that my boyfriend had found my stupid blog from high school. Nowadays I would be like, yeah, I ran a blog and posted hot pics of myself. So what? It was all just fiction anyway. But of course, I've grown older and wiser now, and I was a naive idiot back then. That I called him back and cried as I explained all the reasons I had written and maintained this blog. Eventually, he said, "It's okay, I think I understand." At some point, I had asked him how he had found it, and he told me that an ex-girlfriend of his had seen posts on Facebook of us together, went on Google, searched for me, and somehow turned up this blog, the link to which she then sent to David. "Sorry," he told me, "I don't talk to her anymore. She just still bothers me all the time that she's kind of a psycho." I was a little upset at that, but I didn't want to annoy him any further, so I didn't press the issue. Things went mostly back to normal then, but then the email started that I woke up to the first one about a week later that IT had been sent at 3 a.m. and was from some blatantly fake address, like Claire__6969 at All it said was, "You're disgusting." I realized it must have been from David's psycho ex. I was a little unnerved, but I just deleted and ignored it. However, the emails didn't stop. They kept coming. At least one, sometimes two a night, always from a new fake email like Claire_the_72993, Claire_the____, etc. Always time-stamped exactly at 3 or 4 a.m. The contents of the emails began to increase in their level of vitriol. First, it was more of the same, variations of, "You are so gross," or "You're up." Then she would send me copies of the photos from my blog, which I had deleted right after David confronted me about it. She must have saved the entry somewhere, with horrible things written across them, like "fat," or "die," or "kill yourself," etc. I showed David the emails and asked if he could make her stop, but he just shrugged and said it was out of his control. It kept escalating. She started mentioning my friends' names in the emails, things like, "I showed Rachel and Alex you're sick." Website, "They're disgusted by you," or "I told Evan and James, they act like they're your friends, but behind your back they all think you're disgusting." Sometimes she would pretend to be one of my friends and write things like, "I said hi to you on campus yesterday and you think I like hanging out, but I know what you really are, you're just a ___." Once she copied and pasted an entire blog entry into the body of an email. It was non-stop, night after night. I would wake up in the morning terrified of seeing another email from her in my inbox that I stopped opening them. That I was constantly stressed. I never knew for sure if she had actually sent my photos around to everyone I knew. That I lost sleep, that I lost weight, that I begged David to make her stop, but he kept saying there was nothing he could do. Things with David were deteriorating as well. That he was annoyed that I kept bringing up the emails. That he began to make it sound as though it were all my fault. That he said it was hard to believe that I hadn't actually done all those sexual things I had written about. This was the kicker. His ex was from my hometown, he said, and she had told him stories she'd heard from people I went to high school with about all the dirty things I used to do, orgies, bondage, hard drugs. How could I lie to him and trick him into believing I was a shy virgin? He wanted to know that I told him none of those things were true. She was obviously making it up. "Do you really believe her over me?" I asked. "I don't know what to believe." He said that he told me I had become untrustworthy. That as twisted as it was, I started to believe that I apologized to him over and over until finally he forgave me and told me it was all right. That he believed me, that I was lucky he understood and would stay with me, because who else would? I had never been so relieved that I was lucky. I was so lucky, wasn't I? We'd been taking things really slow physically because I actually was a virgin, and regardless of make-believe Claire's make-believe sexcapades, anything sex-related still made me incredibly nervous. But after that, I had sex with David for the first time because I felt like I owed him. That he had stayed with me. I was so lucky that I didn't enjoy it. Afterwards, he whispered, "I believe you. You really have never had sex before." It felt sickly, like winning. Eventually, after about 2 months, the ex must have gotten bored because the emails slowed and then stopped. David broke up with me shortly after, cruelly and kindly, the day after my 21st birthday. I was a complete wreck for a while, but hey, life goes on. 3 months or so after that, I got another email from Claire_bear_69@hotmail.com at 3 a.m. I can't believe you haven't killed yourself. You should. For the first time, I responded, we're not even dating anymore. You're pathetic. Get ___ life. That was the last I ever heard from her. To this day, I don't know her name. I don't know how she found my blog or how she knew the names of my friends or why she was so hell-bent on making me miserable for so long. Even now, when I get Facebook messages or emails from people I don't know, my first reaction is to panic. Of course, I have since realized that I was not at all lucky in my relationship. Nor was David the sweet guy that I thought he was at the time. I understand now that it hadn't been my fault. I owed him nothing. It's been 5 years, but I haven't been in a relationship since. I don't know if I could. I think the worst is this. I used to enjoy writing. At one time, I was proud of my blog because, small and insignificant as it was something I created. Even though it was make-believe, it was still mine. They had taken something I had been proud of and turned it into a source of shame that I don't like to write anymore. Even now, I get angry at how they've taken that from me and how easily I was fooled. I'm stupid. I'm naive. Eventually, I got the story of their relationship and how they broke up and why she was so psycho. The details are irrelevant, but suffice it to say, it turns out he had been even more awful to her than he had been to me. But instead of staying far away like I've done, all she wanted was for him to take her back. To clarify, none of the email addresses or web addresses used are real. It was just always something blatantly fake and throwaway. A few years ago, I was on the outs with a very dependent girlfriend. What started out as just casual dating turned into her practically living at my house, needing to constantly be in contact with me and always trying to spy on my social media accounts. She was extremely depressed and used my sympathy as a weapon to keep pulling me back whenever one of her crazy actions would push me away. It took my stupid younger self a long time to see the pattern. When I finally did and she realized that she was losing me, she ran over my dog, thinking that the grieving process would bring us back together. The worst part is, it kind of did. The pain of having to drive my dog to the vet and put him down was too much for me to handle on my own, and for once, she was there for me instead of the other way around. Until a few weeks later, when she drunkenly admitted what she had done. I have never been so mad about anything. I was brought up to never raise my hand to a woman, but my morals were serious. Why test it at that point? I couldn't get the trip to the vet to put the little guy down out of my head. How could this person that I loved have done something so psychopathic? I threw all of her things out and had to physically remove her from my house. I filed a restraining order, but before it went through, I had to threaten to press charges to keep her away. I haven't talked to her since. I feel bad for anyone that gets caught up in her psycho behavior. I thought she loved me, but that really led me to wonder if she was some kind of psycho or sociopath who had been playing me for a fool the whole time. Hi guys, Lazy Hair here, and thank you very much for listening. Special thanks to Eden and Lady White Rabbit for narrating the female perspective stories in this video. I thought that would make things a bit more engrossing, and given the subject matter, I thought it worked really well. So make sure to check out both of their channels by following the links down below or by clicking on air icons on the screen right now. Stay spooky, and remember, the best things happen in the dark. I'm from West Virginia. I moved all the way to Lexington, Kentucky, for a girl. Now, that might be the scariest part of the story, that a dude from West Virginia moved over the border to Kentucky only for a girl. But I assure you, it gets worse. A lot worse. She was super affectionate when we first got together. I couldn't have wished for a better girlfriend. But as time went on and we got more secure in the whole thing, that affection dropped off to next to nothing. It was a slow process, almost like a leaky bucket or something. I barely noticed the relationship dropping off bit by bit until one day I just realized there was nothing left of us. We were like roommates more than anything, hardly spending any time together. We didn't actually get intimate for months at a time, and in the end, sleeping in the same bed as her was so depressing that I ended up just staying on the couch. Not long after I started calling the couch my bed, we broke up formally. It sucked, but I saw it coming a long way off. And it wasn't entirely unwelcome. That's when I started talking to this girl on Reddit. Now, I should make it perfectly clear that I was never ever unfaithful to my girlfriend. Only when we broke up was I so starved for affection and female attention that I looked for it wherever I could. I wasn't confident for dating apps, I don't think so. Reddit's anonymity suited me just fine. Eventually, me and this girl that I met on the r/gaming sub swapped numbers and actually started planning to meet. She lived over in Arizona, but flying down there to meet her didn't seem like a big deal at all, not when she was so nice and pretty too. I remember staying up super late talking to her one night, trying to keep my voice down so my ex wouldn't hear. We planned all the stuff we would do together, all the places that she would take me in Phoenix, and all the bomb Mexican food we were going to eat. I was excited, and I went to sleep smiling. But I sure didn't wake up that way. I woke up to loud crashing noises just feet away from me in the TV room. At first, I thought it was a home invasion or something, but when I looked around, it was her, my ex, and she was smashing my Xbox with a baseball bat over and over again. I screamed at her, asking her what she thought she was doing, then went to grab my phone so I could call the cops. Only it wasn't on the coffee table where I usually put it on charge every night. It was nowhere to be seen. That's when my ex started ranting about how I'd been cheating, how she knew everything, then mentioned the Reddit girl by name before she swung at me with the baseball bat. I fell backward over the couch, trying to avoid the strike, and I did, but Jesus Christ, the whole rush of air that went past my face just about put the fear of God into me. She chased me around the apartment, swinging that bat as hard as she could until I locked myself in our bathroom. I thought I might be able to reason with her from the other side of the door, to be able to actually explain that the Reddit girl was someone I started talking to after we broke up. But she actually tried to bash the door down. I'm still amazed that she didn't manage it. It was legit like that scene from The Shining. She bashed a hole in one of the wood panels and proceeded to scream through that. Thank God it wasn't big enough for her to reach through and unlock the door, otherwise, I'd have been in some serious trouble. Eventually, she calmed down enough to stop trying to kill me, but she wanted me out of the apartment like that night. I didn't even gather everything up, I just threw some essentials into a bag and got out of there. I kept imagining her sneaking up with a kitchen knife or something, catching me off guard and then just stabbing me to death. I've had friends ask me why I didn't just restrain her, why I was so scared of a girl, but that's about the dumbest response I've ever had to this whole story. A swing from that bat or a stab wound in the right place, it wouldn't have mattered what was or wasn't dangling between a person's legs. I'd have been dead as a doornail. I got out of there pretty fast, drove to a motel, then tried and failed to sleep through the rest of the night. The next morning, I called my mom in West Virginia, told her everything, and arranged to stay with her for a little while until I could get back on my feet. I'd have gone back to the apartment to get the rest of my things if I didn't think that she'd either smash or burn everything I owned. Besides, I was just happier to be out of there by that point. And I'll tell you another thing, I have never, ever been back to Kentucky since then. I'll wait until Tyler Childers comes back around to Vergy rather than bring up all those bad memories. Almost 10 years ago, I was in college down in Florida when I received a call from my ex-girlfriend, with whom I had only broken up about 6 months prior. I didn't recognize the number at first, as I had switched cell phone carriers not long before. I had never been one to answer calls from unknown numbers, but since I was in college, I often received calls from professors, financial aid representatives, and people inviting me to D&D games in the dorms. So, I kind of nervously answered, hoping it was something good. I recognized the voice immediately, and as soon as I did, my heart sank. There was a reason I hadn't given her my new number, and I wondered just how she had gotten hold of it. She said, "We need to talk," to which I replied that I wasn't sure we really did. It had been 6 months, and I thought we were out of each other's lives. She insisted, saying, "No, we really need to talk. Are you sitting down? Because I have something to tell you." My initial thought was that she was pregnant. And I won't lie, I felt myself getting weak in the knees. I sat down on my bed, feeling my heart racing in my chest and my hands getting clammy, bracing myself for the bad news. Then she told me, "We got a patient in the ER from a car accident, and she didn't make it. I'm so sorry, but it was your mom." My ex worked as an emergency room nurse, and getting that news absolutely destroyed me. I was in shock. For some reason, I tried calling her cell, but she didn't pick up. Of course, she didn't pick up. So, I hung up and called my little brother to give him the news. We cried like babies as I told him everything, how my ex had given me the news ahead of time, how she wasn't answering her phone, all that stuff. He confirmed that she had driven over to Walmart about an hour ago and lamented not making the most of his last goodbye with her. Then, in the middle of our heartfelt conversation, I heard him shout, "Mom," out of nowhere. She wasn't dead, she had just walked through the door, super confused about what was going on. Long story short, my ex had lied, and she did so because she wanted to hurt me, quote, just like I'd hurt her. At this point, I should tell you that I cheated on her with a girl in college, but I was at least man enough to admit it and have her break up with me. I'm not saying I didn't deserve some kind of revenge, but dear God, not that brutal. Ex-boyfriends can be terrible, sure, but some ex-girlfriends can be absolute psychos. On July 28, 1977, Travis Victor Alexander was born in Riverside, California, the son of Gary and Pamela Alexander. Travis's early years were marred by tragedy. At age 11, an unstable and ultimately toxic home life forced him to live with his paternal grandparents after his father's tragic death in mid-1997. He was followed by his 7 brothers and sisters. Despite his rough upbringing, Travis performed rather well in school, attended college, and eventually secured a job with a company known as Prepaid Legal Services, PPL, first as a salesman and later as the company's motivational speaker, a position that paid considerably better. As part of his job at PPL, Travis often attended conferences that took place in Las Vegas, applying his trade as a motivational speaker in front of audiences of hundreds. During one such conference in September 2006, there was one particular woman in the audience who was enraptured by Travis's charisma and talent for public speaking. She approached him. Afterward, introducing herself and striking up a conversation that would spark a long-term friendship. This woman's name was Jodi Arias. Jodi and Arias was born on July 9, 1980, in Salinas, California, to a mother of European ancestry and a father of Mexican ancestry. After she met Travis at the PPL conference, the pair grew increasingly close, leading Jodi to convert to Mormonism just 2 months later, actually being baptized by Travis himself at a ceremony that took place in Southern California. Despite the distance between them, the couple began dating a few months later, and Jodi even took steps to move to Mesa and then Wairika, California, living in her grandparents' place to be closer to Travis. Travis and Jody had a tumultuous on-again, off-again relationship for almost a year and a half, often forced to maintain a long-distance relationship due to the fact that one lived in Arizona while the other remained in California for work. Such distance would put a strain on any relationship, but there appeared to be additional factors that made Jody and Travis's relationship less than healthy. From the very first time Travis introduced Jody to his close friends, they seemed to take an instant dislike to her. Jody didn't seem keen to impress or ingratiate herself with them, appearing generally disinterested in anyone but Travis. His friends detected a kind of jealousy in her, noting that she acted overly possessive of Travis while failing to show him much affection. From the start, they found Jody's behavior worrying, even frightening. Shortly after Jody moved into her grandparents' home in Wairika, she and Travis arranged to accompany one another on a week-long work-related trip to Cancun, Mexico. Scheduled for June 15, the couple intended to make something of a vacation out of it. However, not long after, Travis reportedly went to company headquarters to request that his travel companion be changed to another member of the sales team. Speculation regarding this decision is abundant, but the best guess is that it involved a breakdown in his and Jody's relationship. On May 28th, Jody called Travis in a state of distress, telling him there had been a burglary at her grandparents' place where she was staying. Feeling unsafe, she begged to come and stay with him for a while. The burglars had stolen a number of valuable items during the break-in, but the most significant was a .25 caliber Colt pistol that belonged to her grandfather. The police had no luck finding the perpetrators and eventually gave up searching altogether, as they couldn't seem to find any evidence to identify those involved. In response to Jody's plea to stay with him, Travis straight up refused. This might be the best evidence we have that the two had broken up by that point. That if Travis loved her or had any feelings for her at all, surely he would have offered her a place to stay, but he didn't. Alternatively, it's possible that Travis did love her but was stopped from inviting her over by something else. That it's plausible that there were other women in Travis's life, but it is also possible he didn't invite Jody over because he was afraid of her. On June 2nd, Jody called Travis yet again, repeatedly attempting to reach him between the hours of 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. However, her cell phone records show that the longest call was a mere 17 seconds, indicating he likely didn't pick up the phone. Just after 3 in the morning, Travis called Jody back, and the pair engaged in a lengthy conversation that we have no idea what was said during that call, but we do know that at around 5:30 that same morning, Jody drove over to a car rental place in Redding, California, entering the business shortly after it opened at 8 a.m. She told the clerk that she wished to use the car for a long drive to Utah for a work-related trip and then planned to visit a few friends on her way to Utah, where she would meet up with a fellow PPL employee named Ryan Burns. However, Jody didn't show up to meet Ryan until late in the evening on June 3rd, leaving a sizable amount of time to be accounted for that day. When she did finally arrive in the West Jordan suburb of Salt Lake City to meet Ryan Burns, he noticed some unusual things about Kirka. Firstly, he saw that her normally dyed blonde hair was now brown, but not its natural shade of brown, and she seemed to have cuts or scratches all over her hands. Jody also refused to let him near the rental car, insisting they take his car to the PPL business conference. Naturally, Ryan thought this behavior was unusual, but the pair had more important concerns as the conference kept them occupied for the majority of the day. Ryan had an additional reason to keep quiet about Jody's unusual behavior. He and Jody had begun something of a love affair during their time in Utah, spending several hours hugging and kissing on a large beanbag chair at the place they were staying. Jody reassured him about the cuts on her hands by saying she had gotten them while working part-time at a Mexican restaurant in the Wairika area, an excuse that seemed sufficient to assuage his suspicions. Once their business concluded, Jody departed from Salt Lake City on June 6, driving back westward toward California. Her cell phone records showed that she tried to call Travis several times, leaving a handful of voicemails, yet She also apparently found a way to access the voicemail system. Why exactly she chose to do so remains a matter of conjecture, but it certainly constitutes some rather unusual behavior. When she returned the rental car to the outlet in Reading, the clerk began to inspect the interior as a matter of routine. It was then he too noticed something unusual. The vehicle was missing its floor mats, and on the driver and passenger sides, there were some kind of stains on the upholstery, as if some thick liquid had been spilled and left to dry. However, since the upholstery was black and the color of said liquid was not visible, no suspicions were raised among the staff at the car rental outlet, and the interior was cleaned before it could be inspected by anyone important. Meanwhile, a few days prior, Travis's employers had tried to contact him for a conference call, only to have their calls go unanswered. This same pattern repeated for several days, with friends and colleagues calling, only for Travis not to pick up his phone. By June 9th, a handful of Travis's friends began to worry about his well-being and agreed to go over to his home to check on him. They spoke to a few other tenants who lived in the same building as Travis and found they hadn't seen him in a few days. However, since he traveled for work frequently, they didn't seem to think there was anything to worry about. One of Travis's neighbors was in possession of the spare key to his apartment, which Travis had entrusted to them in case he ever lost his keys. The concerned group of friends proceeded to unlock the door to Travis's apartment, calling out his name as they entered. Then, one of them froze with a sharp gasp, pointing to a pool of congealed blood that sat in the hallway of Travis's bedroom. In a panic, they began to search the apartment for him, eventually encountering the sight of his days-old corpse lying in the bathtub, covered in blood. His friends cried and screamed as they called 911 but did not attempt to revive him, as it was obvious from the state of his dead body that he had been deceased for some time. During the 911 call that followed the discovery, a police dispatcher asked if Travis had potentially contemplated ending his own life or if his friends knew of anyone who might have been threatening his life. His friends immediately mentioned Jodi Arias, his ex-girlfriend, as a possible suspect in his murder. They indicated that in the days before his death, Travis had mentioned that Jodi had been stalking him, accusing him of seeing someone else, and seemed to be in some form of jealous rage. This psychopathic jealousy led her to attempt to access his Facebook account and even go so far as to slash his car's tires. When investigating officers arrived at Travis's home, they commenced an intense search for any evidence or clues regarding the identity of the killer. One of the most curious things they discovered was a recently purchased digital camera found in the washing machine. Despite significant water damage, police were able to recover the camera's memory card, which had a number of photographs that someone had apparently attempted to delete. These photographs showed Travis and Jodi in numerous suggestive poses taken on the afternoon of June 4. The final photograph from the series was taken at 5:39 p.m. that same day and showed Travis alive and well while taking a shower, smiling playfully and completely naked, a candid depiction of the man's final moments. Another photograph taken just minutes later depicted Travis bleeding profusely while lying on the bathroom floor. DNA samples were collected from bloody handprints found in the bathroom, which provided police with solid evidence to arrest a suspect, as they contained not only Travis's DNA but also Jodi Arias's. After being indicted for first-degree murder by a grand jury in Maricopa County, Jodi was arrested at her home in California and then extradited to Arizona on September 5, 2008. Less than a week later, she pled not guilty, providing several different accounts of her alleged involvement in Travis's death. Initially, she told investigating officers that she was nowhere near Arizona on the day her ex-boyfriend was murdered, but after pressure from the cops, she admitted she had been present at the time of his death, but claimed it involved a home invasion where two individuals broke into Travis's residence, killing him and attacking her in turn. 2 years of investigation later, Jodi changed her story entirely, telling the police that she had indeed killed Travis but only in self-defense. She spun a tale of brutal domestic violence, claiming she was a victim of a cruel and violent man and that she regularly feared for her life around him. At her trial in February 2013, Jodi recounted to the jury that she had been physically and emotionally abused by her parents and that her life with Travis had echoed that same cycle of abuse and guardianship, one she wanted to escape from but couldn't quite bring herself to. She described the abusive lifestyle Travis subjected her to, which she said included a considerable amount of BDSM and other painful acts that violated Mormon rules. Jodi also recorded a phone conversation with Travis that she used as evidence to prove he had once wanted to use zip ties to tie her to a tree while she dressed as Little Red Riding Hood. She claimed to have responded enthusiastically on the phone, but testified in court that it was all an act, stating the idea terrified her and was typical of the kinds of things Travis wanted to do. Jodi also alleged that Travis admitted to finding underage children attractive, painting him as a complete monster. However, the prosecution argued that Jodi was a vengeful and vindictive person who had recorded the phone conversation in an attempt to blackmail Travis and embarrass him before his Mormon peers. The prosecution also questioned a forensic expert before the jury, prompting them to confirm that a thorough examination of Travis's computer found no evidence of child pornography or any references to anything inappropriate with children. Rebuttal witnesses from the prosecution included several of Travis's other girlfriends, who stated he never exhibited problems with anger or violence. Clinical psychologist Janine Demarte testified for the prosecution, stating she found no evidence that Travis had ever abused Jodi, and also noted that Jodi suffered from borderline personality disorder, showing signs of immaturity and an unstable sense of identity. The final nail in Jodi's legal coffin was the prosecution telling the jury that a single .25 caliber bullet casing was found near Travis's body, the same caliber as the gun stolen from her grandparents' place just a week before the murder. It turned out Jodi had faked the entire burglary just to obtain the murder weapon, which not only demonstrated she was a dangerous psychopath willing to harm those close to her to achieve her goals, but also indicated that she had been planning to kill Travis for quite some time. After a trial that reportedly cost U.S. taxpayers over $3 million, the jury found Jodi guilty of first-degree murder. She narrowly avoided the death penalty when a judge essentially took pity on her mental illness, sentencing her to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. She was also ordered to pay Travis's siblings over $30,000 in damages. As of 2016, Jodi is housed at Arizona State Prison Complex Perryville, and her case and trial have garnered considerable social media interest, with even Donald Trump commenting on what he called her obvious guilt. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of this whole sordid drama is that Travis may have genuinely believed he had found the love of his life. In searching for the fairy tale romance that all people desire, he found the polar opposite, a living nightmare that ended with him losing his life to someone who could fairly be described as a conniving, violent, psychopathic predator. Relationships break down all the time for various reasons. People hurt, people cry, but most ultimately move on and find someone else. Jodi took that chance away from Travis in a horrifically callous and bloody manner. Instead of letting Travis go, she dragged him down like a sinking ship, one from which neither of them will ever emerge intact. At around 2 p.m. on Sunday, June 27, 2004, 17-year-old Craig Allen Freer was paying a visit to his ex-girlfriend at the Cambridge Manor apartment complex in Scotia, New York. Scotia is a small, quaint town of only around 8,000 people situated just over 20 miles north of Albany in upstate New York. It hadn't been very long since they had gone through a terrible and traumatic breakup, one that had left both teenagers heartbroken and depressed. It was so crushing for Craig that the depression that resulted from it had caused him to simply stop showing up to his job at the local price chopper. His manager had given him a few formal warnings at first, but once their initial worry turned into frustration and disappointment, Craig was fired and promptly replaced. It's clear that the event had a profoundly negative effect on Craig's mental well-being. But what's not clear is exactly why he drove over to his ex's apartment that day that he could have driven over to patch things up for a romantic reunion of two teenage lovers, but it's also just as likely that one or both of them simply wanted proper closure so that each could leave that chapter of their lives behind in peace. However, Craig's visit to his ex was extremely poorly timed. You see, right about the time he was driving over to his ex's place, Craig's mom stopped by the Price Chopper to pick up a few grocery items. She wasn't the type of mom to deliberately embarrass her teenage son, but seeing him in his uniform while he worked hard always made her feel extra proud of him. As she walked around the store, she couldn't see him anywhere and had to learn from one of Craig's former colleagues that he had been fired due to endemic unauthorized absences. She was furious, not only because she had to learn it in such a humiliating manner, but also because Craig had lied to her face about going to work that day. In fact, he had been deceiving his parents about the loss of his job for at least 2 weeks by this point, and his mother was now desperate to find out just where he'd been going all that time. Craig's mom called his cell phone at the next available opportunity. She waited patiently as the dial tone buzzed away, but the call wasn't answered. She tried again, only to once again find that the call rang out. It wasn't diverted. Craig wasn't shutting down the call to ignore her. In fact, it would turn out that he didn't have his cell phone at all during that time. He had driven over to his ex's in such haste that he had forgotten something he rarely neglected to carry on his person, which included his wallet. He left it behind in his bedroom with $40 in cash inside. However, Craig's mom was also no fool. She had a good idea where Craig might be and had also made a point of taking down his ex-girlfriend's landline number while they were still together. So she called her apartment, got an answer, and found that Craig was there. She confronted him with the knowledge that he had been fired from his job and informed him that she had already told his father the bad news. Craig then told her that he would drive back home in around 10 to 15 minutes once he was done talking to his ex, but Craig never arrived home. He was reported missing, and the first person the investigating police spoke to was his ex-girlfriend. She told them that after he had left her apartment, he had not gotten into his car but had instead walked off into the woods behind her apartment complex. This was evidenced by the fact that his vehicle was indeed still parked in the complex's parking lot. The police then discovered that the night before he disappeared, Craig had slept at his friend Matthew Hollop's house. The pair had been friends since their final years of elementary school when they were co-captains of their high school soccer team. Matthew told the investigating officers that Craig was deeply upset and depressed regarding the breakup with his long-term girlfriend, but he also told them that Craig had not even remotely hinted that he planned to run away or hurt himself, stating that doing so would be extremely out of character. The police then intensively searched the area where Craig was supposedly last seen, finding that there were numerous railroad tracks in the area. This was initially deeply concerning, but their search yielded nothing in terms of body parts or evidence that he had used a speeding train to take his own life. The wooded area also had numerous paths that connected Cambridge Manor with Craig's family home in the Yorkshire Court cul-de-sac, which was only a short distance away. 2 middle school students who also used the woodland paths to get to and from school said they saw someone walking near the train tracks on the day in question, but whether or not this was Craig is almost impossible to know for certain. The area was searched numerous times by hundreds of different people, including professional law enforcement as well as unpaid civilian volunteers. Sniffer dogs were also used, but despite their great effectiveness in cases like Craig's, no serious evidence or clues were found. Similar searches of the nearby Mohawk River turned up nothing, leaving authorities completely stumped and leaving his family with no answers to the questions that plagued them. Police then appealed to the general public for information on Craig's potential whereabouts. The public was given a detailed description, stating that Craig was Caucasian, standing around 5 feet 11 inches, weighing about 190 pounds, with red hair, brown eyes, and dimples. He apparently sometimes wore a goatee and was wearing a white short-sleeve t-shirt, blue jeans or jean shorts, white Adidas sneakers with 3 black stripes, and a gold chain with a St. Christopher medal at the time that he went missing. Almost 100 members of the New York State Police, both investigators and troopers, have been involved in the case over the years. The local Scotia police investigated the case for around 2 years before increasing complexities forced them to turn it over to the state police in 2006. Investigator Gloria Coppola led the case until her 2015 retirement, at which point Detective Kevin Noto took over. Anytime you have a missing person case, until you find the person, you can't say the circumstances of the disappearance. State Police Major Crimes Investigator Kevin Noto said to journalists following Craig's disappearance. "This is one where we are keeping our options open. People may have information they don't think is important, but often what seems insignificant can actually be vital in these cases." Noto added that other people may have told police something early on in the investigation, but it's possible the tip was never passed on to the right person. Until you have something to work off of, you really don't know what kind of case you're dealing with. In some ways, missing person cases can be more difficult than a cold case homicide, because with a homicide, you know what kind of case you're working. Noto said that on the 15th anniversary of Craig's disappearance, just shy of what would have been his 30th birthday, his mother spoke to local journalists in a rare interview during which she asked for privacy to be allowed to grieve in peace. "All the time I think about it. What would he be doing?" she said. "The worst part for all of us, for his family, is we just miss him horribly. But the worst thing is knowing that there is somebody out there who knows what happened to my son, and I'm on my knees hoping, praying there's someone out there who can help us understand what happened to my boy." Around the same time of the 15th anniversary, a group of concerned citizens from the Scotia and Glenville areas got together to organize a candlelit vigil to commemorate a tragedy that affected each and every one of them. It was partly organized in the hopes that their efforts would jog the memories of those who may have seen or heard anything around the time that Craig went missing. Those who might come forward to the police with information, no matter how vague or unhelpful they might deem it to be. In cases like these, it seems even the most unlikely leads have the potential to produce results that it seems unlikely that Craig will ever be found. Investigating police have conducted almost 70 different search efforts over the years in an attempt to find any trace of human remains, clothes, or his belongings. These searches are usually conducted in spring or late fall when there is the least amount of snow or fallen leaf litter on the ground. Police have also frequently used sniffer dogs and their handlers out on foot patrols, their goal being to search the route Craig would have taken back to his parents' house in the woods behind Cambridge Manor. Forensic divers and other nautical technicians have also been used to examine local streams, lakes, and rivers, but these searches have also turned out to be fruitless. Pete Rizzo, the former sports editor for the regional news publication The Times-Union, who was responsible for researching and writing about Freer's disappearance for many years, said the story had an indelible effect on him. He later recalled that when he first heard of Craig's mysterious disappearance, he thought, "Wow, how does a popular 17-year-old, a soon-to-be captain of his soccer team, just up and disappear from the face of the earth?" The incident has affected Pete so much that every time he and his wife drive through the Scotia area, Craig's disappearance is one of the first things they think of. The idea of how someone could simply vanish without a trace is something that haunts him even to this day. Pete is now the spokesperson for the University of Albany athletics program, having moved on from journalism entirely, but since he now has 2 young children, he lives in almost constant fear that they too could suffer a similar fate and that he would also be left with a legion of unanswered questions. You can't imagine not knowing where your child is for 5 minutes, but 15 years, not knowing. Pete said in a recent interview with his former employers. The article quickly notes that Pete sounded genuinely disturbed and distressed when talking about the case. Freer's social security number has not been used since his disappearance, indicating that he has not paid taxes, opened a bank account, or applied for a job in the United States. This leads us to believe that either he managed to fake an entirely new identity, which would prove extremely difficult and time-consuming, or, more likely, that he is deceased. This raises the question, what exactly would have killed Craig that day, and for what reason? It seems that there are two very likely explanations that have been completely neglected by investigating police. The first being that Craig was murdered by his ex-girlfriend, who pursued him through the woods before attacking him, possibly with a firearm, and somehow disposed of his body in such an effective way that the police would have been unable to find it. However, there are a few serious holes in this theory. The first being that Craig was something of a big guy and did a lot of training as part of his high school soccer program. Not only would he have been difficult to overpower or chase after, but moving and disposing of his body without leaving any DNA or forensic traces would be nearly impossible for his girlfriend, who wasn't nearly as tall or strong as she would have needed to be to perform such a feat. However, if there was another man in her life, one who was supremely and violently jealous of Craig, there could well be a chance that it was this person who took it upon themselves to remove Craig from the picture. There could also be a chance that this was on the orders of Craig's ex-girlfriend herself, that she planned the idea, and her new boyfriend had to get rid of the guy that was bothering her so much. But as it stands, these ideas are pure speculation, even if they are the most likely, given that the ex-girlfriend was the last person Craig visited before he disappeared. Craig may have simply vanished from the face of the earth, but there must be remnants that remain behind. No matter how difficult these are to find, whether or not great scrutiny of his ex-girlfriend is required in order to find them is perhaps the most pertinent question we are left with. The fact remains that the final act on this earth, it seems, was for Craig to go and visit her. Relationships turn sour, go wrong, and fall apart all the time, but very few end in a death or disappearance. There could be no way Craig could possibly have known that visiting his ex that day would have resulted in the end of his life. But again, the fact remains that, on this occasion, for this young man, a visit to an ex proved to be as deadly as it was unwise. At the end of last summer, I was just about sick to my back teeth of dating apps, but somehow I just couldn't quite bring myself to delete them. Maybe it was an inspired determination to never give up, or maybe it was just the fear of spending my 30s alone. But either way, I ended up just moving them to the second page of my iPhone menu that I could still get notifications and whatnot, but they'd be out of sight, out of mind. Then exactly 10 days after I'd almost sworn them off, I met Hala. She was a good 6 years older than me, and she lived in the next city over, but that didn't bother me, not in the least bit. You see, she was beautiful, a small Arab woman with bouncy natural curls and rich amber eyes that were framed with the most adorable little freckles. Although she didn't make a big deal about it, you could tell she worked out, and to top it off, she was a hematology consultant, the top blood doctor for miles around. A literal boss lady. Needless to say, I was smitten. Our first date was at a Middle Eastern restaurant called Bab, and it went very well indeed. We clicked as well as we had in texts, and we ended up falling into bed together that very same night. She cried when it was over, telling me she'd never done that on a first date before. That I just held her, told her I've got you, and promised that she wouldn't live to regret it. That we had breakfast the next morning, and it was just as magical as the previous evening. A second date a little over 12 hours after the first, which was pretty unprecedented for me. That evening, we had dinner again, with her introducing me to traditional Libyan food, something that was very dear to her as her country of origin's cuisine. That I think I might be a little biased in saying it was incredible, but trust me, it was good. That night, neither of us wanted me to catch the train back to my home city, so I stayed another night. And so began an intense but brief relationship. We talked every single day for months, swapping photos we'd taken of sunsets and parkland vistas, captioning them with, "You should be here that I miss you," and the like. Being a top-tier doctor, she was far too busy saving lives to ever see me during the week, but we spent almost every weekend together, visiting fancy restaurants in between watching French movies. She was fluent in the language and gave little tours of the grand city that she called home. Everything was going incredibly, at least until one weekend when we couldn't see each other because she was going back to Yorkshire to see her parents. She seemed a wee bit quiet during her visit, but I took that on the chin. Even though she was 38, I knew her parents were very strict, and her mom adhered to a particular kind of Islam known as Salafi or Wahhabi. Those are the kind that don't believe in things like singing or dancing and even take issue with stringed instruments for some reason. Naturally, the idea of her unmarried daughter having a boyfriend was out of the question, let alone a non-Muslim one. So, like I said, I understood why she didn't want to get caught. That I understood why she had set her WhatsApp setting to not display messages on the lock screen, and I understood why she never saved me as a contact. God knows what they would do if they found out about me, and it really didn't bear thinking about it. But even when she got back to the flat she lived in, even when she was rid of her parents for another few weeks, she seemed a little cold. However, a week or so went by, and she seemed to return to being her normally warm and affectionate self. So for the next few months, I didn't think anything of it. All the strange negativity she'd brought back from her parents' place was forgotten, right up until the time around her birthday when she'd once again promised them that she'd make the trip home to see them. Needless to say, I was prepared for some turbulence, but I had absolutely no idea how bad things were about to get. That it ended on the Monday after she got home. We had a massive fight about the future, how we were basically doomed, and how her parents would never accept a non-Muslim or anyone who earned under 6 figures a year. That I talked about the prospect of me converting religiously, or maybe writing her father a formal letter in Arabic asking for his permission to marry her. I knew he'd respect that, but the idea just terrified her. "You're too optimistic," she'd say. "Too young, too naive." We continued to argue, but she just settled into the excuse of, "I just don't have time for a relationship right now." That I'm sorry, what we had was nice, yes, but that's all in the past. Hate me, just hate me. It'll be easier to let me go that way. I knew something had happened back at her parents' place, something that tipped her over the edge of pessimism and into full-on doomsaying. That I begged her to tell me what it was, but she wouldn't. She denied anything bad even happened at all, but I could always tell when she was lying, and she was never any good at it. After that, after I failed to convince her to stay, it was all just tears and apologies until I finally got the balls to just say, "Masalama ya habibi, Allah fiz. Goodbye, my darling, God protect you." That I tried to keep in touch after the breakup. She was someone who had achieved so much in her life but was, by her own admission, a little messed up. I didn't want to just abandon her because she'd broken my heart. She said it herself that she'd like to keep in touch, but was worried it would blur the lines. How it was better if we didn't have any emotional attachments, since it was so heartbreaking that two people who got on so well just didn't have any kind of future together. That I assured her as best as I could that it wouldn't be that way. That I just kept trying to weasel back into her life. That I genuinely just wanted to stay in touch. That I, in her own words, she would always reply to messages, but she didn't. The very next day, her replies dropped off and eventually petered out altogether. That it was crushing. Something must have happened to her, I thought, but I tried to push the idea out of my head. That it was a pathetic attempt to reassure myself that she still wanted to talk. She just couldn't. There had been a car accident. She lost her phone. She was sick. Maybe all these worried thoughts came flooding into my head, all an attempt to replace the devastating reality that she just didn't give a monkey's toss about me anymore, that she was cold-hearted enough to just cut me out of her life. As I said, I tried my best to force such ideas out of my head, but the more I tried, the more they got a grip on me. One day, I just decided to call her, just to see how she was doing. My heart pounded in my chest as the phone rang, mainly from anticipating the pain that would hit me when I heard her say something along the lines of, "Oh God, leave me alone, that I'm blocking this number." But her mobile just went to voicemail over and over again, and I tried calling a lot that day at different times just to make sure. She wasn't responding on any of her social media accounts either, not a single one. None of the messages were even being read, and she always read her WhatsApp messages. Always, even if she wasn't going to reply, she'd read them the next day. That I tried her at work, the same adrenaline pumping through me as I expected to hear the worst. But when the call was picked up and I heard a voice on the other end, I immediately recognized that it wasn't her. "You through the Dr. Peterson," they said. That IT was a male voice. I asked the guy if I could speak to Dr. Howla. That I used her second name, but I'm not prepared to give that one out here. To my shock, he told me that she hadn't been into work for the past 2 weeks, and that as far as he knew, she didn't work in that hospital anymore. That I asked if she was okay, and he had no idea. He'd been transferred there a few weeks prior to fill a temporary consultancy position. She loved that job. She said it was her future. She once told me that getting that consultant's position was the greatest achievement of her life. Something was wrong, and I could feel it in my bones. As crazy as it sounds, I decided to try and visit her at her apartment in the next city over, even if she was home, had moved jobs and just told me to get lost. At least it would ease my mind. At least I'd know she was okay. That I rang her apartment intermittently for hours, hoping she'd either answer or that I could catch her returning home. Eventually, I saw one of her neighbors walking into the apartment building, and I mustered the courage to ask him about Howla. He didn't know her by name, but he did have some information, telling me he'd seen some people moving some furniture out of the apartment about a week prior. That I asked him if it was a moving company or something, and he said no, just 3 Arab-looking people, 2 older, 1 younger. That I pestered him for a description of them, and from what I could tell, it sounded like her mom, dad, and brother. That I pressed someone on whether or not they'd actually seen Howla, and he told me no one fitting her description was there that day, and he'd been in and out of that flat an awful lot. My last move was to track down a phone number for her dad. Getting hold of the family landline would at least give me an idea if she was okay or not. The best case scenario was that she just moved back in with her parents for whatever reason, be it a breakdown or maybe to look after one of them if they were sick or something. That I mean, the whole situation just seemed really unusual, and I had a terrible feeling in the pit of my stomach that something was very, very wrong. Since he was a retired doctor, it was relatively easy to find his number. That I just lied to an old colleague of his, telling them I was an old patient who wanted to say thank you. But when I called, what I was told had me absolutely terrified. That I know it was the right person. That I know from the cute little impressions Howla used to do of him. That I know I was talking to her dad. But the man I spoke to said he had no daughter named Howla, but not in the confused, bewildered manner you'd expect from a genuine case of mistaken identity. He got angry, really angry, and before he hung up the phone, never to answer me again, he told me he knew who I was, that I had made a serious mistake, and that if I ever called again, he'd be contacting the police. But it's me that's going to be contacting the police, because I think something terrible has happened to her, and I think her parents are responsible, with some help from her brother. She'd only mentioned once or twice how controlling they were, how they'd kill her if they ever found out that we were together. I always thought she meant metaphorically, never literally, but for the past few months, I'm starting to think otherwise. That I think my ex's parents found out about us, and I think they may have murdered her. That I have no way to prove it, and the police won't listen to me. That I tried to report her missing, but the policewoman I spoke to said they got a call from a woman in Switzerland who assured them that she was Howla and that she wasn't missing at all. Only I know for a fact that she has a sister in Geneva who works for the WHO, one who might well be easily convinced to lie to protect her parents. It's way beyond her just ignoring me at this point. Surely she'd have contacted me and told me to stop looking for her, to just give up, but she hasn't, and she was always such a lioness. never afraid to tell me what she was thinking, that I just hope I can get to the bottom of this one day. But it terrifies me to think that a girl could just be disappeared by her own parents, and if that really is the case, then I won't rest until they face justice. I won't stop until I find Hala. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit r/letsreadofficial and give and receive feedback from the community, and maybe even hear your story featured in the next video. Join my Discord to interact with me and other listeners directly. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations for just $1 a month on Patreon, and maybe even pick up some Let's Read merch on Spreadshirt. Check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all these stories in long compilation form and save huge on data, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. Links in the bio. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, isn't that what it means to be a scientist? To push the boundaries of the unknown, to bravely, actively explore the enormity of our thoughts. I've had 3 girlfriends in my life. My current girlfriend, who I've been with for 3 years happily, my first girlfriend in college, and my second girlfriend, Kelly. Kelly was someone who put me through hell emotionally and sometimes physically. I'll start from the beginning. Kelly and I matched on Bumble, and upon seeing that we both attended the same college, we based our conversation on that and any people that we may have mutually known. After seeing each other for about a month, we made it official, and we dated for about 6 months. Like most relationships, at first everything seemed great, and we got along fine. However, the illusion of being a happy couple faded after a few months, when Kelly started becoming very controlling and downright obsessive about knowing what I was doing at all times. The longer we dated, the more I realized she didn't have many friends at all, maybe 1 or 2, that's about it. So when I would go out to see my friends on the weekends without her, she would always obsessively text me every 15 minutes, asking for proof of where I was. If I were ever at a bar without her, she'd throw a fit and make me share my location with her. After 4 or 5 months of dating, it got to the point where I couldn't handle it anymore. She had too much time on her hands to worry about what I was doing constantly. I couldn't even go see my friends without being attacked and interrogated by her. But one night, things escalated far worse than they ever had. Admittedly, I ended up at a bar very drunk with a group of my drinking buddies. We started at my friend Kevin's house, and I didn't intend on ending up at a bar. When I got home, Kelly was waiting in front of my mom's house for me with a batshit crazy look on her face. This was one of the first nights that she laid hands on me, repeatedly hitting me while screaming, "I'm a dirty cheater," and other insane things, all while outside, causing a scene for the neighbors to hear. After I had to grab her arms to get her to stop, she shouted things like, "Get off me. I'm calling the police." So I let go and told her, "We're done." This was officially when I broke up with her. Her response was not good. Every single day I received paragraphs upon paragraphs ranging from angry to allegedly regretful, back to angry. Eventually, I felt more comfortable blocking Kelly for a while, but that wasn't the end. One of my friends, who followed her on Instagram, still sent me a screenshot of the picture she posted with this big, ugly, muscular guy who looked like he wanted to kill the person taking the picture. I made a joke to my friend saying, "Wow, I see she upgraded." Kelly did the unimaginable, though. I was all cozy in my bed in the perceived safety of my house, home alone as I usually was living in my parents' house. That's when I heard a pounding at the front door downstairs. I jumped out of bed and went to the living room to listen. There was a man screaming from the other side. He was screaming, "Open up." I didn't acknowledge him. I didn't want him to know I was home. Then, some random number started calling my phone. When I didn't pick up, I received a text from someone threatening to kill me and telling me to open the door before he breaks the window. I ignored these and called 911. I heard glass breaking from outside, and when I looked out my window, I saw a familiar huge bearded guy right by my SUV. He was smashing my windows, and I recognized the guy from Kelly's picture. As I was on the phone with 911, I explained that my crazy ex-girlfriend had sent her current boyfriend to my house to threaten me, and he was currently damaging my vehicle. I answered a bunch of questions as police were en route, all the while the man kept screaming things from outside, pounding on my door and sending threatening texts. The police showed up surprisingly quickly, to my relief, and they caught the guy still in front of my house. They saw him step off the front stoop after he saw the cop car pulling up. I went outside right away and showed the police my car and the texts. And the big roid-raging man was still yelling at me that I was going to pay for talking about him to Kelly. I told him I hadn't spoken to Kelly in months, and he said, "Oh yeah? What about the texts?" As he was in handcuffs already, I said, "What texts?" He accused me of being a bullshitter. After he was taken away in one of 2 police cars, I gave the second police officer whatever information he needed about the situation between Kelly and me. He told me I had a good case for harassment and should definitely file for a restraining order immediately. He told me to head to the precinct the next day, which is what I did. I also unblocked Kelly and asked her what she said to her boyfriend and why. After she responded claiming she had no idea what I was talking about, I sent her a long text giving her a piece of my mind, basically telling her about me getting a restraining order and urging her to seek help. I never heard from her again, nor her crazy roid-raging now ex-boyfriend. According to my friend, she deleted the picture with him literally the next day after that happened. I currently have a restraining order against both her and her ex-boyfriend, Javier Cruz. Be careful who you decide to date, there's a whole lot of crazy out there. I dated my ex, Keen, for 2 years. It was a toxic, abusive relationship. I endured a lot of physical suffering from it, but I was always too scared to leave. I live with my single mom on a rougher side of town, the place where I spent my entire childhood. Being a girl walking home alone at night here can be sketchy, which was part of the reason why I stayed with Ken for so long. He is a big guy, and I felt a sense of protection with him when he wasn't making me feel like SH. A big reason I stayed with him, though, towards the end, was because I was scared of how he'd take it if I broke up with him. My mother always hated him, though, and she knew he was no good for me. Unfortunately, it took me as long as it did to cut ties with him. I did it over text one day because I knew if I did it in person, he'd hit me or go crazy. He still didn't take it well. Seconds after I texted him, he tried calling me over and over. I wouldn't pick up because I was scared. After the 3rd or 4th attempted call, he started typing for a few minutes, and the text I got from him was a long paragraph cursing me out, a lot of it in all caps. I texted him back that we could talk about it on the phone tomorrow when he cooled off. He, of course, sent another paragraph. And I didn't read this one right away because I was about to cry, and I didn't want to deal with it at that moment. My mom was working her second job that night and wouldn't be home until around 2 o'clock in the morning. I had class the next day, so I went to bed early, around 10 o'clock, but falling asleep was difficult with my mind racing. Eventually, though, I did fall asleep. I woke up in the middle of the night to a sound from outside my room. I looked at the clock, and it was around 1 a.m. It wasn't uncommon for me to wake up to my mom getting home late at night after work. I was just surprised because she was home rather early. This night, I sat up and saw something sitting on the edge of my bed. I realized it was my cat, Nala. I got out of bed and went out into the hall and called my mom's name. All the lights were out, and I knew for certain I heard something from out in the living room. I turned on the living room lights, but no one was there. I went to the front door to make sure it was locked, and it was. I checked through the window to the driveway, and my mom's car wasn't there, so I figured maybe I was just hearing things. I went back to my room and shut the door, then crawled back into bed. Nala was still in the same spot on my bed. She hadn't moved. I tried to go back to sleep, and I suddenly heard another sound. I ran out to the living room again, and my mom wasn't there still. I suddenly realized Ken knew where we kept the spare key in the backyard. What if he had just let himself in? I went back to my room and called my mom on my cell phone and told her I had already texted her earlier about my breakup, so she already knew and was proud of me. She said she'd be home in a little bit and that I could just be hearing house noises. I laid back down in my bed. Nala was still in the same position. I turned on the lamp and went to go pick her up, but I gasped when I saw her eyes lifelessly open, and she wasn't breathing. I picked her up and confirmed it. My cat was dead. I wanted to cry, but I covered my mouth. I suddenly knew that Ken was in the house and that he did this to punish me. I locked my bedroom door and called 911, whispering into the phone that my crazy ex-boyfriend broke into my house and killed my cat. I was told to wait in a closet in my bedroom until I heard the police arrive. I stayed on the phone with 911 in the closet, waiting. At any time during this, the front door to the house could have opened and closed, and I wouldn't have been able to hear it. Eventually, the 911 operator told me the police were there. Apparently, the door was unlocked because they let themselves in. That man, Ken, had probably just left. I went to the living room to find 2 police officers. I was bawling my eyes out over Nala. The first thing they asked was, "Where is he?" And I said, "I think he left." I showed them my cat and the text from Ken. My mom came home shortly after I called her, and she cried over Nala too. The police were not very helpful at all, saying that without any actual evidence that someone broke into the house, they couldn't just go and arrest someone. Nala had no stab marks or anything, so as messed up as it sounds, we couldn't even prove that she was likely murdered by Ken as revenge against me. The next day, my mom had the locks to the house changed. The spare key in the backyard was still there, but Ken easily could have put it back. I blocked Ken's number and all social media outlets. All the evidence pointed to him having done it. My mother and I went through the process of getting an order of protection against him, and the judge issued us a temporary one before our court date. The last time I ever saw Ken was in court, where thankfully the judge determined that the order of protection would remain in place. I still often think about how the first time I went downstairs, Ken was probably somewhere in the living room, hiding and watching me. When I was in my junior year of high school, I had my first relationship. His name was Michael, and he was a senior at a different high school in the next town over. We met through Facebook, he messaged me, and we started talking from there. We began hanging out and attending each other's games. I'd go to his football games, and he'd come to my softball games. We officially became boyfriend and girlfriend after a few weeks. Since we were in high school, though, we didn't go on a lot of traditional dates like dinner or drinks. We were just kids still. Our dates usually consisted of getting burritos, going for drives, or hanging out at his place since my parents were always home, which made things awkward in case we wanted to do anything. The best way I could describe Michael is that he was a bit of a hothead. He was big for a 17-year-old, which is why he played football, but he didn't hang out with the jocks. Instead, he spent more time with the stoner crowd and the regular crowd, at least that's what he told me. I didn't go to the same school as him, so I didn't see who he was with during lunch. I also didn't really meet a lot of his friends. We mostly hung out just the two of us instead of in group settings. Since he lived kind of far away and I couldn't drive yet, it did get annoying. Truthfully, I started to develop feelings for a boy named Rob at my own school, who was in my grade. Around the same time, I felt myself losing interest in Michael. I wanted to test things out with Rob, so one night when Michael was asking to hang out, I asked him to pick me up so we could talk. He knew right away that something was off when I said that. When he picked me up, we went for a drive, and I told him that I thought we should take a break. He refused to accept that I was serious and angrily demanded to know what he did wrong. When I told him it was just that I felt the spark wasn't there anymore, he got so mad that he punched his dashboard, leaving a big indent in it. He started yelling and scaring me. So I was about to get out of the car, but he stopped me, put his hand on my shoulder, and said, "No, no, no," asking me not to leave. He told me he was just angry, but that he would drive me home. He put the car back in drive and started driving us. As we drove, he kept getting angrier, asking for more details about what he did wrong. He started blowing stop signs, and that's when I realized we weren't going in the direction of my parents' house. I asked him to pull over and let me out, but he yelled, "No." We were approaching some wooded area, and that's when I started getting really scared. I had never seen him like this before. He was showing me a crazy side of himself. I managed to get out of the car when he stopped it on the side of some quiet road. He yelled for me to come back, but I didn't. My mom came to pick me up, and Michael sent me an apology text later that night, which I didn't respond to. 2 nights later, I left my house to walk to Rob's, who lived only 2 blocks away from me. On my way there, I spotted someone across the street, not too far behind me, walking at about the same pace. They were wearing a hoodie with the hood up, so I couldn't see their face. Foot traffic on our block wasn't too common, but it also wasn't super weird either. The closer I got to Rob's house, the closer the person across the street got. As I continued up the street, I turned again and saw that the person was now on the same side of the street as me. My heart started to race, and I began walking faster. According to my phone, Rob's house was coming up just on the right. I texted him to come outside, please, because I thought I was being followed. He replied back, "Okay." I turned one more time as I heard the sound of shoes running on the sidewalk approaching from behind me, and I saw the guy in the black hoodie running at me. I screamed and ran as fast as I could for about 5 seconds before seeing Rob run to the front of his house in confusion. I turned around again and saw the guy in black running in the opposite direction down the street. I keep saying, the guy in black, but I knew it was Michael. That guy had an identical height to him from what I could tell. A few instances happened after that, like getting calls with no caller ID and seeing Michael's car parked outside my parents' house in the middle of the night. My parents were aware of what was going on, and one day my dad drove us over to Michael's house and knocked on the front door while I was in the car. He had a long, loud talk with Michael's parents. I lowered the windows to listen, and most notably, what my dad yelled was that he didn't care how old Michael was, it was still harassment. He warned that if Michael kept trying to contact me in any way, we would get the police involved. It worked. Michael stopped trying to contact me after that. For those wondering, Rob and I ended up dating for around a year. My relationship with Michael was an early lesson in my life to watch out for red flags.
I'm a doctor, and it's not only our job but also our responsibility to take care of the patient. But not every patient is the same. Back when I was working in a small-town hospital, I was young and new to the profession. But it only took me a few days to get accustomed to the workers and patients there. There were 4 other doctors, and we all reported to the head of our department, Miss Tina. She was a tough person to impress. Being honest, every doctor was terrified of her. Not a single mistake could go unnoticed by her. I wanted to prove myself, hence I showed effort in my work. To do so, I had to take a lot of night shifts. I lived alone, distant from my family, so I didn't mind staying at the hospital most of the nights. All the patients called me Dr. Lucy. There were patients of various age groups, but there was this one little girl named Mimi. She was probably the youngest patient in the hospital at the time. She was there before my joining anyway. Mimi was a lovely child. She often roamed the corridors and talked to the other patients, mostly on her own. One night, I was doing a night shift and went to take my usual rounds. I was walking in the long, empty corridor when I heard 2 people talking in a very low voice. It was late, and every patient was supposed to be asleep by then. I followed the sound, and it came from cabin number 203. As I opened the door and switched on the room light, I found Mimi standing near the patient's bed. She smiled at me mysteriously, but my sudden appearance didn't startle her at all. She smartly said, "Hello, Dr. Lucy. Mimi, this is way past your bedtime. What are you doing here?" "Nothing. I just came to say goodbye to David." David was the patient of room 203. He recently had a major operation. Even though Mimi looked calm to me, I noticed David's face. He was scared and extremely pale. I thought Mimi's sudden arrival might have shocked him. So I said in a soft voice, "Mimi, you can't roam like this that night. Come on, let's take you back to your bed." Then I looked at David and said, "I'll send Nurse Martha for a quick check. She'll give you a pill to help you with sleep. You need to rest now." I then escorted Mimi to her ward. She went to bed without saying anything. This small encounter didn't worry me at all until the next morning. I went home around 4 after finishing my night shift. It was my day off, so I slept the entire day. The next day at work, when I was passing by room 203, I thought to check on David. But after opening the room door, I saw another patient was sleeping on his bed. I saw a nurse walking in the corridor. "Excuse me, sister, where's David?" "He was in this cabin." "Oh, you mean the patient in this room?" "He died yesterday, doctor." "You didn't know?" "What? How?" "He was already suffering from cardiovascular disease, but he wasn't recovering. Surprisingly, he had a heart attack yesterday. Dr. O'Hara signed his death certificate. You can ask her, she'll be able to give you all the details." The nurse walked away, and I stood cluelessly in the corridor. Suddenly, something weird came to my attention. I remembered when I asked Mimi what she was doing in David's cabin, she said she came to say goodbye to David. But why goodbye? She was supposed to say goodnight, right? I went to Mimi's cabin. She was sitting on her bed and coloring pictures. Without wasting a single second, I asked her, "Mimi, why did you go to David's room to say goodbye? Shouldn't you be wishing him goodnight?" Mimi's face changed color. She fumbled, saying, I said goodnight." "You heard it wrong." Suddenly, She looked behind my shoulder as if someone was standing behind me and watching her. I turned back immediately, but no one was there. The cleaning staff came and started to mop the floor. Mimi started coloring again. I went back to work with confusion in my mind. The entire day, I couldn't concentrate on my work. This unusual thought kept bugging me. Why did Mimi say goodbye to David? Did she know he was about to die? A week passed, and I almost forgot about it. One night, I was making my usual rounds. I was walking on the second floor corridor when I saw Mimi come out of room 706 and slowly walk down the stairs. Room 706 recently took a patient with a serious head injury. I went inside and saw the woman was awake. Who is it now? Oh, it's you, doctor. How are you feeling? I feel a bit dizzy, doctor. Did someone come to you before me? Yes, a little girl came. She said her name is Mimi. What was she doing here? Did she say something to you? Yes, she was a sweet child, but I think she said it wrong. Said what wrong? I guess she meant to say goodnight, but instead, she told me goodbye. Weird, huh? My heartbeat got faster. I put Corey back to bed and came back to my chamber. Deep down in my heart, I knew what was coming. The next morning, Corey passed away. I got this strong belief that Mimi has a weird ability to know when a patient's time has come. But I couldn't tell anyone about this because no one would believe me. There was nothing I could do because she wasn't harming anyone, just a little girl bidding goodbye to patients whose deaths are near. After 2 more incidents like this, I couldn't keep it in. I went straight to the reception and asked Kathy, how long has Mimi been here? Kathy looked at me and said, who? Mimi. The girl in the intensive care ward. Don't you see how she sneaks into the rooms of the patients? I don't know why, but I feel there's something very wrong with this kid. What are you saying, Dr. Lucy? We don't have any patient named Mimi. No child patient is even admitted to the hospital right now. Are you okay? What are you saying? I have been talking to this girl for the last few days. Check the register. She's in the intensive care ward. Lucy, please come to my office. I turned back and saw Miss Tina standing behind me. I followed her to her cabin with a messed up mind. After entering, we sat down, and she said in a low voice, "Did you see Mimi? How does she look, Lucy? Is she happy? What? Please tell me what's going on." Kathy just said there's no one here by that name, and now you're asking me about this girl. What the hell is happening? Miss Tina couldn't control her tears. She started to cry terribly. After crying for some time, she looked at me and said, "Mimi's my daughter. The week before you joined here, I brought her to work. Her father was supposed to come and pick her up. I was working while she roamed around the halls, playing on her own. She was playing on the stairs, and somehow her legs slipped, and she fell from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor. We admitted her to this hospital due to her immensely critical condition, but she died. I couldn't believe what I just heard. The ground beneath my feet got swept away. I felt my heart stop. Mimi is dead. Oh my God. I stood in her cabin, speechless, horrified. Miss Tina said, "I saw her at night roaming in these corridors, but I blamed my mind. But now, I think she's still here. You must be the 2nd person to hear her. Can you see her now?" Miss Tina didn't give me time and switched off the light of the room. "Tell me, Lucy, can you see her now?" I was terrified at that moment. but still, I rolled my eyes around the entire room. And right then, someone spoke behind my neck. "Goodbye, Dr. Lucy." I worked as cleaning staff in a local hospital. I was used to seeing people coming to the hospital in the worst way possible, but this one patient will always be remembered by me. His name was Mark, and he was admitted to the burn unit. I heard one night his house caught fire while he and his wife slept in their bedroom. By the time they figured out the lurking danger, half of the house was on fire. Mark was rescued by his neighbors and brought to the hospital, but his wife Lily died in that fire. People say she was so severely burned that her flesh melted, leaving her body as ashes. Mark's left hand and left leg had serious injuries, but overall he was in a curable condition. Among all the cabins in the hospital, his room was the only place that made my skin crawl. Every time I went there to clean, I could barely stand the smell of burnt flesh. And not just that, his room felt extremely cold. Mark was highly sedated with painkillers most of the time. Needless to say, the amount of pain burn victims go through can't be explained in words. Anyways, one time I was assigned to the night shift. Honestly speaking, I preferred the night shifts more. I could work peacefully while all the patients slept. It was around 1:30 a.m. I went to mop the floors of Mark's room. As I entered the room, I saw a vicious-looking figure standing in the middle of the room and sobbing. I recognized it was Mark, seeing his burnt hand and limb. He was looking at the dark corner of the wall and whispering very creepily. "Why? Why are you doing this to me? What more do you want from me? Please, I beg of you, leave me alone. Hey man, is everything all right?" Mark turned at me, and I saw the pain in his face. He then pointed at the dark corner and said, "Tell her to go away. She keeps coming back. Isn't she supposed to stay dead?" "What are you talking about?" "Lily, my wife. She keeps coming back for me." He then fainted on the floor. I was in such shock and fear that for a while I didn't realize I had to inform the doctors and nurses. But when I did, they came rushing to his room. Everyone was shocked to see how, with such a painful condition, Mark managed to get out of the bed on his own. Since that night, every time I went to clean Mark's room, I was terrified. I knew there was a logical explanation for all this, but trust me, when I stood inside that dark room in the middle of the night, hearing nothing but Mark's deep breathing, I couldn't help but think, is his dead wife standing in that corner and watching me? A few days passed, and Mark's condition worsened. He started to show signs of trauma and fear in his behavior. Many times, I could hear screams from his cabin and saw doctors and nurses rushing there to control him. I changed my shift just to avoid going to his room. But it seemed like life had different plans for me. One morning, my boss called me. He said they were willing to pay me double if I attended tonight's shift as well. Who doesn't need money in this world? So I agreed. Anyways, I had half the next day off, so I knew I could pull this off. I went home and took a small nap before going back to the night shift. Hence, my head was clear enough to know what I saw that night. Like usual, I began my cleaning. After 5 to 6 rooms, I decided to take a break and then do the rest. I went to the empty cafeteria to get a drink. I was standing in front of the vending machine when I heard footsteps in the distance. I looked and found Mark standing at the end of the corridor. His arm and leg were still covered with burn wounds. Half of his face was scarred. Hey, Mark. What's going on? Are you all right? You should go back to your room, Mark. I was becoming really disturbed seeing Mark this way. He was staring at me like a statue and breathing in a very scary way. "Mark, you are scaring me, man. She won't rest until she kills me. Come on, Mark, not again." "No, she's telling me right now. She is standing right behind you and telling me to. I turned back and saw no one, but an eerie feeling shivered down my spine. What Mark did next was the scariest thing I saw in my life. He took out a surgical knife and started cutting the flesh off his lips. Blood drops started to cover the white floor beneath him, but he didn't just stop there. He started to chew his lips. The munching sound started to make me nauseous. He screamed in pain while munching his flesh. "Are you happy now? Are you? You are angry because I lived, huh? Fine, I am ending this. I am ending everything now." Saying this, Mark started stabbing himself in the chest. It was bloodshed. Doctors and nurses came running, and he was taken to the ICU right at that moment, but he didn't survive. I don't know why, but I feel like he did see his wife's ghost. Sometimes people who die with desires in their heart come back to their loved ones. And in some cases, they haunt them too. What do you think happened to Mark back then? I've worked as a nurse in multiple hospitals and facilities. Before the current hospital I work at, I worked at a geriatric hospital 40 minutes from my house. I had experience working with older patients before, so this was nothing new to me. I had been working at this hospital for only a couple of weeks that I will tell you why I quit my job at my old hospital. This was on my last shift at this hospital. I was working the graveyard shifts and running on negative hours of sleep. I was assigned to the Alzheimer's ward. The patients in this ward absolutely adored me. My presence as a young girl in her 20s among the residents, who were otherwise left to themselves to float around in their minds, I'm sure, saw me as a breath of fresh air, someone who could tie them to the now or to the everyday. If you're just left by yourself, you can mentally go to other places, but with someone else in your space, you're tied to that moment in time. I was dealing with a number of patients that night, but one was a little more restless than the others. Her name was Mary. This was my first night dealing with her, and she kept telling me any time I'd enter her room about the voices she kept hearing and the man dressed in black she kept seeing in the corner of the room. The other lady in her room requested her curtain be closed before my shift started so that Mary would leave her alone. Since I started my shift around 10 p.m., most of the patients were asleep by 11, but not Mary. Whenever she called me into the room, she'd be frightened of these alleged voices she was hearing and the man in black that kept staring at her in the corner of the room. Not gonna lie, it was creeping me out a little. I believed that in her mind she was seeing and hearing these things, and I sympathized with her because I imagined them to be very scary. But still, I tried my best to calm her down and get her to go to sleep. I didn't want to turn on the TV to calm her down because I wanted to be courteous of the other patient in the room. I held Mary's hands and told her it's okay to breathe and relax. I reminded her that she wasn't here alone and that I was always just a call away. This seemed to do the trick. Mary relaxed for a while, and the next time I came in the room, she was asleep. Once most, if not all, the patients were asleep, the night goes much slower. Time almost moves in reverse. An hour or two later, I was in the linen room stocking my cart when I heard something in the room. It was a relatively small, dead quiet room. I had the door closed, too. That's why hearing another noise was weird. I turned, saw nothing, and resumed stocking my cart. Then I felt what I can only describe as a hand on my shoulder. I looked at my shoulder, jumped, and screamed, but there was nothing there. No one was in the room, yet I knew I felt something large basically grab my shoulder. I went out into the hall for a second to peek my head. No other nurses were in sight. Dead quiet. I had nothing else to do but resume what I was doing. I continued stocking the cart until it was full. Then I turned to face the door, and I fell to the floor and started screaming as my heart immediately leapt into my throat. There was a man dressed in black standing outside the door, looking through the glass and smiling. My screams were loud enough to wake the entire ward. The man disappeared out of sight through the glass window of the door. Seconds later, the door opened and one of my fellow nurses came in to help me off the floor, as I was hysterical. I asked her if she saw the man dressed in black. Her response was, "What man? There's no one else here." We checked all the rooms in the ward. There wasn't anybody dressed in black in there. My screams woke Mary from whatever light sleep she must have been in. When I came into her room, she started talking about the voices again, this time mentioning the screams, which she didn't know were mine. I asked her what the man in black looked like, and if he was smiling. She looked at me, and I noticed her eyebrows point down as her expression changed to the most focused I'd seen her the entire day. She asked, "How did you know?" Even with my heart still racing, I felt it skip a beat as she said this. She started screaming now, screaming, "Get me out of here, he's coming." The other nurses came in and tried to calm her down. I was switched to a different ward that night with someone else, and I eventually ended up going home early because I was just so freaked out. I texted the head nurse that the experience had traumatized me and that I really didn't want to be in that building anymore. I got as friendly of a response as I could have hoped for. I've never been diagnosed with anything, nor have I ever dealt with hallucinations of any kind. I'm aware of the effects of lack of sleep, but this was next level. I don't know if my mind started playing tricks on me from what Mary was telling me all night, but the feeling of the hand on my shoulder, the image of the smiling man behind the glass door matching the description a patient kept giving multiple times, this was one of those once-in-a-lifetime, unexplainable supernatural occurrences. At least, I hope it was once in a lifetime. 3 years ago, I contracted bacterial meningitis. I live in South Florida. I don't believe there was an outbreak going on or anything, so I'm not sure how I caught it or who I could have caught it from. I started developing really bad symptoms, painful headaches, confusion, sleepiness, nausea, and lack of appetite. But when the hallucination started, that's when I knew I had something really serious. Laying sick in bed while my husband was at work, I heard a child's voice call "Mom" from downstairs. We don't have any kids. I dragged myself out of bed to look down the stairway and called my husband's name. Of course, he didn't answer because he was at work. The headache I had from standing was too much, so I went back to bed. For a second time, I heard a voice call from downstairs. It said, "Hello." I picked up the phone and called my husband, freaking out to him that I was hearing a scary child's voice from inside the house and that I thought I was hallucinating. He heard how distressed I was over the phone, so he left work early to bring me to the hospital. While waiting for him to get home, I changed out of my pajamas, and while doing so, I had to run to the bathroom to throw up. As I was mid-throwing up, I heard another voice from outside the bathroom. I couldn't hear what it said, nor could I tell if it sounded the same as the other voice I heard. I was losing my mind. I wasn't diagnosed until I arrived at the hospital, and apparently, if untreated, what I had could be very serious, even fatal. The doctor told me the hallucinations part was rather unusual but not unheard of. I was given antibiotics through a needle shortly after I arrived at the hospital with my husband. The doctor told me that I was fortunate to have come to the hospital so quickly, as if I had waited much longer, this could have had lasting effects or possibly been fatal. My husband stayed with me for a few hours in the room. I was told I was going to have to stay there for a few days to a week, given the severity of my symptoms. Around 10 o'clock, my husband left to go home, as he had work the next day. The nurse told me to call her if I should have any issues. Though I still felt like absolute death, I nodded off pretty quickly. I started having this dream where my ex-husband was in the room over my bed, looking down at me and talking. He was saying horrible things about my current husband. He patted my head and said he was glad I was okay and that he came as soon as he saw my husband leave. He went into this rant about how he despises my current husband and wants to kill him. He kept rubbing my forehead, then left the room. I often have bad dreams about my ex-husband because of how toxic and abusive our marriage was and why it ended, which I'd rather not include. I woke up in this drowsy, lightheaded state and looked around the room. There was a chair pulled up in front of my hospital bed, but no one was sitting in it. It wasn't like that when my husband left. It was still the middle of the night, so I went back to sleep. I woke up the next morning to the nurse in the room. I told her about the weirdly vivid dream I had, and she left. She told me that wasn't a dream, that my cousin came to visit me last night. I told her I don't have any cousins that live in the state. She looked more serious now and said, "Well, someone who said they're your cousin Tom visited you late last night." Tom was the name of my ex-husband. After explaining better, the nurse got a doctor, and the doctor told me the antibiotics may have caused delirium, which hindered my ability to recognize sleep from wakefulness. Hence, why I was so vividly hearing what Tom was saying. I called my husband to tell him what happened, and of course, he was livid and concerned. He came back again that night after work. That day, I texted Tom asking what the hell he was thinking visiting me, and how did he know I was in the hospital. My text delivered, but he ignored it. I sent a follow-up, telling him I heard all of his threats towards my husband and that I'd be getting the police involved. Minutes later, he responded, saying, "I never made any threats towards your husband. I was simply there when I heard what happened to make sure you were okay. You must have heard things in your sleep." I responded, "Stay out of my life or I'll get the police involved again." He didn't respond after this. I never told my husband about the threats I heard in my drowsy, half-asleep state because I didn't know if they were real or not. With a mix of the antibiotics and my already weird audible hallucinations the day before, I don't think it's impossible that what I heard wasn't actually what was said. But I could be wrong. I left the hospital the next week. I once matched with this girl that I'm still friends with on Tinder, named Min. She seemed cool right from the bat. She had a sleeve of tattoos on her left arm, red highlights in her hair, and in her profile, she mentioned she loved to work out. One of her pictures was taken on the rooftop of this cool-looking building with a sick view. I asked her where it was, and she told me it was some abandoned hospital on the edge of town that was super cool to explore at night and super easy to get into. There's usually one cop patrolling the huge parking lot at night to deter trespassers, but she said it was super easy to circumvent. She came up with the idea of us going there together as our first date, if you want to use the word date. I was totally on board with it. She seemed cool, and it seemed like a different kind of way to meet someone, as opposed to the usual, let's get drinks. I picked her up from her house 15 minutes away, and then we drove the 15 minutes to get to the hospital. Those 15 minutes gave us a nice chance to get to know each other a bit and get comfortable with each other's personalities. When we got to the hospital, she told me to park on this dead-end street hidden by a bunch of tall bushes, which was a 5-minute walk to the inside of the hospital. We hopped this little barrier separating the road from the hospital parking lot, then jogged across the wide-open lot towards the grass right next to the entrance she always used. She led us to a broken window into the basement of the hospital. It seemed kind of creepy. I was glad I wore raggy jeans, like she told me to, because I knew I was going to rip them on something. We used our phone flashlights. We didn't bring any special heavy-duty lights or anything. She seemed to know this whole hospital like the back of her hand. She led us to the stairway to the upstairs. I gotta say, being alone with one other person in a place like this at night was very scary, but I had no idea how scary it was about to get. On the first floor, Min kept talking so loud that I almost wanted to tell her to shoo. I was paranoid we'd be found out because of her voice. Down the corridor we were in, it sounded like a door was opening or closing. Something echoed down the corridor to us. She heard it too and went silent. I asked her in a whisper, "Is it normal for others to be here?" And she said, "Sometimes, but not really." We turned off our flashlights and waited. Suddenly, there was a bang much closer to us now. We both scrambled in the dark. I followed her, barely able to see. We made it back to the stairway and ran up the stairs with our lights back on. When we were a couple of levels higher, we felt it was okay to speak at a normal volume again. Min told me the police never come in here, so it may have been other explorers. But the weird thing was there was no sign of another light in that corridor. Nobody normal would be walking in the dark. Then we heard sounds echoing from the exit stair shaft where we just were. Someone was coming up the stairs. Once again, we scrambled. She led the way, saying she knew where to go. We ran for a few minutes through this maze of a building. I was truly freaking out. It seemed like we were being followed, and I wasn't sure if I would rather have it been the cops or someone else. She led us to this mini outside spot. We weren't on the highest rooftop, but I guess we were on what you'd call the rooftop of this level. We stopped to catch our breath. The whole being followed thing was killing the vibe completely. Even she seemed concerned, and I looked to her as the expert with this place. After a few minutes, we relaxed a bit and went through this broken window into the ceiling of this one large room. This part was scary because she wanted to walk along these long, narrow wooden planks with a 10-foot drop below us. A fall from this height would cause injury, but I didn't want to seem like a coward. I followed her across the sketchy long wooden board until we got to the top of this pillar where one board stopped and another one started. We sat on this pillar to just chill and talk, with our legs dangling over the edge, overlooking the darkness below. It was creepy in there, and I thought we were all alone until there was a sound from below us. It sounded like someone walking. Our presence was already made known to whoever was in there, so we turned on our flashlights and aimed them down below. Right below us, standing at the pillar looking up at us, was this 40-something-year-old man in a black Carhartt beanie, wearing a black jacket and black sweatpants. He smiled at us and said in this creepy, deep voice, "Come on down," while waving for us to come down. I asked, "Are you police?" He disregarded my question as if he didn't hear me and repeated, "Come on down," with his creepy smile. Min and I got up, scared, and started walking back across the narrow piece of wood. I was even more scared of falling now than before. I had no idea what that man would do to us. As we were about halfway across, the man hurried out of the room below us through a door. He was most definitely going to try to catch us. We had to hurry. We made it across and tried to get out of there, knowing that man was dangerous. As we were running down the stairs in the shaft on the opposite side of the hospital, we heard the door a few flights above us open and slam shut, followed by footsteps stomping down the steps. He had somehow followed us. We were hauling ass, running as if we were running for our lives. We made it back to the first floor and ran to the opposite side of the hospital where we entered from. We went back to the basement and climbed through the broken window. The whole process of climbing through that window was haunting because I went out second, and I was afraid my legs would be grabbed at any moment. But I think by that point, we had lost the man. We ran back across the parking lot to my car, and when we made it, the first thing we did was lock the doors and catch our breath. That was a complete nightmare, and somehow, us getting through it together created a sort of instant bond between us. We drove away from there and stopped at a Wendy's to get food and just collect our thoughts in the car. We chilled for an hour just talking, and then I dropped her off. Min and I have stayed in contact through the years, and while we were romantically involved for a few months, we ended up just staying good friends. Neither of us ever returned to that hospital again. When I was 7 years old, I contracted spinal meningitis. I was barely old enough to understand how close to death I was because of the disease I had, let alone did I have a clue what was about to happen to me during treatment. My mother took me to the hospital and told the doctors to do whatever they needed to do to save my life. They required a spinal tap before continuing treatment. Despite the fact that I had no idea what a spinal tap was. I remember my mother pleading with the doctors to find some way to make the procedure less traumatic for me, but for some reason, they couldn't put me under general anesthesia. Instead, they offered a new experimental treatment on humans at the time, intravenous ketamine. My mother had never heard of the drug before, and my father wasn't there. They explained that it was traditionally used as a horse tranquilizer but had recently been approved for use in humans, even in pediatric care. Ever since, my mom swears up and down that's all they told her about it. Maybe it was a time-sensitive case, or maybe the doctors thought if they told her everything involved with being under the influence of the drug, she would refuse to let me have it, which in their minds would make the spinal tap harder to go through. Frankly, it boggles my mind that doctors would even consider giving ketamine to a child, but that's what happened. They wheeled me into the operating room and told me what was going to happen, that I would have to lay on my side and they would insert a needle into my back. It would feel extremely uncomfortable. I know that's what they said now, but at the time I was so disoriented and scared and even confused that it all sounded like gibberish, like how adults sound in Charlie Brown when they just go, wah wah wah, if you know what I mean. All the doctors and nurses were wearing masks and gowns too, which made them look almost inhuman. I had to get naked and put on a hospital gown, adding to the stress of it all because I had to be exposed to a bunch of strangers. The only thing that kept me sane was that my mother was allowed to be there with me so I could hold her hand. However, before they did the tap, they inserted the 4 needle into my arm to deliver the ketamine. I cried and screamed, and I remember squirming just from having that needle put in me. I didn't even understand how much bigger the next one would be. Then they turned me over to my side, and I held my mother's hand, squeezing harder than before, looking into her eyes and crying and trying to be brave and sit still. At first, all I could feel on my back was a cold hospital air, but then something happened. Everything started to feel weird. Of course, I know now that this was the ketamine beginning to take effect, but I didn't understand this at the time. An all-encompassing dread washed over my body, which I also felt like I was losing control of, like my soul was slipping away second by second. Then it literally did feel like I was dying and rising up to heaven. I was lifted up from the table and could see my own body and everyone around. What I saw filled me with a mixture of terror and hatred. The doctor was lining up the needle against my back. For the first time, I saw how massive the thing was. There was my mother watching it all happen, letting them do it. Suddenly, I knew I couldn't go through with it anymore. I screamed and kicked and punched at everything around me, hell-bound on getting off of that table and running away. The nurses tried to hold me down, but they were struggling to keep me contained. Somebody called for more help, and that's when two gigantic, muscular nurses rushed in and grabbed hold of me. They pinned me down to the table along with 4 or 5 other people. My mother was crying in a corner now. Apparently, I had hit her in the face, but I still saw everything that was going on around me. The 4 drip was still feeding me ketamine straight to my blood, which went directly to my brain. Now, all the masks and gowns, doctors and nurses didn't look human at all. They looked like monsters, demons, even sick, twisted, demented creatures that my mom had sold my soul to, and now they were forcibly extracting my soul from my body with that horrible needle. I looked to my mother with bitter contempt and screamed that I hated her for letting this happen to me. It only made her cry harder. No matter how hard I fought back, once they all got a hold of me, I couldn't even squirm. They held me down and finished the spinal tap. When the needle went into my back, it felt like I was being torn apart from the inside, and because I was moving so much, waves of pain shot through my body. Finally, I accepted that I just had to sit still, but it was awful. I could feel my essence being drained, something I would never get back. Thankfully, after a few seconds, it was over, but I wasn't the same. I didn't move for hours after that, and I wouldn't talk to my mother or even look at her. Being drugged, having a needle shoved into my spinal cord as a child is easily the most traumatic thing I've ever experienced in my life. And the stupid thing I hate the most about it is the fact that it was all just to confirm what the doctors basically already knew, that I had spinal meningitis. When I was a teenager, there was an old abandoned hospital that had been built in the 1900s, long since replaced and left to rot. It couldn't be torn down as it was a historical site, but it also couldn't be repurposed. Ever since it was condemned, nobody took it upon themselves to be the caretaker of the place. Security was basically non-existent, so it became a rite of passage in my neighborhood to hop the fence on Halloween and explore the ruins. Finally, the time came when my friends and I got the bug, and we knew we were going to be the next to do it. We didn't even bother to wear costumes. Nobody wanted to go trick-or-treating or go to a party. The coolest party in town was me and my friends on the roof of the old hospital. All we needed to do was figure out a way up and avoid the numerous hazards along the way. The rumors of which were boasted about to a great extent by all the people who had already gone through it: broken glass, rusty nails, squatters, trapdoors, collapsing ceilings, and even ghosts, supposedly. Understandably, we were all a bit nervous but excited too. It was the coolest thing any of us had ever done. It seemed like there was even an entire path laid out for us by the people who did it before. The door at the front entrance was already broken open, so we just stepped right inside, undeterred. Immediately on the first story was a triage center. It was too dark, even with our flashlights, to see very far down the hallway. The staircase was right there. Not much was happening down on that level, so we opted not to bother exploring the bottom and moved on to the second of 3 stories. The ceiling had collapsed in on itself at the landing of the second story, so we went out from there to look for another stairwell. The second story was somehow even darker. The floor beneath our feet was soft and felt like it could cave in at any moment, so we spread out to distribute our weight. We thought we were being smart, staying quiet but pointing out all the things we noticed, like piles of old medical waste and strange stacks of beds blocking off certain doorways we dared not even think of entering. Signs indicated what had been, so we could get a picture of how the place might have looked in its prime. It certainly was far from it by the time we arrived. Mold grew up the walls, vines snaked through the ceiling tiles, and water dripped from the 3rd floor. Every single sound we made echoed in such a way that made it sound like a stranger was whispering around every corner. We kept saying how cool we found everything, but deep down, I think we were all scared. The last thing any of us wanted was for a crazy hobo to jump out at us for invading his home or for one of the many ghost stories about the supposedly haunted hospital to somehow turn out to be true. Even decades after it had closed, and even to naive and careless boys like us, we could literally feel the lingering presence of the suffering and damned souls that had perished in the place we were trespassing. However, the only thing that lived there seemed to be rats and flies, not nearly as many as we were expecting. After a few more minutes of checking things out, we finally reached the other side of the building and found another stairwell. This one went all the way up to the roof. Once we stepped in, the damp concrete tube, we could hear and feel the outside air blowing in through an open door or a hatch, whichever one it was. We were dying to know, so we picked up our pace as we went up the stairs, excited to see the view. We barely noticed the moss that was growing on the steps, which slickened the grip we had under our shoes. Finally, at the very top of the stairwell, there it was, the open door at the landing. Before it, we all paused to take a mental image of the sight. As luck would have it, the moon was shining right through it. If any of us had brought a camera, it would have made a legendary photo. At last, it was only a moment of appreciation before we all wanted to finish our journey. Out of the four of us, I was the last in line at the stairs. A friend of mine was leading the pack as we all went up in single file. We were just seconds away, but then the last thing we could have expected happened. Out of nowhere, a flurry of bats exploded from a nest that we hadn't seen. My friend at the top got startled and slipped on the moss and fell back, causing a chain reaction that led us to all fall like dominoes. 3 of my friends landed on top of me, and my head crashed right onto the concrete. That's the last thing I remember before waking up in a real hospital. I had cracked my head open, fractured my skull, and my friends had to carry me all the way out of that abandoned wreck and get help for me, I feel. I had to tell me 100 times before I could finally accept that's what happened. Sadly, it seemed that none of us managed to get to the roof of the abandoned hospital like we had hoped that night. But I'm glad I had good enough friends to help me out when I needed it. To this day, a lot of people don't believe me when I say that's exactly what happened and why I fell. They say bats don't stay in their nests at night, but I guess even nocturnal flying mammals like to sleep in sometimes. I'm not an expert, it's just what I saw. I was a nurse for over 40 years. I spent the majority of my career in hospitals, working in the ER in my earlier days and later transferring to the ICU. I've seen a lot of horrible things happen to people and built up a strong stomach for all sorts of things. There are 1,000 stories I could tell, but one above all is the worst thing I ever witnessed. It happened in my first year of working in the ICU, and I still don't have an explanation for it. Before he fell under my care, a man showed up in the ER with strange symptoms, delirium, vomiting, and what appeared to be first-degree burns all over his body. They thought it was caused by a chemical at first, which led them to believe they needed to cleanse his skin and purge his system. However, when they tried to wash his skin, it just came off. What had looked like a first-degree burn was actually just the tip of the iceberg, an iceberg of total tissue disintegration. At this point, the ER team had no idea what they were dealing with. This was decades ago, long before the internet. The man refused to answer any questions about what happened to him, and he had no forms of identification in his possession. It was like he had just been dumped there. Eventually, the doctors figured out that the man was suffering from acute radiation sickness, but the dose he received and the severity of his case were still unknown. All we knew was that it was bad and he probably wouldn't survive. He was transferred to the ICU, and that's when I met him. I knew it wouldn't be long before it would be impossible to get any information out of him, even if he wanted to tell us anything. So, every time I did anything for him, whether it was changing his floor or getting his vitals, I berated him with questions. I asked for his name, if he had any family, and how he had been dosed with radiation, if he had any idea how much he had received. But he didn't answer many of my questions. The only thing he really ever said to me, and apparently the only thing he ever said to anyone, was, "I wish they would have just shot me." It was like the words just slipped out of him despite his best effort to keep it in. He immediately looked like he regretted saying anything. I kept asking who they were, but after that one single sentence, his lips were sealed. Days passed, and his condition worsened. His skin started to turn a rainbow of colors as it gradually withered away and liquefied, oozing through all the bandages we put on him and separating from his body at the slightest touch. I thought he would scream from the pain more, but most of his nerve endings had already turned to mush. The damage was all over his body, but it was concentrated in his hands and feet, crawling up his arms and legs, leaving his vital organs for last. It was almost like it was intentionally and cruelly making sure he was alive and sentient for the ruining of his body for as long as possible. We would have never found out who he was or how he got radiation poisoning if his family hadn't randomly shown up on the third day. They had been traveling all over to every hospital in the area asking for a man who had disappeared 3 days prior. They described the man's appearance in great detail, which meant the man they were looking for was the one who was turning to goop upstairs in the ICU. These days, we might have had to deny them on account of HIPAA regulations, but things were different back then, and everybody in the hospital wanted that poor man to have something good before he died. We allowed his family upstairs to see him, but they couldn't stand to look at him without breaking down into hysterical tears. After the reunion, we asked them for information, and that's when we finally got some. He worked for the government as a nuclear waste management worker. He was one of the guys who buried the barrels of radioactive leftovers and had been compiling a long list of complaints against the lack of safety regulations. Unfortunately, he was found out by some government agents who they believe started a fire in his office, destroying all of his work the same day he disappeared. What I gather from that and what he said to me is that they forced him to clean up some deadly toxic spill and keep his mouth shut about it unless he wanted his family to suffer similar fates. That explained why he wouldn't tell us anything, but so many things still didn't make sense. But none of it mattered. He was terminally ill, but unfortunately, his family wanted us to give him every chance he had to make it out alive. All of us knew this wasn't possible and would only make him suffer more. However, I wasn't prepared for how it would happen. Slowly, the flesh of his arms and legs melted away, exposing his bones, which forced us to amputate. I was assisting the surgeon at the time. I'll never forget how his bones had become soft, almost like rubber. After that, he was just a torso and a head. But the horror continued to spread. When it reached his face, his skin melted over his eyes, blinding him. He almost choked on the fluid of his own disintegrating tongue. His gums receded, causing his teeth to fall out. He could still breathe, however, and he had to gurgle and gas through the goop just to get a breath. Burns are often considered the worst type of damage to a human body to witness, but that level of radiation damage is somehow worse. He was rotting like a corpse, but he was alive. He was still breathing. I can't imagine the mental anguish he was going through that entire time, trapped in a body that slowly becomes unrecognizable. Eventually, everything washes away. The whole time, you can't move or speak, and you can barely breathe. At some point, you can no longer see or hear, but you know you've turned into a grotesque, monstrous-looking thing that should never exist. And it's the last memory your loved ones will ever have of you. I can only hope he didn't feel any of it, but I'll never know. Finally, after weeks of horror, his family agreed to stop trying to keep him alive. Then he was able to die at last. Ever since then, I've had nightmares about it. I think it was the slow progression of becoming an abomination of existence that messed with me the most. Of all the ways to die, that has got to be the worst.